Pef Lancefire, MC, is a rogue trader, i.e., privateer and conquistador, for the Imperium of Man, living on the fringes of what is considered civilized space. The Immaterium poisons everything, the living and the machine. Also, in the dark future of 40th Millennium there is only war. Retribution, Chapter 1. Only the insane have strength enough to prosper. Only those that prosper truly judge what is sane. 00011010100011100011111. My savant implant must be acting up, for some reason. Hopefully it is only a technical glitch, and not something else. The else could mean something much worse. Something that money, or thrones as they are called here, could not fix. Like a demonic possession. Fortunately, I know I must have blank, like I vaguely remember choosing during my build. Before I was sent here. My father is rather amused at my so-called blessing. For a rogue trader, being born as a blank is a boon, unlike back in the Empire. And if my children should inherit this trait, our position will become even stronger. Warp incursions would avoid the clan, and thus keep the ship safe. Safe-ish. Not everything that wants to kill you is a warp spawn, after all. And here, everything wants to kill you. Rogue traders are a special type of Imperial citizen. They receive a lot of freedom and privilege, based on a warrant of trade, which is basically a privateer license to explore and loot outside the Imperium. There are thousands of them, and each has a different agenda, area, or preferred method. Some act as missionaries, conquistadors, or mere bulk traders. Others deal in Xenos tech and slaves, or exterminate Xenos to sell their lands and technology. Some grow beyond a single ship and conquer entire galactic sectors with their own private fleets. Others steal and pirate on the Imperium, or worse, they deal with cultists and demons and thus are often killed by inquisitors or Astartes, or the very demons they trade with. Augur telemetry confirmed the planet sustains life. The missiles heading our way confirm this as well. The sensor station girl spoke with a faint trace of irony. Lynn Joanna Decima. A cousin, if some steps removed. Pretty girl with short black hair, like most of the crew. Hair is hard to keep, in the void. Also, a potential concubine, should the Lord Captain wish it so. And on this vessel, he speaks with the voice of the Emperor. Turn ship to port. Lance batteries target the launch sites, my father orders in a calm voice. I look at him with curious eyes. A tall, heavy-set man with glacial blue eyes and a power armor of dubious provenance. He is a conqueror, a build that emphasizes as guest, war. Conquering his own merry kingdom, among the distant stars in the eastern fringe. Our ship, the Litany for the Vanquished, is the epitome of a war vessel, armed to the teeth, and the teeth armored to hell. I suspect it has started out as a docile and pleasant light cruiser, before whatever favor my grandfather traded with Forge World Antax was returned in a plethora of advanced tech and upgrades to every possible, and a few impossible systems. Like a choir of tech priests detached to our ship, forever. Lance batteries that would put a heavy cruiser to shame. An armored battalion and a grenadier regiment, all equipped and provisioned by Antax for the next 1,011 years. Time has a different value around here. Windows tint as spears of light start flashing, each of them sufficient to obliterate a city or a meter of adamantium armor. Soon enough, our lance guns evaporate the ground missile launchers of the natives, and probably any nearby cities. There is no Geneva Convention in the 40K universe. The Tyranids would likely eat the entire convention as a snack. Then eat the whole world and keep going. In fact, they did just that, on Ocassus. High Fleet Kraken ate whoever didn't manage to fly away. And in this galaxy, you need to be rich or powerful to have a ship. Well, one able to travel the warp at least. There are in-system ships that are much cheaper and easier to acquire. You don't even need a warrant of trade for those. I have one myself, so I know. Technically, you could call the Mona Lisa a shuttle, even if it's larger than a passenger airplane back home. And armed and armored by default. Anything without weapons and armor is only a snack for this evil galaxy. Captain, the ground skaks are human. Shall we conquer this world in the name of the Emperor? The XO, Master Swedros, asks rhetorically. Of course, we will. We don't carry all those tanks and grenadiers for a pleasure cruise. Their purpose is to fight and die and make us rich. Richer. And if the Emperor is merciful, we might find another relic or ancient tech that we can barter with the Mechanicus for. Best guys in this corner of the galaxy, the tech worshippers. As long as you gift them nice stuff. With a middle tentacle waving at my father, the bridge priest signals he has begun his own part. Data and signal warfare. A somewhat analog version of ECM. I don't expect the poor natives to rise to the challenge anyway. This is the 46th planet we are pacifying this century. The eastern fringe is rather filled with old-era human worlds, mostly devolved into barbarism of some kind. In fact, missiles or other advanced weapons are rare. Maintaining old stocks is difficult, and inventing new stuff almost always leads to suffering. Eternal suffering sometimes. Going back to my work, Captain. Please call me when the landings begin. I say politely and nod to my father. The grizzly warrior smiles proudly and waves me off. He knows I don't like orbital bombardments. They might look clean and neat from orbit, but I've seen the results afterwards. Charred buildings and corpses are not that glorious. As I slink away and salute the Marines guarding the armored bridge door, I run another diagnostic on my implant. When you decide to die, remember to give the enemy the same honor. 11001111000001. Oddly appropriate this time, and assigned it's not a mechanical malfunction. Those neuron filaments forming the biological part of the implant are becoming sentient. And possibly stealing data from my own brain. Not sure if that's a heresy or not. Most likely it is. Everything not by the book is heretical after all. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. And for good reason, as it happens. Machine spirits are actually human souls, cloned and chopped into bits, then used as conduits and processors instead of the worst variant, the abominable intelligences. The demented AI that always try to genocide everyone. Not that I blame them much. For those not blanks, exposure to warp and its inherent dangers must be like living in hell. Come to think of it, this galaxy might be hell. The outer fringes of it, if the eastern fringes reflect a higher reality. I reach my AdMech lab and drop into my chair. Praise the Omnicia, Revelator. What are we working on now? My Mechanicus mentor wonders and tilts its coghead towards me. First, we need to calibrate my brain implant. I keep getting random quotes from a various codex. Then, tank tracks again. I explain in a tiny voice. The tech priest has been mostly polite and nice, for something of his nature. But it might slice me into bits any time, should I make a critical mistake, like those reactor crew engineers did. They didn't suffer long, so at least I know my mentor is not really a sadist. Only disconnected from humanity. There is no truth in flesh, only betrayal. Muggos Jiren says with a trace of humor. Yes, he can do jokes and humor just fine. They're merely hard to get sometimes. I was speaking of a broken machine, mentor. My flesh is fine for now. I quip back and lean my head forward. Without painkillers and any kind of kindness, the Muggos opens my skull and peeks inside at my brain. I'm pretty sure I should be fainting in pain or screaming my lungs out, but I feel only boredom. The operation takes too long. The silver contacts have melted away, and the implant was being oxidized by cerebrospinal fluids. Only the gold connectors are intact. Curious. But then, the tech priest mutters in Gothic, maintaining politeness for some strange reason. If my brain gives off enough heat to melt silver, I shouldn't be alive anyway. I said after thinking for a minute. Exactly. There, I've replaced everything with platinum wire. The organic parts seem to grow nicely. You'll become a savant soon enough, Pef. Muggos Gyron replies while gluing my cranium back in place. With glue of some kind that resorbs into the bone. I've become quite stoic at the strangeness of the machine cult and their lack of common sense. As the mechadendrites retract from my head, I power on the cogitator on my desk and project a greenish hologram of a tank drive system. This one is a Chimera personnel carrier tracked vehicle, a standard model among the armies of humanity and the Astra Militarum and others. Without 3D tools, it takes painful and tedious work to create a template for a mechanical foundry. But it only took 3 years and we're almost finished. I tap a few keys and open the other version, the original STC template. For someone without technical education, they would look nearly identical. But both me and Muggos Gyron know better. My new version has 36% less moving parts, is 10% more durable, has 10% better ground pressure resistance, and many other perks. The drive sprockets need to be covered in adamantium, and the torsion bars as well, if possible. But even using cheaper materials, the new drivetrain will be revolutionary. Because anything made simpler and more rugged means longer operational times, less maintenance, fewer vehicles lost in transit or during maneuvers. Now combine that with 1 million army regiments and 1 billion war machines. Even if the new tracks increase the Chimera effectiveness by only 5%, although it should be at least 10%, that means 50 million armored vehicles more to fight the Emperor's enemies. Logistics is the basis of any war, and the Warhammer universe is always at war. If my 3 years of work provide millions of extra tanks, critical victories might be won. Even if it doesn't lead directly to more victories, the enemies will lose more troops and then be vanquished later. Gyron observes my work with its mechanical eyes, lenses recording me with something approaching fear. Late into the night, I stop to save my progress and then make a backup copy on my implant. There is no strength in flesh, only weakness. 0111011110000000. My implant feeds me another ironic wise quote as my body fails me and I fall asleep. A minute later, a Void Guard Marine busts in room. Lord Pef. Your presence is required on the bridge. Now, the soldier says in a harsh voice. Not my earliest convenience, then. I run towards the bridge elevator, still half asleep. As I pass other soldiers, they salute me rather startled. Then again, Captain's son running at full tilt wasn't that common in the main corridor. I usually train my body in the barracks floor, with all the other grenadiers. Morale is thing, out here. I rush on the bridge, to find it devoid of higher rank officers, only the navigator and a couple of tech priests, with some distant cousins manning the Auspex consoles. Where is the captain? I ask as I force myself to breathe. The navigator scowls and turns to stare at me with all 3 of his eyes. He doesn't like blanks much, I suspect. That was a joke. I heard psychers have a revulsion towards any blanks, not just me. Lord Pef. Your father left clear orders. In the event of his death, you are to succeed and inherit the warrant. All hail Captain Pef, the navigator proclaims in a psycher voice, a wave of command dispersing the words throughout the ship. With a bewildered face, I fall in the captain's chair and feel the ship's machine spirit link up with my implant. Victory needs no explanation. Defeat allows none. 0001110000. Not the time for quotes, damn implant. With a sad sob, I turn to stare at the navigator while reading the ship logs on my implant. The natives had other advanced weapons. Melta guns, strong enough to burn through ceramite-encased power armor. Just like the one former Lord Lancefire wore as he debarked for another glorious conquest. Well, they probably didn't have the guns anymore. The planet didn't have any cities left now. Launch full occupation, all battalions except the Void Marines. I order with a sad heart. I will have to name this planet now, after it got conquered. Probably something corny, like Retribution. The crew would not accept any compromise now, and these guys wouldn't want one either. Not after we killed like 1 billion of their people. Sins of my father. Warp 2. Slowly, the shock of becoming an orphan, alone in the middle of a hostile galaxy worn off, as my mind concentrated on the important goal of survival. I had to prove myself a worthy ship captain, a skilled rogue trader, and at least a decent general for my small army. Otherwise, I would find myself kicked out from an airlock, with the ship's navigator finally happy to be rid of my blank aura. Not that my aura works like normal blanks do. I read they create instant hostility into anyone with a soul, or at least a minimal warp presence, something humanity has in spades. Feeling your soul getting absorbed into a menacing black hole would explain the hostility, perhaps. Luckily, I am not one of those natural and rare pariahs. My gift is bland and merely protects myself from the warp, something which confuses those more sensitive to the warp, but doesn't burn their soul. Of course, it also protects me from astropaths, telepaths, and diviners, as well as other potential troubles like demonic possession and all those visions or dreams so common among the crew. Not that I need visions to plan ahead. Somehow, I remember perfectly everything I seen of this universe in my previous life, although the order of the events is sometimes different. I have my own theories why this happens. Maybe my memories got scrambled, or some local deity plays with time, or the Emperor himself dreams on his golden throne and changes things, perhaps subconsciously. I do recall the existence of a special Inquisition order, Ordo Chronos, that investigates timeline manipulations. And there are other beings around that play with time, be they Necron or Tan, Eldar or Hrud. But for now, I focus on the task at hand, proving my genius and savant status by using my expensive implants to run the logistics of a planetary invasion from my captain's command chair. I am also very lucky and do not fail. The conquest of Retribution lasted merely months. Then again, we had a cruiser in orbit, 5 kilometers of guns, armor, and cathedrals, too able and willing to impart retribution on these heretics. Paired with air superiority via our fighter squadron and liberal use of Mechanicus noosphere magic, the ground-locked enemies were rapidly corralled and captured, or killed if they resisted. Either way, the planet provided fresh replenishments for the depleted lower decks, new serfs and other lower servitor castes being inducted, stamped, and cyborgized into more useful forms. I even convinced Mugos Gyron to begin installing servitors as targeting heads for our long-range torpedoes. It took a dozen trials, but now our long-range weapons could turn and attempt homing while the propellant lasted. The efficiency increase was over 300% this time, but sadly my own area of control was limited by the warrant. Back in Empire space, my words were feeble and likely without any true power, but here on my ship, I now spoke with the voice of the Emperor. Something even the Mechanicus cult was not likely to defy, just like every other members of the crew or the military we carried. It will take a few more generations before the regiment fully transformed from an auxiliary Mechanicus unit to my own household regiment, but my father had already begun that plan, replacing sergeants and corporals with loyal soldiers, sending difficult officers on long-range reconnaissance and other dangerous missions. I didn't want to stir things too much with the grenadiers, but I did want a proper armored regiment if that was possible. My clan was rich, very rich. I could afford to pay for new machines and equipment from my clan's budget if we really needed to. I named Lord Swedros, my father's XO, as planetary governor on Retribution, and gave him all the old chimeras, half the new servitors, and a grenadier battalion formed by the least loyal troops, as well as one orbit-capable shuttle. The guy seemed rather pleased at his new post, and probably thankful I didn't simply space him. That was the tradition after a captain change among rogue traders. But I didn't want to waste a competent guy, simply because I didn't like or trusted him. He could still be useful, making Retribution productive again, in a few decades. We head to Antax now. I'll need my warrant ratified and some new equipment. I told my new bridge crew, still mostly clan members but with an engine seer and a more pliable Auspex tech priest added in for extra points of view. I knew I could get away with minor quirks, and myself being mentored by a Mechanicus Mugos was no secret among the clan. Not that anyone could tell we were related just by looking at us. Genetic diversity in the galaxy was enormous, and grandfather had over 30 wives during his millennium-long life. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. My father had been more conservative, with only half that many wives, including my own mother, that nobody knew where she had come from and where she had gone. I had a few pics of her, platinum hair and green eyes, and a rumor she was a witch. Probably a blank, if I think on it. Still a witch, but the good kind in my view. Keeping away the warp was a nice gift she gave me. I had a strange feeling I will meet her again, but hopefully not from the other end of an Exodus rifle. The Vindicare assassins are rather famous for training blanks, after all. Back in my mechanical lab, I go over a few more projects, all of them attempting to simplify and enhance Imperial technology with varied degrees of success and heresy. We have a handheld melta-gun to analyze and rebuild, the standard template LOS gun, an Auspex sensor based on lasers, and my masterpiece, the tri-barrel multi-laser. The LOS gun is rather hard to improve cheaply. The Emperor himself had worked on this weapon for years, and he is rather smarter than me. Sure, expensive capacitors and high-definition lenses can improve the gun significantly. The reverse is rather hard. Dumbing down the weapon will not make it better. I do have two minor fixes that will increase the lasgun's lethal range by 10 meters and power pack's capacity by 5%. Jiren is quite amazed at the simple solutions I found and has vowed to support the new Retribution template in front of his Mechanicus peers. That's our story, and we will stick to it. Ancient STC patterns, discovered by a famous rogue trader. Highly effective, considering the rogue trader paid with his life for the discovery. The Auspex sensors are a type of LiDAR, and by increasing photon density and collimating the beam by a few microns, we extend range and definition by 7%. Nothing huge, until you consider the trillions of such sensors installed on nearly every war machine in the Empire. The new multi-laser is nothing so simple. At first, I simply tried adding a new barrel for extra cooling and a minor rate of fire. But somehow, moving the cooling coiling into a new pattern increased not only the rate of fire, but penetration and range by 25%. It is almost like geometric magic. Separating the barrels even further doesn't work, and instead reduces the damage. It is the polarization, Captain. Turning the mechanism by 45 degrees, it increases lens's reflection, as fewer photons pass through the focus mirror. Thus, less heating and better penetration. Jiren concludes after trying the same orientation with a normal two-barrel multi-laser and replicating my results. I shrugged in defeat. I bow to your wisdom, mentor. These ancient humans were so clever, right? You think me foolish, but all knowledge is manifestation of deity. The Emperor was learned indeed, and that's why we are allied now. But, as his voice you improved his works too. Thus, omniscia flows though you, the priest commented in a serious tone. I hummed in deep thought at that. Religion was a serious thing here, more so for those exposed to the Immaterium, unlike me. Our navigator cannot sense the Astronomicon so far away. He locks on Ultramar instead, and works well enough. Though I still want to get a look inside those Gila generators once we are in dock. I mused out loud. The Muggos waved a few metallic tentacles in warning. You should really not. This may be your ship, but those that stare into the warp, they get stared back at. But if we are in real space, it should be safe, right? I wonder for argument's sake. Nowhere is truly safe, silly boy. And inside a Geller field generator, much less so than anywhere else. Even your blank aura isn't sufficient. When we assemble, well, I better not speak of it. But there's a reason only higher-ranked priests can enter them. Jiren continued in a calm tone, while producing a dozen vials of scented oils and incense burners to sanctify the new multi-laser. Normally, I would dismiss such things as superstition or stupidity. Until your own weapon grows fangs and tries to eat you. Sometimes happens, during traveling the warp. Not so much with sanctified weapons. I still have a scar on my forearm from my first laser pistol that became sentient or maybe emotional. And bit me. Did I mention how machine spirits are made from cloned human tissue? Well, humanity is the Emperor's domain in the warp, including the amputated ones. The Mechanicus have rapidly learned the trick and have used this knowledge to great effect to protect all their machinery from the warp using human cells and nerves as conduits for the Emperor's protection. Emperor protects is the most commonly used phrase among humans. Because he really does. Just not in the mundane world, not unless he raises a saint or sends the Legion of the Damned to intervene directly. But those things are so rare that they are myths and legend anyway. Sometimes I wonder how the Emperor sees me while under this blank cover. Then again, I do have humans' genes. It's possibly blood magic or something like that for a high-level entity like the God Emperor of mankind. That Eldar tentacle warp god does kind of the same thing, in reverse. Targeting all Eldars for more excess and shit. Stay strong, Adam. One day I will reach Terra and try to fix your chair. This galaxy needs you. I whispered in my mind, watching the familiar gestures of the Mechanicus priest painting my projects with holy oils. Not too soon, though. I still had lots of things to do, out here outside the Empire. Mentally, I began preparing contingencies for the Forge World visit and various trade protocols left behind by my dear grandfather, who seemed to be good friends with the Fabricator General. Probably a whole bucket of crap, the famous friendship. But if it worked once, it should work again, as long as I brought nice gifts. Fabricator 3. The trip through the warp was relatively safe and quick, 3 weeks for those on board, and 6 months for the galaxy. Losses on the lower decks remained under 2%, which meant we will not need to restock of Geller Field consumables, whatever they were. Jaren tells me we only need to worry at 6% loses. For now, I have no choice but to believe him and hope for the best. The Mechanicus uses the same type of generator as my upgraded cruiser, and they rarely vanish during trips, unlike the local Navy ships which tend to encounter problems on every single patrol. Forge World Antax is a dead world, since nobody bothers with environmental laws around here. The pollution and radiation alone would kill unarmored humans in minutes. That's only on the surface, though. Deep underground, the cult Mechanicus lives in enclosed tunnels and caves like ants. It also has a ring of orbital shipyards and thousands of mining or transport ships to supply the forges with metals or organic components. The litany itself carries 1 million spare parts of organic origin and could always come round with more. Human resources are plentiful in the galaxy, and we only need to wait a few decades for more such resources to regenerate on their own, then visit a conquered planet to harvest more. We send codes and passwords, as well as the electronic warrant ahead, to avoid being atomized by some zealous priest. Our void shields stay up, and the void marines are on full alert anyway. That was among the first things I did as the new captain. 3 companies of Marines are now always posted around the bridge, reactor, and the Geller generator. Another company patrols the lower decks, and fully enclosed suits and backed up by twice as many combat servitors. A couple AFVs are also deployed with them to provide some armor support in case of need. I have also begun to slowly increase the serfs' food rations in quantity and quality, but I can only do so much, and not annoy the traditionalists among the crew, who would rather dispense burning promethium instead of clean water and decent food. I had to explain to them how much costly promethium is compared to water. Don't spend my thrones when it's not needed, guys. Water is cheap, so we give the serfs water. Afraid they might be penalized from their shares for every munition they spend to quell revolts or mutinies, the officers had temporarily agreed to try the humane option first, if it was cheapest. After a day of waiting, my cruiser is finally allowed to dock and refuel in an orbital dock, as I am escorted towards the Fabricator General with all the new discoveries. Sadly, the Retribution pattern melta-gun is not reproducible by our onboard forge, but I expect the Mechanicus priests will equip a few companies with licensed guns for free. We cannot simply buy stuff from the cult, but trading favors is not only accepted but the only way to acquire Mechanicus-level weapons or technology. Sure, technically the Mechanicus is obliged by treaty to provide weapons freely to every ship and regiment, but the waiting list is longer than my cruiser. I rather skip ahead by providing a worthy gift. Lord Pef, Captain of the Litany of the Vanquished. The Fabricator General will see you now, a red-robed tech priest says in Gothic, and glares at me with blue lenses cyborg eyes. Thank you, Mugos. I answer and enter the study, and notice that Jiren has been halted by the other Mugos for a friendly chat in binary. A monstrous construct receives me, not even a hint of organic origin left. Dozens of tentacles and arms, at least 30 weapons I can detect, and probably twice as many I do not. So you are the famous blank trader. What do you want for those patterns? The Fabricator priest asks me in fluent Gothic. I blink confused. The protocols are burned already. They are gifts. If every Forge world also receives them, once they pass your tests, Fabricator. I answer in a level voice. That is the crux of the problem. Forge worlds tend to be secretive and jealous, guarding tech like religious relics. The Fabricator holds still for a second, which should mean hours of accelerated thought for someone of his powers. Denied. Even if I could accept these gifts, dissemination of holy knowledge is reserved for Mars, the head priest answers in a slow voice. Angry maybe? I see. Sector-wide, perhaps? Surely nearby Forge worlds will be interested in new patterns, and offer some of their own in return. I muse to myself, and turn round to X-Men the Fabricator's study. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Weapons and fragments of them, scrolls and codex glowing with arcane symbols reminding me of quantum physics formulas. They probably are exactly that, and more. So, it is true. You are trying to spread these advanced patterns, even at cost to yourself. Jiren wasn't wrong, after all, the priest mutters while poking a cogitator and running some high-speed simulations, possibly for my sake. I try to store everything on my remembrance implant, but I fail. Too much data, too fast. But I get the gist of it. Hive fleets Kraken and Behemoth attacking the sector, and logistical needs to supply everyone with new weapons. Not possible, of course, going by the plethora of red errors and yellow alerts. I hum in deep thought, powering up the Savant implant for a minute. There is no miracle solution, of course. The Empire has been slowly dying for 10,000 years, and every single part of the government is corrupt to hell. Still. Hydra tanks, armed with the new multi-laser pattern, maybe even new tracks and sensors. Same thing for medium-grade Skitarii troops. Melta guns, if you manage to reproduce them. The Skitarii are cyborg soldiers for the Mechanicus, and good ones. Their elites can match Space Marines in some scenarios. But if we could upgrade the medium ones, which number in the millions? Gambit SK/2/33. I suppose we could try it with a few regiments and compare their new efficiency for cost. But ground troops are all presumed destroyed once a hive lands, the Fabricator says with a dismissive gesture. So, he had already considered it. Of course, he has. This guy is basically the closest thing to an AI, this side of the galaxy. Ships take too long to build. I mutter in defeat. There are never enough ships, and a hive has millions of ship-grade organisms able to overwhelm any defensive fleet the Navy, or the Mechanicus, can gather in a short time. The Fabricator stares at me with glowing eyes. Something more then? Cheaper ships, maybe? I wonder out loud. It's close to heresy, but not really. Yes, many radical priests argue the same. Millions of low-quality ships to stem the tide. Millions of times weaker too, the Fabricator says with a doubtful voice. The Imperial Guard. I argue with a shrug. Humanity throws trillions of poorly armed soldiers to stem the tide. Sometimes it works. Sometimes they need Space Marines or Titans to help them. Sometimes, nothing is enough. Jiren speaks well of you, Lord Pef. Very well. We will try it for 101 years, when the Hive Fleet Kraken is expected to arrive at Brimlock. Iridium tungsten armor, mechanical Geller fields, and cheap plasma engines. You will provide the officers, and we provide tech priests and servitors for gunnery, the priest says in a not-too-pleased voice. I feel I was given a test and a quest here, but I'm not smart enough to figure everything out. I'll need to ask Jiren. Great. Meanwhile, I thought of what I might need to go back beyond the Empire. An armored regiment, with a few low-level titans for support. And a few escort ships, if there are any to spare. Training officers works better if they can experience real missions. I quip in a friendly voice. I wonder if my grandfather had the same experience here. The fabricator waves a few mechadendrites to signify something. Perhaps anger? I have a sword class _ frigate that isn't covered by an adamantium hard contract. Titans are excluded. A dozen transport void ships with servitor crew. Now, for an armored regiment, we can empty a stasis block and extract 2 Bane blades and a storm blade. 1,000 lesser vehicles, half of them Hydras, and 3 Stormbird attack landers to deploy the heavies safely. Is that enough, Lord Pef? The fabricator asks in pleasant tone. I'm not certain what it means, but I fear is not something good. Still, it seems the new multi-laser was truly valuable. A brand new frigate and armored regiment? Including those Bane blades. I almost agree, before I catch myself. Geller field generators? Could you install these mechanical Geller fields on the Stormbirds? Makes sense to protect such relics, should something happen in transit. I ask in a level voice. Yes, yes. It will be done, and make us start the new fabrication line much sooner. Come back in 3 years or so, the priest says, and waves me off with a metal arm. I walk outside and exhale deeply. The meeting was rather fruitful, but so tense and tiring. Jiren waves at me in a friendly gesture. Steel of body. Steel of mind. 11100111111. Damn it. I thought I have fixed the implant. Foreshadow 4. While the Antax Forge world is preparing their gifts for me, I decide to visit another Forge world called Graa. It's pretty close as things go, 2 weeks of travel time and hopefully would result in more barter for ancient tech, perhaps even a few titans. Meanwhile, I try to spend more time with my officers and crew, even having meals together and discuss options for the future. Decima proves to be a pleasant surprise, a free thinker and competent space tactician, coming up with a plan to overwhelm mass Tyranid void ships with a massive barrage of long-range torpedoes. It's not a new tactic, but implementing it necessitates good coordination between our future ships, as torpedoes are not friendly fire. My new engineer bridge officer, called Sigma 099 or Cygnus, provides another tactic, blowing up the reactor of a disposable ship, like those transport vessels we're about to receive. The navigator is not convinced, since opening the warp might destroy some Tyranid ships but release a host of demons or enslavers out into the galaxy instead. We'll prepare one such sacrificial fireship for the low chance of taking out a Hive Queen. If we get the chance, it would be worth it. Otherwise, no. I decide after a minute of computing and estimating risks on my savant implant. Cygnus nods in acceptance, while the navigator scowls at me like always. At least you have some sense, the Psyker Noble mutters to himself. Soon enough, we arrive at Graa, to find them preparing for evacuation. They had a diadem-like array of battle stations in orbit, arranged such that the entire forge could move and travel to another system. Well, such preparations would take years anyway, even with thousands of landers lifting their machines from the surface. Another tense meeting, while I gift them a twin-linked version of my multi-laser and an ultraviolet-based auspex sensor. I simply replaced the normal beam of the LiDAR detector with a home-made UV laser, but such a simple conversion has immense utility, as the auspex will now detect camouflaged enemies and many hidden troubles like mines or traps. Then I deliver then poisoned apple, under the guise of having been used by our enemies. My friend and mentor, Mugos Jiren, has deduced that those barbarians that killed my father might have used servitors or some kind of cyborg unit to target their missiles. No other way could have they been so accurate and able to home in on the ship and shuttles. The Fabricator General freezes while he considers my words. Just like I do when diving deep in the Savant implant. You mean, piloted missiles? He asks to make sure. I just nod, afraid to give myself away. The Fabricator might have a way to sense lies or something. Makes me wonder if they had an STC cache on that French planet. Perhaps your Lord Father should have investigated in more detail before starting the orbital bombardment, he says in a regretful voice. I kinda agree, the contact with those natives had been violent from the start. Even if they fired first. Well, we did find a few more patterns, but I gifted them to Forge Antax, since they sponsored us with tanks and a grenadier regiment. I answer with a hint of more bartering in the future. The Fabricator nods its cyborg head and turns on his cogitator, scrolling through a list of possible gifts of his own. My eyes record the list, by the grace of the remembrance implant, and I start picking and choosing what I want from their trading cache. A dozen mining barges, another Baneblade, another fighter squadron. The Fabricator doesn't offer tech priests or servitors, but then I do have plenty of those anyway. And he probably knows that already. I mark the gifts I want and wait. You're very frugal, for a rogue trader, the Mugos observes and seemed unhappy. So I should have gained more. I try to maintain a cohesive force, with same type of equipment for better logistical support and repairs. It serves me less to take flamer tanks without a Prometheum refinery. Same with heavy bolters or basilisk artillery, as there are no Munitorum depots outside the Empire space. I tell him with a shrug. It is also true. No ammunition factories out there, among the barbarians and Xenos. The Fabricator General sighs, in almost human manner. Yes, I suppose so. What would you need, when you go back exploring the wild fringes? He asks in a more resigned voice. Heavy tanks, titans, torpedoes, and a way to build missiles. Millions of missiles. I answer truthfully. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. Beam weapons are great, but they have limited effective range. Missiles and torpedoes have 10 times the range. Even Antax wouldn't give you titans. It's simply not possible, but I guess you're young and hopeful. I will add 2 more Baneblades then. As for missiles, I will provide you 2,000 Hunter-Seeker launchers and 1,000,000 Croc missiles. No factory or ship-based forge though. Not outside the Empire, the Mugos proclaims with a wave of tentacles. Getting close to his final line then. Croc missiles are not very useful in ship-to-ship combat, but the launchers can be installed on fighters and tanks. They even come with Logis engines inside. And 1,000,000 Croc missiles should last me for 100 years, unless I fight a Tyranid swarm or something. Antax is building cheap ships to fight the Tyranid hive. Iridium tungsten armor and mechanical Geller fields. I announce as I leave. Then I walk away briskly, as something crashes inside the Fabricator's quarters. Loading up the missiles and the tanks doesn't take long, since Graa was already evaluating, fleeing from the path of High Fleet Kraken. A sensible thing to do, in my view. They couldn't hope to stop it, even with a whole Mechanicus fleet in orbit. They might have a few battleships and battlecruisers and escorts by the hundred, but a tiny splinter of the hive would still win. However, I planted the seed, under the guise of providing news and gifts. Next stop, Forge World Tigress. This is a major Forge world, with many unique STC designs like the Vanquisher cannon and the Fellblade heavy tank. I want some of those. Travel time is longer, 6 more weeks of warp immersion and the lower deck causalities reach 5% now. Time to restock on those black box consumables for our Geller field generator. Already the crew complain of hearing whispers and having nightmares. During flight, I complete an infrared aspect sensor and 3 variants of the multilaser in various sizes, including fighter and frigate-sized guns. Another, even simpler design for the tank tracks, with wider tracks made of adamantium and even less moving parts. Tigress is a rich forge world. They can afford using adamantium for higher quality products. They seem to have recovered nicely from being overrun by orcs a few millennia ago. I gift them my STC patterns and spread the news, and the Fabricator General is rather pleased. Thus, I am promised another sword-class frigate in 10 years, and gifted 4 Fellblades and 12 Lehman Russ tanks with Vanquisher cannons. I don't ask for Titans anymore, because it's clear I will never get any. Makes me look naive too, which is not recommended for a rogue trader. Even one barely out of his teens. A transport ship loaded with more Krog missiles and 100 torpedoes will be prepared and sent to Antax in 2 years, when I plan to depart to the eastern fringes again. But the nicest gift is a working Geller generator without organic parts, and its own tech priest crew. I plan to install this thing near the reactor core on my cruiser, and hopefully reduce the risks of warp travel malfunctions. And I also want to scan and learn how it works, because demons. And during this cruise, Decima decides she wants to be my first wife. I am a young man and rather grateful for her gift. We hold a wedding and invite everyone of rank, all officers and priests and commissars, and have a great feast. You were born in the shadow of the Omnisia. 000010000100. I'm not sure what the machine spirit means, but I take it as a blessing. The shadow could mean the blank, or something else. Still, I began to suspect Muggos Gyron has a macadendrite in this implant quoting stuff affair. He has been the only one poking inside my head after all. Then again, I am somewhat smarter and wiser now. It might be the growing up, the responsibility of being the captain and dealing with command prerogatives every day. But it might be something else. If only I could remember what I picked on my damn build. Is the being that brought me here the Omnisia? That would be a great cosmic joke, right? Anyway, time to enjoy my wedding night, and the pretty wife. Decima has short black hair and Asian eyes, and she seems to like me a little. Hopefully it will grow into love. We both do our best, and fall asleep exhausted a few hours later. Meanwhile, we depart for Metallica Forge World, the last part of the gift cruise before we return to Antax. Fringe 5. For the next barter, I prepare larger things. An X-ray laser auspex pattern that needs a ship-sized reactor to scan the void for enemies. Also, tri-barrel laser cannons that have larger range and damage. Also fire faster by 10% due to less overheating. As it happens, Forge Metallica was building a large order of Cobra-class destroyers, at least 20 hulls laid down and completed to various degrees. I will receive the first 2 of these torpedo boats when they are ready, probably in 8 years. Then I load up 3 more Baneblades and another fighter squadron, piloted by cyborg servitors. 1,000 more hunter-killer launchers, but no missiles. Still, I get gifted 20 new torpedoes, so it's all good. My torpedoes launchers are full again, which makes me feel safer. We wait a month for the first X-ray auspex to be produced and installed on my cruiser, as well as 100 hunter-killer launchers, mostly on the ventral side, to serve as close defense against boarding shuttles or for planetary pacification. As I leave, I notice an empty dock being prepared to construct smaller ships, with a single adamantium beam for reinforcement. You think the fabricator listened? I wonder out loud, looking at the view screen with hope. Gyron walks beside me and measures the incipient shape of the corvette-sized skeleton. Just over 1 kilometer long. Barely enough to support warp travel. The longitudinal beam will provide support for high-G maneuvers and acceleration, as well as some resistance to ramming. But only 1 dock, so it's merely a curiosity test, the Muggos answers after a minute. I sigh and turn away from the window. Changing the traditions of an ossified empire is not easy. But even a small ship is a start. I would have 100 such ships around every planet if I could. Then every single invasion would need to be much bigger, which would give the Navy warning and time to assemble their battleships. That means 100 million ships for the Imperium, so it's not very likely. I now have 13 Baneblades or variants, enough to create a heavy armor company for my regiment. Ideally, I should use 20 of them for better results, but Baneblades don't grow on trees. Then, I'll have a dozen Leman Rust tanks and Chimeras and Hydras for support and air cover. I am happy with what I have right now, once my tech priests install hunter-killer launchers on every armored vehicle and void fighter. And once my escorts are ready, they will receive upgraded sensors and missile launchers as well, in the hope of providing protection against fighters and bombers or assault shuttles. There is a pirate empire I know about, from the files left by my father, and while they have perhaps a dozen ships and hundreds of void fighters, they are not that dangerous if we're prepared. If I catch them spread out, I can defeat them in detail. But if they have some relic battleship, even half operational, then it would be quite bad. I need to be bold and aggressive, however. A chaos incursion might turn those pirates into demon worshippers, and then I wouldn't have anything to salvage. At best, I would push the desecrated ships into a sun, or something. At worst, I would get my crew eaten by a demon prince or such. My clan has always avoided corrupted worlds, knowing their limits and aiming for easier conquests. There are also Xenos out there, Tau and Bangizi and Rur and many others. The Forge worlds would gladly examine their technology and reward us greatly, but I don't have a crusade behind me. 3 years have passed in the galaxy while we cruised a few Forge worlds and acquired weapons for the next conquest. At Antax, my gifts are ready. The new sword-class frigate and a dozen transport ships, loaded with food and construction equipment of many kinds. Also, the armored regiment with 1,000 new tech priests of lower rank that will maintain and repair the vehicles. We stay here a few months while everything is getting up armed and upgrades and new tank crews trained. The frigate came with only a skeleton crew, a navigator, 2 astropaths, and perhaps 1,000 tech priests, engineers, and servitors. I split off my own officer corps and appoint a new captain for the Requiem for the Vanquished. As it happens, this guy is a half-brother from a different mother, with some experience in boarding and other void combat. Probably my replacement, if I fail to please my father for a worthy successor of the warrant. Captain Virion Tertius has brown hair and blue eyes, and looks vaguely similar to father. Which is probably normal. The Requiem flies around the system for a test drive, fires the lance batteries at a dozen asteroids and doesn't explode during testing, which is great. We depart for Retribution, and the rest of the upgrades are finished during the warp travel. Jaren and I monitor the new Geller generator and record every fluctuation. The warp radiation can be measured somewhat, with a kind psychic reactive sensors of the Mechanicum, but the mechanical generator doesn't drop below the safety limit during this trip. Still, it only takes once. When demons and apparitions flood the ship in a second of integrity failure, pretty much everyone on board will get corrupted, starting with the navigator, then the astropaths, and then everyone else. I might last the longest, thanks to my blank aura, but that won't save me from manifested demons with claws and tails that can rip ceramite to shreds. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. Mugos Iridansurge has indeed given you a quest, Captain. Because the new ships will be vulnerable to the Immaterium, more than normal, he wants blanks for officers. And possibly blank tissues for the machine spirits. Jaren reveals when I do ask. Damn it. I'll need hundreds of concubines to obtain thousands of blank officers for those ships. And clones for organic parts, if blanks can be cloned. I need to ask Decima what to do. Using my bed skills to save the sector from being eaten by Tyranids? And resist the chaos as well, now that I think of it. Then again, the Emperor had 20 sons given the same task. Every Forge world has tiny quirks and updates hidden in their construction, and a couple of them are made on Mars. I magnify the schematics to the maximum and power up my implants. Extra memory and thinking speed will help. A minute later I reach the implant's memory limit and leave the deep dive. Then I close my eyes and enter the trance-like meditation I learned from my Mechanicus mentor. Superimposing the designs and figuring out what changed and how. Some modifications make no logical or structural sense, moving parts added for religious or symbolic reasons, side sponsons that expose the tank to huge danger for minimal extra firepower. Energy conduits for laser guns on the outside of the main armor, and hundreds of other design flaws. In my opinion anyway. They possibly changed the original design for easier access or due to lack of spare parts. Maybe battlefield repairs. All these tanks have seen combat and carry the scars proudly. Even if that scar is now a weak point and would likely result in crew death the first time a large shell or other weapon hits the damaged side. The Stormblade, with its plasma cannons, is the most advanced model and could theoretically wear down a Titan. Once I dissect and learn how the thing works, I might upgrade all the Baneblades to that model. The Fellblades are nice. Their accelerator cannons have a dual role by design, both versus infantry or armored enemies as needed. But nice is not enough, because the ammunition is expendable, and I cannot produce the advanced shells in the ship's forge. Instead, I will try and learn how to make atomic arc reactors like they have, and replace their projectile cannons with the plasma cannons of the Stormblade. This will take decades anyway. Advanced relics are not easy to copy, even by the largest forge worlds. And the tech priests are really smart, even if trapped by ritual and tradition. One Fellblade is set aside for this task, same as the Stormblade. The Heavy Company will have to do with 11 super heavy tanks and 11 Leman Russ Vanquishers, and one Vanquisher is set aside too, for reverse engineering. Making my own tanks will be nice, someday. We return to Retribution to find it much the same, although most of the dust from the bombardments has settled and all the injured or sick people have already died. Evolution at work, some might say. Lack of medicine or care, I argue with a tiny voice inside. The Mechanicus transport ships begin unloading their construction machines and servitors, and thousands of tech priests begin rebuilding the planet for me. We set up a dozen small forges to repair and produce more equipment, and my faithful bridge tech priest is nominated Fabricator General for Retribution. As it happens, here I speak with the voice of the Emperor, and as such I am obeyed. It is a great feeling, I admit. Religious people make great subjects, especially when they see you as their prophet or Holy Spirit. Because the Emperor is not only the temporal leader of the Imperium of Man, but also their god. Sure, poor Adam doesn't do much rule these days, being entombed in his golden throne while the nobles and inquisitors say and do things in his name, much like I am. And lastly, my wife Decima learned of my Antax Fabricator quest and agreed to help, bearing my children and selecting concubines to bear more. She is now expecting our first child, and the Navigator says he will be a blank, while gritting his teeth in displeasure. Lord Duras, a blank child, will not be exposed to the temptations of the warp. And I expect Psychers will have a hard time reading his mind or future. Isn't this great for a ship captain? I ask him in a mild voice. The Navigator sighs. Perhaps you are right, Lord Pef. I wouldn't wish on anyone my own gift and torment. Staring into the warp to navigate the ship must be harsh. We drink a glass of expensive wine, and then return to our own duties. I am training a new cadet class of clan kids, both male and female. Daily lessons are then applied on the frigate and the transport ships, while they patrol the system and practice scans and live fire on asteroids or comets. I aim to produce 1,000 new officers in a decade, because I will get new ships and will need people to operate them. The armored regiment trains on the ground, pushing the tanks and personnel carriers to the limit, and finding what can be improved, both on maneuver warfare or assault tactics. Creating a working military doctrine will take time, but that's fine. Defense is much easier, but if you need to use tanks in defense, something has gone wrong anyway. My best defense will be offense. There is less need for defense if all your enemies are dead. Pirates 6. Again, we hold a strategy meeting about our next campaign, the Allevier Pirate Empire. I power up the cogitator screen and put up the findings of my father, notes and rumors obtained during his own travel and conquests. My XO, one of the oldest clan members and an uncle of mine, with the greatest experience in void warfare, takes over the meeting with practiced words and gestures. He doesn't look over 1,000 years old, but he served on the same bridge with my grandfather in the past. I found him while training with the Grenadier Regiment, relegated to weapons instructor by my father due to some disagreement. Decima might have pointed him out as well. If I may, Lord Captain. Clan Elder Wendian says politely. I nod in acceptance and let him take over the holographic screen. Please, Major Wendian. I agree in a mild voice. I gave him the rank for a reason after all. Experience matters with warfare. First thing, reconnaissance. We can insert the Requiem at the edge of this mining system and send out a fighter squadron coasting with unpowered engines to retrieve operational data. Number of ships, trajectories, targets mass, and everything else we need to plan our assault. We can't rely on old maps and astronomical observations, he proposes in a calm voice. They will detect the warp fluctuations anyway. Better to exit in force and blast whoever we catch. I argue with a glance at my engineer advisor. Cygnus nods hesitantly and wipes his cyborg eye with a cloth. Possibly terrified of being the center of attention. He'll get used to it. He's not quite a tech priest, and his expertise is sort of limited to warp systems, but he does know them inside and out. The frigate will produce a wide-area radiation wake as it exits the warp, as well as a hugely visible flash. Even at light speed, everyone in the system will know they have visitors. In a few hours, the engineer explains in a weak tone. My uncle nods and tugs on his gray beard. Knowledge of something arriving is not evidence of an enemy. It could be some or minor ship or a cargo vessel. Perhaps, yes. We can send a transport ship as well, to serve as bait and draw out the pirates. I power up my implant and review the system map. If we insert behind this gas giant, they will not see us at all. They will see a transport ship, leaking atmosphere as if damaged. We can insert our fighters and let them skin the system while we follow the bait with cold engines. Once the decision is made, I speak with every staff officer for more ideas and solutions, but the unknown limits our options. Can't plan for what we don't know, after all. Decima advises me to keep 2 fighter squadrons for defense, should anything surprise us while we are flying blind and unpowered. It makes good sense, so I approve. Then she drags me to the bedroom and presents to me 2 soldier girls from the Void Marine Battalion, vetted and eager to provide babies for the clan. Oh well, it is duty after all. Might as well make it pleasant and fun. We all work hard on this for half the night, and then I crash into sleep. The 2 concubines are assigned as permanent guards for my apartment and move in, as there would be no point to lose them in a firefight or boarding action. They have a higher calling now. Decima goes exploring a few more companies and talks to a few more women soldiers, looking for more concubines, but she fails to find someone she likes. In the end, she picks another cousin of ours as a second wife. Henna Octa looks amazing with brown skin and hair, green eyes, and a loving smile. And has bountiful breasts and hips, something rarely seen aboard void ships. Most women crew are solid packs of muscles and training, unlike the fat and lazy ground pounders. Octa used to work in the hydroponics, and likely had more fresh food available to maintain her nice looks. Not that I'm upset by that. Not at all. Some 3 weeks later, I'm almost certain to have a couple more kids on the way, and Muggos Jiren is rather displeased with my priorities, arguing for the quest for knowledge and less flesh pleasures. I won't say sorry, my mentor. Blank officers won't appear out of nothing. Did you have any success with the atomatic reactor? I wonder in turn. He shakes his head and points at the simulation. Still not enough depth with our scans, so no progress. This reactor is very compact. And the Tigress tech priests are too secretive on their prized fellblades. Isn't that how all Forge worlds do things? I ask rhetorically. A metallic tentacle pokes my forehead. You are changing things, Captain. Spreading new patterns and more efficient machines. I can barely wait to see what else you might discover. I sit down next to him, in the only chair. The Muggos never sits down, although with his metal frame he probably doesn't need to rest anyway. Let's start with the missile launchers then. We have plenty of them to test and see what can be simplified. Waiting for the trap to work and draw out the pirates takes another week, and I do find a way to increase the range of our missiles by 10% with some clever software upgrades, or rather by uncluttering some buggy programming. With simpler commands to follow, the logic engine can maintain target lock for a bit longer. Jiren goes to update our missiles launchers with the new patch, and I visit my wives and concubines for a few hours. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. Then alerts blare out and the fun times are over. The pirates arrive with 2 Iconoclast-class destroyer and an ore hauler transformed into a bastardized weapon platform with 100 guns of various types, possibly collected from whatever victims they have killed during their predations. Then we wait for them to start matching speed and board the transport vessel before we spring the trap and accelerate, launching space superiority fighters and battering their void shields for boarding actions. The Void Marines and 2 battalions of Grenadiers, all armored in carapace suits and void-resistant helmets, attack the pirate ships, while from inside the transport ship, hidden combat servitors spring out and massacre their own invaders. A day later, we have a captured destroyer, a rather damaged ore hauler, and a lost Grenadier battalion as the second destroyer managed to blow up somehow. Sadly, we also lose 5 clan members to this victory, although even 1 destroyer is worth 1 billion thrones, should anyone sell ships for cash. The battalion needs to be rebuilt, officers and new recruits trained and armored. We hold another meeting to discuss what went wrong and right, with my brother seeming upset he wasn't given leave for a boarding action. Captain Veryan, if you were leading the 4th Grenadier Battalion in the assault, you would be dead now. And I would lack a competent frigate captain. I tell him in a stern voice. Major Wendian nods and agrees with me. I think we should use more combat servitors for boarding. They are smaller, able to enter service vents, and have quicker reflexes. Plus, it won't hurt us that much when they die. Fine. Use servitors if you are afraid to die, my brother exclaims upset. I sigh and drink some wine with regret. Damn glory hound. You do have a point, brother. Perhaps someone with experience and training could have stopped their reactor going critical. We will add tech priests to the next boarding actions. But no officers, unless they wear power armor. I conclude and wave off the holographic display. Hundreds of helmet and servitor-mounted cameras and Vox transmissions gave us sufficient knowledge what really happened. Either a grenadier fired on something critical, or some pirate did. Either way, the ship went up in flames with our troops on board. If we had teleporters. Decima says in a peaceful voice. Everyone sighs at that. Fat chance we will find a working teleporter anywhere. Those relics were mostly the domain of Space Marines and the Inquisition. So, we conquer the system and establish a mining base. Does anyone here wants to be the system governor? I ask out loud. Nobody raises a hand or tentacle, so I'll have to promote a grenadier officer. Most likely the 3rd Battalion leader, who was wounded during the capture of the Iconoclast destroyer. With Major Richard Finman thus promoted to governor, we start the tedious task of rooting out the rest of the pirates and assault the mining outposts. We liberate a few thousand slaves, including a few navigators and astropaths, as well as a fallen noble who used to freelance around in his knight suit. His knight is gone, but the guy is skilled and a fierce warrior. His nickname was White Lance, after he discarded his house a few centuries ago. It will take some time to get used to the long lifespans of the rich or nobles. Lord Whitelance, I do have good relations with a few Forge worlds. Once you prove them your genetic ability to pilot a knight, we will provide a new suit for you. I offer politely beside his hospice bed. The pilot nods and falls asleep. The pirates weren't kind to him, unlike the reverent care that the navigators received. In fact, the Iconoclast navigator will keep his post, having gone from a planetary force vessel, conscripted to the Imperial Navy, impressed to the mutineers, then captured by pirates and then by us without anyone bothering to replace him. Navigators are too rare and useful to waste. Luckily, I still have 100 clansmen to send to our new ships, although the Orhauler will be reformed to its old task and simply upgraded with a dozen defensive multilasers. The relic cannons are being removed for scans and attempted reverse engineering, and one of them is a large bombardment cannon that fires plasma bombs. I find it strange that I never heard of it, since it's very potent, both for planetary bombardments and void combat. What do you say, Mentor? A dozen of these on every cheap corvette and they'll have the firepower of a frigate. Maybe more. I asked Jiren while examining the trophy gun. Jiren spins an arm for some reason. Not a dozen. One per ship. I doubt our own reactor can power a dozen such cannons. Damn it. Limitations are not fun. Would it be stronger than the heavy lance on the Requiem? I wonder, hopeful. The new frigate has exactly one heavy lance, just as powerful as the ones on my cruiser. Only, the cruiser has 8 of them, in 4 twin batteries. At least 3 times stronger. It would have a longer range, but a slower rate of fire. Perhaps twice slower than a heavy lance, the Muggos explains while interfacing a few mechadendrites with the captured weapon. I hum inward. Not that great then. I need these ships to match frigates in firepower. But perhaps I can improve it a bit. I haven't found a single machinery without flaws, not yet. Liberation 7. The new mining system is now named Liberation and will take at least a year to become productive again. Fortunately, we have 1 million servitors and half as many captured pirates or their dependents. By Imperial law, they should all be killed for rebelling, but I am merciful and will spare the young children for re-education, while the remaining pirates are given to the tech priests to be converted into productive members of society. Only without higher cognitive functions. Miners and combat servitors do not need feelings. The cult Mechanicus still uses babies for their seraphic servitors, grafting wings and floating devices, topped with a burning candle. Not in my domain beyond the borders of the Imperium. It's simply cruelty without reason. The kids will grow up as ship crew or new recruits in my army. There is enough pointless cruelty in this hellish galaxy without me having to add to it. Of the remaining slaves, most are useless to us, so they are sent to Retribution to live their lives in a modicum of freedom and peace. Those that have experience with weapons or ships can stay. The tech priests have just completed a few orbital defenses when a pirate battlegroup warps in system and loudly demands to know why we haven't sent the tithe minerals to the capital. It's funny, I know. Even pirates operate the exact same way as the empire they fled from. The warships are hidden in the asteroid field, engines powered down, so they won't detect us until it's too late. The pirates move incautiously and send out a wave of old fighters to scout ahead. Those fighters vanish in croc missile explosions when they approach the mining outpost and we power up for another fight. It won't be as easy this time, as they have 3 destroyers, a frigate and an old cruiser without void shields and very few weapons. Hopefully it's not a trap and it is really damaged. The boarding actions are mostly headed by armored void marines and combat servitors, while the second wave is made up of tech priests and grenadier escorts, along with more servitors. We capture the destroyers and the cruiser, but the frigate escapes, being more durable and faster than expected. It sucks, but it's war. Things rarely go according to plan. Emergency repairs and upgrades for the captured ships begin immediately, and the old Orhauler is cannibalized to bring the cruiser back into fighting shape. The transport ship leaves Liberation soon after, loaded with captured minerals and a few thousand ex-slaves, heading towards my own forge world, the Retribution. I don't expect the forges to mass-produce anything yet, except perhaps plows and swords. The Mechanicus is obsessed with handcrafting everything, from light bulbs to lasers and spaceships. I aim to change that here, where my words are law. A munition and tank factory would be great, as well as infantry weapons and armor. Even tractors would be nice, as we would be able to farm on large scale and feed everyone, without depending on antax for food. My 4 captured destroyers get armed with 2 torpedoes each, from my own cruiser, since the pirates have long depleted their torpedo stockpile. They also get 20 hunter-killer launchers and 1,000 missiles each, so they'll be more effective in escort role against fighters or maybe bombers. The Requiem receives a dozen multi-lasers for point defense, and the rest goes to the cruisers. Jiren has been forging new weapons non-stop, melting down old weapons for rare minerals and pouring brand new laser cannons and multi-lasers. One at a time, by hand. And for every new weapon, a dozen organic spare parts are spent, harvested for nerves and neurons. Human resources. It's kinda gruesome, but it is better to give the weapons machine spirits than have them inhabited by demons. The Emperor protects, but you need to give him a conduit for that protection. An entire grenadier battalion is moved to the captured cruiser, along with a dozen clan members that serve as officers. 1,000 tech priests join them, since maintaining a 6-kilometer-long void ship is a lifelong duty. They seem quite happy to sanctify every nut and bolt on their new home. Boarding holes made by melta-charges need to be patched up, sensors and weapons cleaned and upgraded to Retribution standard. We have minerals, tech priests, and servitors enough. What we don't have are forges, which are complicated machines resembling an incinerator with numeric commands, and some lathes for finer work. And sadly, forges are not easy to obtain. Not even Jiren has the knowledge to make a new forge. And thus, when the last wave of pirates returns for our heads, we aren't quite ready, although a whole year has passed. A huge flash, and 2 grand cruisers emerge, escorted by 5 more destroyers and the same frigate that escaped. We have 2 cruisers as well, for destroyers, and 1 frigate, so we are technically outnumbered. But my ships are upgraded and somewhat modern, at least half of them. My captured ships not so much, and the old cruiser might unravel and fall apart under sustained fire. This sucks. I order my squadron to maintain range and wear down the escorting pirates. The idiot pirates rush ahead, escorts reaching weapon range first, as destroyers are much faster. They do not have good defense though. Our heavy lances core the destroyers one after another, and a single one gets close enough to fire on Requiem. Virion fires back and blows up the guilty destroyer with his own heavy lance. Then the pirates stop to reconsider, as the situation has become unfavorable for them. I send Requiem and the more intact destroyer after the frigate, while my cruiser and the rest of the squadron begin our attack run on the prizes, the 2 grand cruisers. The fighter squadron helps as well, both with interceptor or strafing missions. Then torpedoes begin striking the pirate cruisers, my destroyers focusing one and my own cruiser the other. In huge plumes of plasma fire, their void shields fail, and we can begin melting through the thick armor. The lament for the vanquished, my other cruiser struggles to keep up, and can barely fire a few macro-cannon rounds before the boarding action begins. Nonetheless, the pirates focus fire on it, and damage it pretty badly. The grand cruisers have enormous internal volume, and the pirates have plenty troops to oppose us, although poorly armed and trained. Combat servitors, then void marines, then the rest, even a dozen Hydra tanks get transported by assault shuttle to breach barricades and clear the main corridors. The fighting is harsh, and we lose as many servitors as they lose crew. 100,000 loses on both sides, plus many damaged machines and weapons. In the end, it is worth it. We capture both grand cruisers and about 200,000 serfs and pirates, as well as the navigators, the astropaths, and even a few Xenos. A single Avenger-class grand cruiser matches my entire fleet in mass, and now I have 2. Sure, the things are old and in poor repair. But I also have a few friendly forge worlds in my pocket. So to speak. I doubt the tech priests even know what friendship is. Another year passes while we convert the pirates into more servitors and execute necessary repairs for a single warp journey. I chose to return to Forge Metallica because the destroyers would be nearly ready. Forge Graa has most likely moved away, and Antax might not have much to trade anymore. But Metallica is rich. And I have a few destroyers to upgrade. Their allies, House Raven, also take my attention. They have knights, and we need knights if titans are not possible. Like midget titans, with midget weapons. But still fearsome when piloted by experts. The Requiem and 3 destroyers leave to patrol my empire, while the old cruiser and the last destroyer stay to pacify and conquer the pirate empire. Without capital ships, it shouldn't be too hard. They have an armored battalion and a grenadier battalion, as well as 100,000 combat servitors. And when you consider the servitors never flinch or lose morale, they make very effective frontline troops. My wife Decima stays to oversee the conquest, and heads directly for the Illavar hive world captured by the pirates. A month later, I arrive at Forge Metallica with 2 grand cruisers and a dozen new patterns, some real, some self-made. The new model corvette flies from the orbital dock and greets my ship, not very politely. The Forge world's defense fleet is slowly powering up as well. Halt and surrender. Or be destroyed by the might of the machine god. The Muggos on the Vox orders us sternly and even fires a warning shot on my ship. They might think we are pirates, considering the reputation and profile of my captured cruisers. This is rogue trader Pef Lancefire. I bring gifts. Big ones. I answer in a flat tone. Why do I get this lucky? Barter 8. Slowly, the emotions calm down as the fabricator has met me before. Mechanicus emotions. I leave the grand cruisers parked further away and approach Metallica's orbit in the litany. Then a whole month of tedious negotiations. I just returned for Beyond and brought a host of STC designs and given them for free. The Mechanicus is probably confused what to do with me. Not even their own explorator expeditions return this quickly and with so many discoveries. Lord Pef, you are a conundrum for me, and a test from Omnicia, the fabricator complains in a small voice. I nod and shrug. Yeah, I know. Out of context problem. Is it that hard to allow a friendly trader to advise on things he has experience with? I am the one going out and fighting pirates, or returning lost worlds to compliance. I quip and sip some wine. The Archmagos doesn't drink, but I bet he wants to. The cogitator screen powers up and brings the corvette schematic out for examination. I cringe while I look over it. Whoever designed the STC pattern for the corvette class had no idea what space warfare is. Then I draw a connecting wire and plug it into my head and download my modified STC design, containing what I want for a cheap ship. Armor is not 2 meters of iridium tungsten alloy, but a triple layer of plasteel, IT alloy, and ceramite plating, with 10 meters of ultra-cheap plasteel. Shock and recoil will deform the less resilient plasteel, but it does return to shape by itself. This also prevents spalling and stops dozens of other problems like boarding pods and explosive decompression. The void shield is split up into 3 layers, each decreasing the potency of the penetrating shots, until it splashes futile on the ceramite plating and dissipates. The reactor core has a secondary room, used for emergency or combat levels on extra power. Same thing with the Geller generator, using 2 units for redundancy. The macrocannon batteries use shell magazines, loaded from an upper deck, and then falling into place and being fired like a semi-automatic gun. They would still need 40 crew per gun, but it would not be 400 like they do now. My new LR plasma cannon pattern is mounted on a sealed turret and can track targets in 360 degrees and the whole lower hemisphere because it's mounted on the ventral side. The ship even has 40-point defense multilasers, a pair of space fighters, and a shuttle in a hangar behind the bridge. The officers could now evaluate at speed in case of imminent destruction. Also has 10 hunter-killer launchers on gimbal mounts if they need to engage boarders or hive organisms of smaller size. The armored prow has 2 torpedo launchers inside because torpedoes are the coolest thing ever. They make a big boom when they hit. The torpedoes are also 50 meters long and are expended in 1 salvo. The fabricator compares my Deimos pattern corvette and runs a few simulations. Of course, my thing is much better, even if it costs 20% more. It is at least 200% better and uses 200% fewer crew. Does Antax have this already? He asks me with a pained sigh. So this is not about the ship, but competition with their rivals. No. I have another pattern for them, but it doesn't have the macrocannon new pattern. Nor torpedoes. I explained and let him draw his own conclusions. At least there's that. And you want those grand cruisers to use the faster macro cannon feed? The fabricator asks and stares at me for too long. I set down my wine glass and try to look calm and powerful. This humble one would never presume to want anything from the machine cult fabricator. If you consider the new pattern safe and efficient, then I will use it. The same with all the upgrades myself and my officers dream about. We are not shipbuilders, but ship users. I answer in a level voice, trying to appear scared but brave. Which I am. The Mechanicus are scary. And I try to be brave, in front of a war machine able to dismantle space marines in a minute. I've seen Jiren dismantle people before, a dozen in a few seconds. He didn't just kill them, he harvested their useful parts while they were still alive and standing. A blur of tentacles, then corpses fell down without brains or nerves. And you know your place too. Must be hard, as you go beyond and speak with the voice of your emperor. Then you come back as a mere ship captain, like millions of others in the Imperium, without any privilege. He wonders with some irony. I nod shyly. There is temptation, of course. I fight it every day, and restrain myself, lest I become someone like those pirates I hunted down. Another holoscreen opens, with a new trade list. I can pick 6 brand new destroyers, a dozen Baneblade heavy tanks, and a fully refit Grand Cruiser, the best of what the Mechanicus can throw at it. No knights though. Damn it. I knew Metallica was rich, but this is beyond belief. Not even my grandfather has gained so much favor. Something in my gifts must be worth much more than I thought. I did give them 10 new STCs. I tapped the remodeled cruiser and examined the refit. Pretty much everything I want. Except teleporters. Oh well. I probably need to visit Mars for that. I will need it ready in 90 years. I'm used to myself. The Grand Cruiser is nearly battleship in size, and will be able to match older battleships after refit. The screen changes to the sector map and projected courses for known invasions. Brimlock is highlighted, and a few others. The fabricator turns to stare at me with a flash of lens glare. All this, just to stop the Tyranids. He replies with a sad voice. I gulp the wine and nod in silence. That, but not only that. And the night suits, if that's possible. Chaos incursions cannot be predicted, not by tracing vectors on a map. But I know they'll happen. They might even happen when I remember, so I can prepare. Come back in a decade or two, young captain. My shipyards are full of contracted vessels. But there's time to complete your favor as well. For once, I'm glad to find a human that's not in a rush, he urges me and waves me away. And thus, I collect the Baneblades, then I fly back to the Litany, and depart, heading for Forge Tigress first, to collect the other frigate. Waiting 20 years for 6 new destroyers from Metallica isn't that bad. I leave the Grand Cruisers behind, one with minimal crew and 1,000 tech priests helped by their servitors. This is parked in a neutral orbit and awaits refit. The other Grand Cruiser is taken over by Forge Metallica as their property. 2 Cobra destroyers escort me on the journey to Tigress, with a single clan member appointed as captain for each of them. They are both my aunts, and have centuries of ship experience. Still, I'm running out of clansmen. I need a bigger family if I'm to gain more ships, finding more wives as well. I also need a better clan name than Lancefire. Best not to mess with that yet. The warrant is in that name after all. The newly recruited night pilot is a bit despondent at my failure, but we still have other places to try. Meanwhile, he trains the armor regiment in maneuver tactics, speed, flanking, and all that. I already provided some measure of combined arms and flexibility, but it's better to have an actual expert in charge. Although a decade has passed in the galaxy, for me it has been much less, due to the saved time by warp travel. At Forge Tigress, I get a much better reception, and nobody fires on my ships. That's improvement, right there. I still waste a month with negotiations and bartering, gifting a few STC's patterns for a whole company of Leman Russ Vanquishers and 500 new Chimeras. This includes a stripped-down corvette pattern, without triple shields or a double Geller field. It's cheap, fast and quite effective against small-sized targets. Then I managed to collect the sword frigate from under the nose of some arrogant Navy admiral and run away before he gets violent. I get no respect from these high-brass Navy types. A month later I arrive at Antax for upgrades to my armor regiment and ask for a single knight suit. The fabricator asks to see my pilot, tests him for compatibility and loyalty, and then promises to build him a new suit in 20 years. White Lance cries in relief. His life has meaning again. Especially if the fabricator manages to craft a force sword for his suit. That thing could cut through demons or necrons, just like any force_weapon. So I used the opportunity to make him swear himself to my house and give him a few pretty cousins as brides to bind him closer. Hopefully, his genes will pass on and allow me to create my own knight house. Forge World Antax has already produced a dozen corvettes, all different variants as they test configurations and reactor outputs, and perhaps engines or weapons. I add my own variant, designed for long-range missions, thus with very few consumable ammunition, like macro cannons or torpedoes. Instead, it has advanced plasma cannons, 2 of them, 50 multi-lasers, and 10 missile launchers. And by advanced, I mean simplified to hell, reducing wear and heat buildup with oversized iridium and plasteel turrets that serve as radiators. And by oversized, I mean 100 meters wide. Bigger than a lance battery turret. With triple void shields and a doubled reactor, this corvette is almost as durable as a destroyer, while the shields last. Costs 10 times less, because it uses a single beam of adamantium for structural support. My transport ships have already arrived with melted hulls from the pirate ships, but once the adamantium is reforged, it will be good as new. I heard you captured 2 Grand Cruisers, Lord Pef? The fabricator asks without any ulterior motive. Yes. Gave them to Metallica. I need ships now, and they promised 6 new destroyers, plus a dozen Baneblades. I answer mostly truthful. The fabricator sighs in defeat. He knows he cannot give me as much. And the lament, he wonders in a small voice. The old battered cruiser? Ah, he got the transport guys to spill all the beans. But it's good anyway. Is that ship of any use to you, fabricator? I doubt it can even travel safely this far. Only calculated jumps, for light years or less. I explain with a shrug. The muggo stares up, then blurts some binary toward Jiren. I will send a manufactory ship then. Jiren will have command of it, while it is beyond Empire borders, he explains in a pleading voice. Oh? He really wants to grab a big ship then. I hum and pretend to think it over. Fine. You can repair the old ship and bring it home. But afterwards, the forged ship stays. Crew included. I have 50 planets in need of tractors and pipes and everything. It's brutal out there, without civilization and wealth like here. And I have a hive world, plenty of human resources. The fabricator considers this for a long time. Quester Mechanicus, he asks after a whole minute. That would mean near servitude for his forge world. The clan would mutiny if I just gave away all they fought and died for. One world. You pick which. I answer back. Good. Jiren will decide after he knows more. But if you want those ships, you provide the minerals, organics, and officers. Agreed? The fabricator demands in a forceful voice. I agree, of course. Who else would build me whatever I need for free? The Mechanicus are really the best. Amusement 9. My armor regiment takes a few months to be upgraded to my needs, with hunter-killer missiles and multi-lasers, the tracks and drive train modified for more reliability, auspex sensors for day and night combat, and so on. I even managed to obtain ceramite facing for the frontal glacis of my tanks. This will make frontal assaults of fortified positions much less costly. Adamantium is too heavy and expensive for lesser machines, unlike for Baneblades or Titans. Plus, without shields most ground units are considered expendable anyway. Too many things can and will pierce armor or ignore it completely. It is the very reason I designed the new corvettes with triple shielding. Armor composition doesn't need to be adamantium if you have 3 void shields. The Grenadier Regiment gets replenished to full strength as well, although it comes at a few Imperial Guard officers of dubious provenance and loyalty. Might need to sacrifice them on some glorious mission. The Eastern Fringe is dangerous enough, without problems caused by insider grumbling and friction. My new ships also receive some upgrades in meantime, and the torpedoes and missiles are restocked, which is always a problem once you leave the logistic train. The new frigate is named Ode for the Vanquished, to keep the theme, and I have to part with another competent relative and send her to become captain. Lysana Quinta is either a sister or a cousin, but she is the same age as me and looks much like me. Pale blonde hair, blue eyes, and a thin but robust body. She served in gunnery and boarding actions before, and she's as trained as any clan member. Hopefully not a glory hound like my brother, but you never know. Mugos Gyron stays on Antax to await his manufactory ship being readied for permanent departure from Imperial space. A forge ship is an amazing gift for me, as it will allow us to produce consumable munitions like shells or missiles, plus the know-how to start a new forge world for my own domain in the Fringe. Thus, the trip to Allevier is strange, without my mentor and his constant lessons. I have Henna and the 2 concubines, so I'm not bored or lonely, but I still feel I lost something. Of my 3 kids on board, 2 are blanks, and Decima has another blank boy with her. So it's 3 out of 4 so far, a sign of a truly useful mutation. Henna is aiming to become pregnant again, but the Void Marine girls decide to wait and get back in shape. Their training has slacked, and they try to return to peak health and strength. They also rotate as nurses and guards for the nursery, which lets me sleep better. I train my body as well, with the new Grenadiers. It's an old trick, but always works. It binds troops to their commander, if they see him sweat beside them. Then hours of officer lessons, both as teacher and student. Wentian and White Lance teach advanced courses in shipboarding, planetary assault and maneuver, and I need to learn it all. Even if I don't intend to practice the stuff in person, sometimes the war comes to you. Then I go to my lab and tinker with STC designs, struggling to create ever simpler and more rugged patterns for various war machines, as well as common tools like lamps and flashlights and anything powered by electricity. Except digital computers. Although I'm almost certain I could reproduce working PC designs, the Immaterium would notice and certainly infect them with ghosts, demons, or other worse stuff. Keeping everything analog is tedious, but much safer. Not completely safe, of course. Nothing is. Late into the evening I mostly listen to clan stories or amazing feats from Wentian and White Lance, immersing myself in the culture of humanity. Then I return to my wife and make love and babies. Hopefully another blank, safe from the warp and psychers. It will take decades for them to grow up and competent, but I have time. Even my new cruiser will need 90 years to be refit and upgraded. Doing things by hand is slow. Even if you have 20 metallic tentacles instead, like the tech priests of the cult Mechanicus. But then, if even the Emperor accepted them and signed the Olympus Treaty, so there must have been a good reason for it. I focus on Vox and video transmissions next, as communications are always important in combined arms warfare. Changing a thing in there, then testing and changing again. After a month of constant improvement, I complete a more resilient but clearer Vox transmitter pattern. I will wait to arrive at Illavar to discover it in some catacomb and then sell it to the Mechanicum in a few distinct variants. Generally, it takes 3 or more variations for a new pattern to be accepted as distinct, especially if it has a different focus, like range or strength or reliability. The tech priests are not stupid, and some of them have tried this themselves. But they never had a good cover story like I do, returning from the beyond with ships and weapons and patterns after conquering new planets. It is exactly the mandate of my warrant, and nobody can blame me for being successful. I kinda expect that Antax's fabricator general knows or suspects something, but I will never admit it, and he will never ask. He has plausible deniability if he doesn't ask. New STC patterns, found by a rogue trader in barbarian ruins. The cult sends expeditions out for the exact same reason, after all. But as this is a hive world, I can improve other urban machines, like it is expected a hive world would have. And if they are simpler and more efficient, all the better. Of course, this is 40K and the good times never last. We arrive at Illavar to find it under attack by an orc Wyak. Is not a huge invasion, like the kind able to conquer a forge world, but orcs multiply fast. Like fungi. Because they are fungi, only slightly sentient ones. And as they gather mass and numbers, they become smarter and more potent in warp manipulation, from immense luck to simply ignoring the laws of physics or common sense. A few hours later, as we approach the inhabited world, we regroup with our cruiser and other destroyer and gather for a strategy conference. 3 hive cities have fallen and the orcs are looting everything to create more weapons. Decima reports and marks the fallen cities. Perhaps 10 billion people on the planet, and 3 billions are already lost. This is not a huge hive with 1 trillion people like in the Empire. The cities are big, but are still mostly self-sufficient. A trio of orc rocks, sort of powered meteorites, that serve as landing craft for their armies have landed on top of the indicated hives, possibly because the pirates have already looted their void shields and everything that could have helped. In space, there's a dozen of orc cruisers, also of human origin maybe, but refurbished by the greenskins in their usual manner, guns everywhere and rusted steel spikes. Can't tell what they were before. A kill-underscore cruiser should pose no problem if logic applied to orcs. Simply blast it from afar until it falls apart. But these ships are painted black, so they should be way more durable. They also move quite fast and throw tremendous firepower out. More DACA than I have, by 100 times. A squad of these bastard ships can even take on a battleship. And I don't have a battleship anyway. I open the galactic map and look for a diversion. Larnano was right in the way. Oi, you big boss captain. You want to fight? I send via the Vox channel, to the surprise of everyone on the bridge. You big hero hummy, another gruff voice answers. You think you're hard and strong killing weakling hummies in cities? The big bugs would eat you all, like they do at Larnano. Big fight there, 1,000 Navy ships lost. I explain politely. As expected, greed and stupidity shouldn't mix. The Navy might have lost some ships, but there's 10,000 hive bioships. Why? The cruisers receive coordinates for Larnano and depart, leaving their brethren on the ground without support. Expendable grunts, like expected. Now it's mop-up and training for our armored regiment, the Grenadiers and the combat servitors. We even managed to save 1 hive city and half the inhabitants. If only all our enemies were such morons. I mean, we still lost like 2 billion people to a bunch of overgrown mushrooms, so it's not all nice. The Baneblades have a field day, basically immune to anything the orcs can throw at them. Like spears and javelins. Bullets too, but they only make pretty sparks. We barely lose 100 chimeras and 1,000 grenadiers, due to combined arms attacks, including orbital firepower. The locals become much friendlier at once, and now we have a recruiting planet for 1,000 regiments. And while I meet the nobles and merchants to discuss their new fate, Decima selects a dozen new concubines for me. This will bind the planet to me even more, and I decide to plant the flag here, and make this world my capital. The tech priests and the combat servitors descend into the lower levels of scum and villainy to conscript more human resources, while I begin the long task of rebuilding and civilizing this planet. Cleaning the pollution and the warfare scars will take decades, but overall the planet is in better shape than Retribution. They even have some factories and electrical generators, so I don't start from scratch like I feared. Training sadly falls to the side, merely 1 hour every morning. Then it's politics and administration, which is no fun without computers. Luckily, I have implants and 100 tech priests in my staff to help keep up with everything. Then Jiren arrives with his manufactory ship a year later and everything is well. The orcs do not return, not that I expected them to defeat a hive splinter, no matter what DACA they had. The quest for knowledge drives the Mechanicus to the stars, Jiren says as his greeting. I blink and consider his words. You were named an explorator for the Mechanicus? I wonder and pat his mechadendrite that he holds out. See? You can learn. One day you will discard this silly flesh body and turn to the machine for salvation, he proclaims in a confident tone. I shudder and shake my head. Not for many years, mentor. The Muggos laughs out loud, seeming amused. Pact 10. Every year, Decima holds another huge ball and invites the socialites to preen themselves in front of their new governor. By the 5th year, I am swimming among 50 concubines and even gain a third wife from a noble house with roots going to the age of strife and beyond. Serena Renadolian is red-headed and kinda plump. Now a Lancefire by marriage. She is also about 80 years old, though due to anti-aging treatments she looks about 25. And she will keep looking that age for a millennium or two. Her family has founded the twin hive city with same name. One twin is called Rene and the other Dolian, probably after the original founders. Now the cities are united into a large metropolis with over 1 billion people, although most of those are lower caste workers and servants. Even outside the empire, the hierarchies and the mode of operation remains largely similar, due to inertia. You might change the governor for a king or prince, but the pyramidal structure of a hive city will not change. And below the factory levels, there's the underhive, a maze of pipes and conduits and sewage plants, all infested by gangs and criminals. Not as numerous now, due to the Mechanicus tech priests forcefully recruiting them for other purposes, like agriculture and mining and war. But they did find a few blanks, and where there is one there will be more. A special compound is created for those with the blessing, and a dozen astropaths now scour the hives for more blanks. The original blanks are not very important by themselves, but they are sent to a remote mountain valley for training and breeding and schooling and other eugenic purposes. My own kids will join the compound to reduce the pressure on the navigator and his astropath choir. But only when I have to travel. I want to enjoy loving my kids, and nobody is allowed to interfere. In real space, blanks are mostly harmless, not that navigators are allowed in my nursery. I am tempted to create a similar compound for navigators, but they refuse. Either way, they do come to mingle at the governor balls and eventually will spread their seed. Decima has promised large rewards for any woman that manages to seduce a navigator. Even bridge positions for her kids or similar boons. For a small merchant house it would be huge. There is also a navigator lady, but she never leaves her quarters on the Iconoclast destroyer. I suspect she has mutated beyond what's acceptable in society. The warp just works that way, and flesh is weak. An even better reason to want blanks for officers, as many as possible. Also, a reason to post armed guards around that navigator quarters, most of them combat servitors. And a squad of void marines for every other navigator. Just in case. By the 10th year, we finally managed to unlock an atomantic arc reactor from the Fellblade and copy the original design. Upgrading the thing will be even harder, as the tech is so advanced and complicated it might as well be magic. Jiren heads that task, while I focus on the plasma guns from the Stormblade. Again, copying the schematic in original format is possible, but not useful. Forge World Ryza holds the patent for the original Stormblade, and thus I need something significantly different for my own STC. A tri-barrel project is possible and will even increase the rate of fire, but it would be unwieldy and cumbersome, as the twin guns are big even so. A single-barrel plasma blast gun is better, as I could adapt that for Lehman Russ tanks and perhaps even ship-to-ship combat. Perhaps even for a small Titan, or maybe a Knight. I don't have any of those yet, so it's all theoretical. But for tanks, it could be similar to the Macarius _Omega, only with much fewer problems. Time flies, and 8 years later I am finished with this project, the Illavar plasma gun pattern. Jiren is also finished with a slightly larger but easier to manufacture and maintain arc reactor. I also have 200 children, and about 30 of them blanks and ready for service. Not as many as I hoped, but much better than nothing. The Blank Valley has produced 100 more kids, and half of them are blanks, possibly due to having both parents with the special gene. All their girls are set aside to become my concubines in the future, while the boys are sent to my new naval officer school. As officers, they will be given a generous stipend to form their own harems and produce more blanks for the clan. Like a minor house. It's not exactly eugenics, but works much the same. I know of dog races that have been created using the same methods. A last Governor Ball marks my departure, and luck has it a navigator finds himself a darling to warm his nights. Navigator genes acquired. Jiren sets a Muggos biologist on the task of disseminating those genes to willing donors by surgical implantation. My eldest son, Primus Victor, accompanies Muggos Ulanaz to maintain a protective anti-psyker field for the security of the surgeries. Victor also is tasked with finding himself 100 concubines, with his mother's help. Decima seems rather happy with that task. It will mean grandkids, and she can barely wait. Most of my forces remain home, as defense against another possible invasion, and only the Raiment escorts my cruiser back to Imperial space. Jiren sends a crew of his tech priests on board the Lament as it departs for Antax as well. Then we leave and hope for the best. With 2 frigates and 5 destroyers as a fleet in being, my personal empire should be mostly safe. There are 100 new PDF regiments guarding the cities now, beside our armor and grenadiers. 1,000 more regiments will be trained and equipped over the next decades, but manufacturing laser weapons is slow. A dozen transport ships loaded with minerals and organics follow my cruiser in a big convoy, with a regiment loaded as protection against boarders of any type. A couple of weeks later we arrive at Antax. Did I mention this is the damn Warhammer 40,000 universe? A large orc Waik is assaulting Forge Antax, called Wana Gutstampa. The Blood Angels Space Marines are fighting beside the Mechanicus war engines, tanks and Scutarii and Titans. Luckily, Forge Antax had just produced 100 new corvettes designed by myself, and they helped maintain a protective umbrella over the shipyards and Titan manufactoriums. There is no need for desperate pleas for help. Without Antax, I am screwed anyway. I launch everything I can, fighters and torpedoes, lance batteries fire until their barrels glow red. I deplete all the missiles and the raiment get badly damaged by a lucky orc cruiser before its luck runs on and eats a salvo of servitor-piloted torpedoes. On the ground, I cannot help as much, since my armor is back home, but I use the guards and the Void Marines to safeguard the orbitals, tech priests leading swarms of combat servitors to cleanse the greenskin infestation from the shipyards and mass elevators. The multi-lasers fire rapidly to blow up orc fighter bombers, which shouldn't even be able to fly in vacuum with propellers and chemical rockets. But logic is joke for a big Waik, and the orcs don't care anyway. Their contraptions are red, so they fly fast. My arrival breaks the back of the orbital deadlock, and I manage to destroy 3 orc cruisers before they turn towards me. The Lament cruiser helps as well and cripples a dozen smaller orc escorts. The Mechanicus fleet takes advantage and blasts the exposed backside and engines of the orc ships, then begin launching boarders. I fly away and wait, since I'm fresh out of boarding units. Out of torpedoes and missiles as well. In a week, the Waik loses most of their naval forces, and a few cruisers retreat, while a dozen more hulks drift in space, with Mechanicus servitors and tech priests going over everything for salvage. 100 shattered escorts as well, both human and not. There is enough adamantium and other rare components in these prizes to craft 1,000 new ships. Even if the orc weapons are worthless, they can be studied and then melted and reforged again. On the ground, the fighting continues for 2 more months, as there were 100 million orcs if not more. Orbital bombardments help, but they have to be restricted in close proximity to forges and factories. Sadly, 60 corvettes and 20 destroyers have been lost by Antax, about a decade of hard work lost to yet another batch of green mushrooms. The Space Marines got away easy, only losing a lander and a dozen brothers. I suspect they were lost to the Black_Rage, more than the Orc weapons. Still, I will not ask and respect their dead. Without them, the Orcs might have gained access to Titans and Titan-making facilities. And then things would have been really bad. Thus, I land for a meeting with the Fabricator General and the Space Marine Captain Donatos_Fail and offer my support. And then share a dozen gifts equally with both, since we fought together and thus we are bound by blood honor. The Marine almost refuses, before the Fabricator explains. Lord Donatos, such is the way of this Captain Pef Lancefire. Everything he finds out in the wilderness he gives away to the Imperium, mostly to forge worlds. We help him in turn with ships and tanks and tech priests. But as we have fought together, the Space Marine towers over me and shakes my hand in thanks. We cannot produce these STC designs anyway, Lord Pef. Might as well give them to the tech priests so that they increase the arsenal of humanity. I nod slowly. In truth, I don't have anything that could help a Space Marine chapter. They have the best equipment and priority to replacements. Still, I do have a wild card. I understand, Captain. But there is something you do need. The same thing the Fabricator has tasked me with. Blank genes, immune to the Immaterium. I hold my hand out to the tech priest and he blurs into action, draining me of a liter of blood and packing it into a dozen vials for the Space Marine. A fail loses composure for a second, before receiving the gift of blood with reverence. Our Geneseers and Librarians will need to test it, of course. But, if it does work. Yes, I have 100 children out in the fringe. And their children sometimes receive the same gift. It will take time to spread out the genes to an entire hive world, but not that much. Perhaps 10 generations. It is exponential growth after all. With no mutations. I explain softly. The Space Marine blinks in surprise and hope. The Emperor protects. Even the mere hope is enough to sustain me now. Thank you, Lord Pef, he proclaims and bows a millimeter. This is unexpected. But then, fortune favors the bold. Inform the Fabricator General should the Geneseed be compatible. In 2 decades I will assemble 100 potential blank recruits and bring them here at Antax. If they work, I will consider a permanent solution. I reply politely. This might not work at all. Or it might backfire somehow. All 3 of us hold hands and tentacles as a new pact if forged over my blood, and the blood shared in battle. Escort 11. The Iconoclast remains at Antax for repairs and refit, since the damage is too great for it to travel safely through warp. Giller fields need the hull to be intact and impermeable, else demons could insert themselves inside the ship. And the raiment is definitely not intact. The Lament Cruiser stays as well, as a gift and extra protection for the Antax Forge world while it recovers from the Orc attack. And I receive a Space Marine bodyguard, because my blood is now really important. Blood angels value blood very much, for some reason. Not sure if I should feel pleased or under arrest, with the power-armored giant following me everywhere. Lord Ludvius, is there a need to guard my bedroom from inside? I wonder out loud. It is my duty. What if a demon warps right in here? The veteran Marine replies with a smirk and rolls his only eye. The other eye is a bionic one, which does offer some advantages in low-visibility fighting. I sigh in defeat and jump in my bed, and begin my own duty, as the concubines will not become pregnant without arduous effort. If I am to obtain 1,000 sons for the Space Marines, I need to step up and work hard. Decima sits on a large pillow and gives me helpful advice, tempo and breathing and pacing myself. She then pats her own inflated belly and smiles sweetly at the Space Marine. A few hours later, I crash into sleep, spent and drained dry. Your body of flesh is utilitarian, crudely functional. 100111, 1000000. The implant mocks my weak flesh, but I'm too tired to care. Soon we will reach Forge Metallica and begin a new barter process with the new discoveries I bring. I refrain from working on STC designs for now until I know the Marine Sergeant better. I don't want to bolt around to ruin my pretty head for heresy. Perhaps misfortune mingles with luck for the blanks, as I find another Navy Admiral at Metallica trying to confiscate my Grand Cruiser and my Cobra destroyers. I don't doubt the Navy needs ships badly. But that's also because they use them badly. They spend them like torpedoes and just ask for more. I've personally been in command of 5 fleet actions and haven't lost a single ship of our own, and instead captured quite a few. So, when I land on Forge Metallica, I am rather glad for the big and menacing Marine that demands respect as the Emperor's own son, if thrice removed. With a simple link to the Fabricator's cogitator, I unload my gifts and then load up my combat missions and how I have captured the prizes in orbit. See, Lord Admiral. I fought overwhelming odds out in the Eastern Fringe, defeated a multi-planetary pirate empire and captured their big ships. Then I returned to the Empire and gave everything to the Mechanicus forges, including a dozen STC new patterns. I even defended Forge Antax from a large orc Wyack just a year ago, with the big Marine behind me as a witness. Haven't lost a single ship. I explain with a cold voice. The Fabricator General nods as well. I can attest that. Lord Pef has helped humanity with huge efforts and results. But you refuse to include the new corvettes in your battle fleet. They did work wonders for Antax. I was there. Ludvius says curtly. The Admiral looks around for support, but even his loyal retinue won't speak against a Space Marine. Then, how many of these corvettes could you produce in a decade? He asks the tech priest. The Fabricator almost smiles. I never seen a happy tech priest, but it seems I made his day. With proper minerals and organic supplies, Forge Metallica can provide the Imperial Navy with 100 ships per decade. But if they prove themselves, and the Navy orders more, we will open more dockyards. At maximum output 500 ships per decade, the Fabricator announces proudly, and plots a graph on the holoscreen with the required mineral tonnage. It's still megatons of iron and iridium and tungsten, but for a galactic-sized empire, this is nothing. The corvettes are really cheap in comparison with bigger vessels like frigates or cruisers. The Admiral tugs his beard and powers up his own implant. Well then. I need ships, and 500 ships will help immensely even if they are weaker. Make it so. Please send the request through the Administratum, Lord Admiral. It is the law as per the Olympus Treaty. But don't worry. It may take a decade for your requisition order to be approved, but the ships will be ready, the tech priest answers with a metallic grin. With a gruff nod, the Admiral leaves and I can return to my favorite pastime in the Empire. Favors. Is the Space Marine your guard, Lord Pef? The Fabricator wonders a bit worried. Some of our deals weren't quite legal, now that I think on this. Well, Lord Ludvius? Can I trade with the cogheads, or should I just shoot myself before the Tyranids arrive? I wonder out loud. The Fabricator snickers like a child. I will wait outside, Lord Pef. Your blood must not be spilled yet, the Marine quips and leaves me alone with the tech priest. I never thought I could have fun with meatbags, but today everything seems amazing. Adamantic reactors, plasma cannons, and even the corvettes got ordered. Your Emperor must be watching over you, Captain, he says in a pleased voice. I cough politely. Yes, he has his son watching over me right now. And I expect to receive a whole company soon. In a few decades, I mean. The Fabricator nods as if he expected this. Then he powers up the cogitator and loads the Antax recordings. Those corvettes, they are amazingly suitable for long-range operations, with nearly no consumables. And the schematics you gifted me are bound tightly into the Imperial logistics for macrocannon shells and torpedoes. They are also easy to operate by illiterate serfs and armsmen. And yes, the Imperium has billions of factories, they can produce shells in any numbers. I don't have such luxury. I explain without any regret. It is true, after all. Uneducated people impressed into the Navy can be trained to push shells around and unload them by the thousands. Plasma guns need a bit more finesse and care. Yes, yes. We agree on how incompetent humans are. Or at least the unwashed masses. What do you want for all these patterns, Lord Pef? He asks me directly. Anything you can spare. You know I will return again, perhaps with even nicer gifts. I quip in a small voice. Again with the want. I don't want things for my pleasure. A larger list opens up, now including rare machines and weapons that I don't even know which side is up. I admit, I don't know what these are. Rare relics, maybe? I say in a meek voice. Focite_weapons, arc_weapons, hell guns, inferno pistols, and all the good stuff the Marines may use. The last thing is a teleporter, though it needs a potent psyker to operate, the fabricator explains in a teasing tone. Titans too? I ask in a hopeful voice. Tiny Titans, for a tiny captain. Knights. But we will need to test your pilots first. He explains with a wave of tentacles. Maximum limit reached, noted. No Titans. I shouldn't have asked. Not even the Marines have Titans, silly Pef. I have read about something called a Mechanicus tank. I wonder if it could be equipped with these reactors and guns, like baby Baneblades. But without needing ammo for weapons, or Promethium for fuel. I propose in a curious voice. The fabricator freezes in deep thought. Normally I would kick you out for trying to impose on my gratitude, but it seems it could work. But I don't have Mechanicus STC templates. Yes, I have been told by other fabricators, forges don't share templates. But they might share with me, for something of great value. If only I knew where to go. I propose in a level tone. He probably wanted me to ask, as he would receive the benefit for free. Forge World Lucius holds the original. But Graa also has it. And Anvilus 9 as well. I heard you have visited Graa some time ago, the fabricator says in a flat voice. I did. But their location was compromised by High Fleet Kraken, and they have moved elsewhere. Anvilus_9 it is. If I die out there, I will blame you. I quip in a joking voice. The tech priest just nods. It is possible, Lord Pef. But you have proven resourceful, and always survived and prospered. However, even if you die, the Grand Cruiser will be remitted to your clan. I am not trying to renege on my promise. With that, we return to bitter bartering and choosing the destroyers I need, then upgrading their sensors for deep exploration. More resupplies like torpedoes and missiles, a new fighter squadron and a squad of vulture gunships for ground support. White Lance tests a few knights and picks a melee variant with a power sword and a multi-melta side gun. Sergeant Ludvius receives a power maul taller than him and an inferno pistol, which seems tiny in his hand. Makes a big boom though and can pierce tank armor. I get a light power armor because the Space Marine insists on keeping my blood safe. I remember my father having something just like this and didn't help him much, except give him a false sense of security. Then again, in this galaxy it's better to have and not need. Then I pick an Artificer quality Hell pistol, the kind without a huge pack on my back. Since lasers have no recoil, it suits me better than a bolter or something more powerful. Then I also take a small power dagger, because some things might get too close. And since I lack natural weapons like claws or flexible tail, a dagger will be useful. It can also cut through power armor, so it's nice. More time passes till my squadron is ready to depart, as the 6 Cobra destroyers are brand new and their captains too. The Mechanicus provides me an auxiliary guard regiment and 1,000 more tech priests for maintenance and repairs, as well as an armor battalion should I need to debark on Anvilus in force. With this, I am now out of worthy clansmen officers to promote to captain rank. I shouldn't complain though. I have quite a few ships now, even if I lack a heavy warship as a fleet corps. The Grand Cruiser is barely going through initial repairs now, and I can only hope it will be ready in 70 years. Then again, building one takes at least 500 years, not that anyone still builds them anymore. They are relics for a reason. The STC patterns were lost to war and mutiny, so it's possible Metallica will try to reverse engineer the design by comparing the two working models they have. Engage. I command from my captain bridge. Of course, the bridge windows are now closed and armored since staring into the Immaterium isn't healthy. The warp opens and swallows my 7 ships with a hungry violet mouth. We travel through hell. Croc 12. Simply training and teaching officers is boring. I need to work on more STC designs, and Gyron isn't very inventive. Good head for math and science, of course. But the Mechanicus have stagnated for a reason. When they invent new things, they tend to overcomplicate and go for broke, usually with disastrous results. Many Forge worlds have been lost to genius scientists that open the jar and peek inside nasty things. What I do is rather the opposite, most of the time. Simplify the machine and make it easier to construct, repair, and maintain. And so far, this has worked great, with improved results going from a few percents to 300% in a few cases. What are you doing? The big Astartes asks as I sit at my cogitator and play with a couple Hydra and Manticore STC templates. Trying to save the universe. Imagine this, my friend. There are about 5 billion armored vehicles in the Imperium. Half of them are based on the Chimera template, this ugly thing here. I begin my explanation, going from the far to the close. So it is. We have TIG Marines in our chapter, the veteran Astartes confirms amused. Of those Chimera variants, 1 billion sit and used in various Munitorum depots, for various reasons like strategic reserve or replacements in case of invasion. But about 10% are simply broken. For example, the tracks wear out and nobody can repair 100 million tanks, because only tech priests know how. I explain further, and zoom in on the tracks. I know, Lord PEF. Knowledge is dangerous and all that. I hear the same from our Teg Marines, very often. Lord Ludvius says softly. But now imagine these tracks were more resilient and very simple to repair. Just the tracks broken machines in the field would be fewer. The Munitorum could repair and release the damaged tanks back to their regiments. The Imperium would gain 100 million tanks right now, and would lose millions less every year. The Forge worlds could produce them faster and free a few forges to craft more fighters or gunships. I announce proudly, and produce the simpler track design. Astartes are very smart. Lord Ludvius immediately notes the simpler design that even himself can understand now. Is this for real? I saw you gave Metallica a lot of advanced designs with fancy names. Nothing this simple, he wonders out loud. Yes. It is a real design. My best invention so far. Taking a complicated machine and making it simpler. I say in a meek voice. If there's a bolter round coming. To my surprise, the Astartes chuckles and pats my head. So this is your big secret, huh? Making crazy complicated machines into easy ones. More durable too, I assume? I sigh in relief. Well, only by 10%. The ancients were very smart and didn't make huge mistakes in picking the right materials or such. They just had better forges and technology, so complicated mechanisms were easier to do. But now, they are relics and can't be made anymore. Only if they were simplified. I understand. If your tracks are 10% more durable, humanity will lose 10% fewer tanks during maneuvers, perhaps even during combat. Lord Ludvius comments in a friendly tone. I close the schematic and open the adamantic reactor. This is a Forge Tigress-made tank reactor. They install them in Fellblades. Very small and expensive to make. Enormous energy output though. Enough to support shields, in fact beside energy weapons. Cogheads are smart, everyone knows that. They make wondrous artifacts. Just like the armor I wear. Weapons too. I hold my hands up. Not the point. It's complicated, expensive, and very hard to produce. A whole planet makes one such reactor per year. Now look at this. My own variant. The holoscreen splits up to produce the larger but cheaper Retribution pattern reactor. It's bigger and uglier, the Marine says dismissively. But a Forge world can make 100 of them per year. And they are cheaper and easier to repair. This other variant is even bigger, but can be installed on space fighters and bombers. Maybe even water-based navy, like submarines. I reply, turning to observe his reaction. He understands, I realize in surprise. Eyes wide and thinking deeply. And they are cheaper too, he asks to make sure. At least 10 times. No need for adamantium binders. Osmium plated with gold on the outside. Jaren speaks for the first time. Osmium can be mined from asteroids. It's difficult, but incomparably easier than forging adamantium. Especially if you want delicate stuff, not big beams of metal. In a decade, you could produce 1,000 heavy tanks, enough to push back a chaos invasion. Lord Ludvius mutters to himself. I decide to ignore his ramblings and start working. If he didn't blow up my brains by now, he won't do it. Jaren opens up the Croc Missile STC and starts taking apart every component, while I measure them for reliability and damage range. We mark 2 parts as improvable, one a tiny silver pin that is prone to rupture or melting prematurely. We replace that with gold-plated steel. The other is the proximity sensor, which was simply awful. This will take more work, but I have experience with other Auspex sensors. Late in the morning, we finish upgrading the sensor to the Retribution standard. Now we have to build 100 such new missiles and test them. Going to bed. I mutter and fall asleep. Luckily nobody makes fun of me now. I am only human, and these two are not. The trip to Anvilus continues in much the same pattern, but my concubines end up pregnant and Decima gives birth to another blank, this time a girl. Well, she can become an officer without problem. Even a captain. The Empire doesn't discriminate on sex, not much. There are jobs reserved for a certain sex, like Astartes or Battle Sisters. They discriminate on everything else though. The mutant, the heretic, and the xeno. Flesh, belief, and race make up like 99% of the actual discrimination. Blanks and psychers are also considered mutants, which is a good reason to spend time away from the Empire. Now, there are some things out there which does make sense to discriminate against, with any and every level of firepower available. Demons, Tyranids, Dark Eldar, and many others. As it happens, they would gladly kill mutants, heretics, and xeno without prejudice. For biomass, for souls, or for pain. They all just want to consume your essence. And the best defense against such predators? The blank gene. Offense as well, for those with dominant pariah genes, whose mere presence can banish demons or chase away tyrannid biotitans. Pariahs would make a great weapon against these enemies, and some groups out there already use them for this purpose. The Culexus assassin clade, the Sisters of Silence, even the Necrons or the Harlequins. Rogue psychers or traitor librarians can simply be shut off by sending a pariah in their vicinity. And without their powers, they can be killed with normal weapons. It is my hope some of my descendants will gain this dominant gene and be able to fight back effectively. Tanks are useless against a greater demon or a hive queen. Not to mention the traitor primarchs or corrupted farcers and saints which can tear apart planets with their minds. Finally, by the time we arrive at Anvilus 9, the new Croc missile is ready, in 3 different patterns. One is a small shoulder-launched weapon, useful versus power armor or light tanks. The classic version, mounted on vehicles, will damage nearly any tank, as well as gunships and fighters. The heavy missile can damage heavy tanks, bombers, and small titans. It is also very expensive and slow to make, but not as hard as a Titan would be. It also needs a dedicated carrier, like the Manticore tank, a missile gunship, or a space fighter. As we arrive at Anvilus, we immediately discover signs of heavy fighting, damaged ship hulls, and drifting hulks. All are of Mechanicus origin, which doesn't bode well. Every Auspex station, sever links and go autistic. I demand in a few seconds. If there's scrap code flying around, things might get ugly. I send out a dozen Mechanicus servitor pilots and their fighters to collect scans and observe the Forge world with a close flyby. Meanwhile, I turn my squadron around and prepare for emergency warp to the nearest star. If there is a dark Mechanicus planet here, I don't know of anything I could do. And then we wait, tensely, for more data to be collected and analyzed by the sensors and then filtered by tech priests. Even looking directly at an Auspex sensor could infect your eyes with ruined code. The stuff is evil, working on mimetic principles instead of machine logic. Imagine a viral video that you can't ever forget, slowly drilling into your mind until you go insane. And then you eat your fingers, or the nearby person. Damn 40K universe. My Astartes guard pats my shoulder. The Emperor protects, he advises me in a calm voice. I sigh inward. I wanted to protect him. Chance 13. By the next day, after the fighters return to the cruiser, we hold a conference to decide what to do. It seems the Forge world is dead and deserted, nothing moving or shooting back. This could be the prize of the Millennium, should we find anything intact. The risks are proportional, as it seems the local Mechanicus cult has split into religious factions and battled each other to death. Jiren believes it our duty to survey and explore the remains, like any tech priest would. The quest for knowledge isn't just words, but a way of life. The Astartes is more cautious, since infected machines could still be awake deep underground, and just bait us to land, and then eat us. The clan crew is split up, because the rewards could make each of them richer than a noble. But only if they survive. In the end, I chose both major options. My cruiser will depart for Forge Tigress with any minimal loot that we can grab from deep space, while a single destroyer and most of the tech priests and servitors will be sent to the planet to start the investigation. The other destroyers are sent back to my capital, Illavar, to bring our transport fleet and mining barges here to carry the loot, under escort. Compared to raw minerals from asteroids, scraped hulks made of adamantium and possibly full of rare and ancient technologies are less worthy than dirt. Mining can hold for now, since every planet in my empire has been given a small forge and its tech priests from Metallurgicus and Technicus clades. They can search for planet-side minerals and be fine for a while. Also, I am almost certain that Metallica's fabricator has lied to me, since news about this internal conflict must have been known to the Mechanicus leaders. He just didn't want to risk it himself. Plus he knew I would give everything away, hopefully the template designs already cleaned up and upgraded. We collect a dozen different turrets and batteries, many so exotic that I can't really identify them. Perhaps gravity shear or warp or neutron beams. A few broken space fighters with odd design choices, even a few automata. Kept under quarantine and strict security, that hangar bay is locked and depressurized for transport. I can barely wait to receive the Grand Cruiser, which will have 20 times more internal space. Volume grows fast with each elongated dimension. Although the reactor and generators will also be bigger, the extra space will allow for 30 fighter squadrons instead of the current 3. The same with stockpiles of torpedoes and other consumables, like missiles, bolter rounds, and autocannon bullets. And if I install a few forges, I can even replenish some consumables or spare parts, even construct armor and power armor for my troops. Nothing like the artificer-made power armor I wear right now, but even something 10 times simpler would increase the strength and durability of my troops at least 10 times. So, on the way to Forge Tigress, I dissect more STC templates, this time aided by another tech priest from the Cogitatrices clade, called Fabricator Minoris Yoda 7099. Jiren detached him especially for me, and said the guy had a good brain and a knack for mathematics. I am almost tempted to call him Yoda, but they are nothing alike. Minoris is 3 meters tall with a dozen pairs of mechanical arms, each holding a different obscure device that are always flashing or beeping and murmuring prayers. Still, He is a good scientist despite all that. We changed the Manticore template to allow an enclosed box with 10 missiles to be loaded and unloaded fast on a gimbal mount, which in turn will allow field reloads with a crane or some tall automata from Mechanicus. This also protects the missiles from any atmospheric trouble, like rain or acid gas, also arrows, bullets, and other low-caliber damage. A few more upgrades to the Auspex sensors, and I'm finished. Minories keeps working to upgrade the targeting cogitators, something I will sell separately, if they work. Then I load the Hydra template and upgrade it as well, even adding a hunter-killer launcher in the design. With 2 tri-barrel multi-lasers and the Croc missile launcher, my Hydras will be 50% better. In range, firepower and rate of fire, along with better sensors and tracks. If I could, I would promote this simple tank as standard composition to every Imperial Guard regiment. 100 per regiment if not double. Then again, that would mean at least 200 million such tanks, and nobody will likely make them. Still, I try. If I don't try, the Tyranids will eat everyone. They probably will anyway. I suspect all these hive fleets are mere the advanced tendrils of a much larger Tyranid swarm. The scouts, so to say. And if their scouts are nearly unstoppable, damn it. What can I do? Try to direct some more orcs at these hives? But mushrooms, even green ones, are also biomass. The Tyranids do eat orcs just as they eat anything else. Then I do remember something. The second warp beacon directed at Ultramar. Have you ever wondered why the navigator can still chart the course outside the Astronomican range? I ask, turning toward my Astartes guard. Then I save the file and close the screen, since a big hand holds my head in a vice. Careful what you say, rogue trader. The Emperor sees all, he growls, and his good eye turns red. I draw a deep breath and poke his hand. After he releases me, I wave Minories out from my lab. The Mechanicus would do something stupid once they find out the truth. I was talking about the navigator, my friend. He locks on Ultramar, which shines in the warp so strongly he can choose the right currents without error. Macridge the Ultramarine's capital, in fact. I explain in a sterner voice. Damn Astartes and their devotion. Even a veteran lost his cool, from a mere question. I don't know why. Perhaps Primarch Gilliman guides them, he answers after some thought. I shake my head. I know why, I just asked if you do. I asked because the Tyranids too are drawn to psychic beacons. And the Ultramarines are projecting a powerful beacon. Very similar to the Astronomican, although it doesn't need to burn 1,000 psychers every day. The Blood Angel shrugs in dismissal, rage calming down now that it doesn't have a target. Seems a good thing to me, if ships can travel safer through the warp, he adds in a softer voice. I nod and smile. Indeed, it is very useful. Remember, the Tyranids also follow this beacon. But, if I would change the light to illuminate, say, Charadon? The largest orc empire nearby. The Tyranids would change course, and the orcs will have to fight them. And then, 1,000 more enemies, even demon worlds. I whisper in a secretive tone. The Marine hugs me to his armored chest, almost crushing me. We will do this. Directing the bugs to eat the Emperor's enemies? This is even bigger than your blood possibly curing the curse, or struggling to unlock some old weapons. And as the Tyranids fight, they will become weaker too, and we would have some hope to defeat them. I cough and pound his pauldron to get set down. Control your emotions, Astartes. This is something that might get me killed. By the Ultramarines, then everyone else trying to control the beacon. I mutter in a grumble, and sit in my armchair. Not that gaining access and control over the Xeno artifact on Sotha is even feasible right now. I'd need an Inquisitor on my side. And a large fleet to fend off Chaos or Eldar or whoever catches wind of what I'll be doing. This blasted galaxies have plenty gods, and most of them are enemies. The friendlier ones or their worshippers might still kill me simply on principle. However, if the Blood Angels rally behind me, maybe the Mechanicus too, then I have a small chance. A small chance in hell. Look what they've made of our dream. 0000001000000. Damn it. Even my implant thinks I'm doomed. Surprise 14. Decades have passed since I last visited Forge Tigress, so when I appear in the system, I don't get a warm welcome. Ha! Warm welcome, like laser hot. There are a dozen of my cheap corvettes patrolling the system outer edge, and they show signs of repair. Melted holes barely patched and missing the normal ornaments of the Imperial Navy. Even my cruiser has a cathedral on top, because it's the fashion. A pair of space fighters come about and escort me into dock, refusing to discuss the cold treatment. Could it be they figured it out? That I stole their adamantic reactor design? If Jiren was here, he would know. Lord Ludvius, what are our chances if the Mechanicus are hostile? I ask in private. He just stares at me. For a minute. That bad, huh? We land to meet the fabricator, but are received by a fabricator_locum instead. And she's a lady, even has a human face. Lord Pef, I heard you have risen in rank, even an Astartes bodyguard. She begins with a wave of tentacles. We fought the orcs at the Battle of Antax. Now we're good friends. I explain nothing. Blood angels have a single friend, duty. The Marine chuckles amused and waves a hand back at the robot lady. Nice powers weapons, from Metallica I'd say, she continues with a glacial voice. Shit. She knows, somehow. Or something. This time I return to the Empire directly here to Forge Tigress, fabricator. I have a few STC templates as a gift, and a few relics on board the cruiser. No idea what they are, but they bear the cog sign, so they are obviously Mechanicus weapons of some kind. The hangar has been sealed and quarantined. I say and hold out a physical data storage for my templates. Interfacing directly with a dubious cogitator that might be hostile would be ill-advised. See, I can learn. The Muggos scans the device with a dozen instruments before plugging into it directly. A few seconds later, she smiles a little, perhaps satisfied with my meager gift. More low-quality designs, though perhaps useful for the Astra Militarum. Clever fix for the Manticore reloading problem, she adds with a knowing look. So, the game is up, I guess. They figured out what I do, after dozens of simple templates spread out among Forge worlds from a single source, the generous rogue trader with a state-of-the-art cruiser. I can never admit to it though, not to some unknown tech priest. They will never find my body, and probably my Astartes friends as well. Well then. Should I go, or do you want those other gifts? I ask in a meeker voice. The fabricator stares at me for a long minute, although she's most likely relaying my offer to other people. She will join the inventory team in an hour. Until then, you drink tea, the Muggos asks politely and starts a complicated tea ritual with too many tentacles. The tea is nice though. I doubt the cult would bother to poison me, not when I'm at their mercy anyway. Even Ludvius drinks some tea, and holds his thumb up to assure me it's not radioactive or such. This woman happens to be an inquisitor. I wonder out loud, after straining my implant for a few minutes. I might be lucky, but I just wished for an inquisitor of my own. The Muggos lady glances at the implant ports visible on my skull. So you have brains after all. Don't worry, she wasn't hunting you. But as you're here and have a ship available. The Astartes pats my head like someone with a cat. Lord Pef is rather important for my chapter. I will decide where and when he goes. Now, this is something strange. Even blood angels wouldn't, of course they would. They just need a big enough reason, like I have just provided with my beacon plan. The middle door opens to reveal a fabulous black-haired woman in Inquisitor garb, followed by two other Astartes, in black armor. Deathwatch Marines. Damn it. Please, Sergeant Ludvius. Tell me more about this important rogue trader. Is it the blank genes that might cure your curse? I have another blank in my retinue, she proclaims in a proud tone, holding her Rosetta out for a millisecond. I feel something mighty trying to reach my mind, then it fades. Damn it. The blank protection is not perfect then. It's kinda worrisome, since a Rosetta is sanctified on Terra. A young platinum-haired woman with piercing green eyes steps out from behind the Space Marines. And I know her. I've seen her pics. And she knows me too. Pef Lancefire. I heard your father died, out in the fringe, she says in a slightly warm voice. Melta guns are harsh on the skin. Such are the dangers beyond the borders. I answer more kindly. I never expected to meet my mother this way. See? Nothing to worry about, Sergeant. We're all a big happy family here, the Inquisitor quips and grins warmly. Is she the true Inquisitor? A Rosetta can be held by a trainee as well. Then again, does it matter? Only another Inquisitor can investigate her. My Astartes sighs and stands straighter. Your command, Lord P.F., he asks me in a resigned voice. Hell, we're about to die. Not on my watch. I still have a mission. Fabricator, let's go and finish our negotiation protocols on the litany. The Lady Inquisitor may join us, and we'll talk in private. I say in a flat tone, like I was surrounded by a meter of adamantium. The blank wouldn't help much, but they can't read my thoughts or future anyway. It will make them a bit wary. Amazingly, my gambit works, as the Inquisitor raises an eyebrow with curiosity and gestures silently at her enforcers. Soon enough, we arrive on the litany and I open the sealed hangar for the Tigress tech priests and the Inquisitor. Then I wait on the launch rails, while 100 magi dart from artifact to artifact spewing prayers and blessing, gushing holy oil everywhere, as well as incense smoke and datasphere engrams. I think they like my gifts. I announce a bit amused. These things might be really valuable. Aren't the cockheads always the same, around machines and weapons? The Space Marine asks rhetorically. Well, they do like machines, but we never seen them like this, not this agitated, not even for new spaceship templates or tank reactors. Wait, it's a joke. Who knew you still had a sense of humor, Astartes? I thought they removed it surgically during implantation. I mutter in a small voice. They tried, but my will was stronger, he quips and pats my head again. Damn it, I'm not a child to be praised with head pats, even if I look much smaller in comparison. The Lady Inquisitor records everything and performs scans on every item, sometime conferring with a small guy with weasel eyes from her retinue. By next day, a Mechanicus cruiser comes about and begins loading the relics at speed. The fabricator points at her forge world with a cyborg arm, then nods and departs without a word. Well, I don't need words anyway. This is a capital letter favor. I still won't get Titans, so I'll have to pick everything else. Don't worry, Lord P.F. Forge Tigress won't forget this debt. But if they do, I have records. They will pay you, somehow, the Inquisitor remarks in a softer voice, and sits down to sip her own tea. It seems I need to supply my ship with higher quality stuff, because she just snorts at everything I have as food or drinks. Lidveus and everyone else wait outside, as it is time for the fated talk. I gulp some wine to fortify my courage. You intend to travel outside the Empire, Inquisitor? I ask after a minute of polite silence. She nods gracefully. Ordo Xenos then, if her Death Watch guards didn't clue me enough. I freeze a second, loading the sector map and considering probable destinations. The Eldar? I ask curious. Ha! Always fun to watch a savant at work. Perhaps we should implant all the Imperium officers. We might lose fewer people and ships that way, going by your exploits alone, the woman replies in slight praise. I nod in agreement. The implants aren't without problems, but they outweigh that with sheer utility. We do not hate the alien because he is different, we hate the alien because he had not but hate in his heart for us. 11111000111110. This quote makes me smile a little. They would be useful to reduce Hive fleet cracking a bit. Orcs and Necrons would work better. Maybe the Bargasi too I muse out loud. Oh? And how would you direct the Tyrannich from course, to strike at Mandragora, for example, she asks dismissively. Glad you asked, dear lady. Mandragora is the capital of a large Necron dynasty with prodigious levels of firepower. I would take an Inquisitor with me and visit Sotha. Then I would shift the warp beacon from Ultramar on Mandragora. Perhaps Chandran or Grendel after that. Lead them on a merry chase around the sector and vanquish the nastiest enemies with no losers for humanity. I comment with a shrug. She did ask, after all. Grendel is the center of a huge Bargasi empire called Grendel Stars. Her hand trembles a little, spilling the tea. No wonder that Blood Angel was ready to die for you, really important, it would seem, she murmurs to herself, wiping away the tea with a telekinetic wave. But then, where would I find an Ordo Xeno Inquisitor that might listen to me? Alas, I'm out of luck. I complain and sip some wine in victory. She grins at me with eyes only. You weren't spanked enough as a child, Pef Lancefire. My mother left me. Then my father died. I had to improvise. I quip in return. She nods solemnly. We will need a big fleet. I don't have a fleet, but I know who does. Receipt 15. I will leave you to catch up with Justine. Well. You'll see for yourself, the Inquisitor says, and walks out. A minute later my mother enters along with my Astartes. In a second, her eyes dart around the room and then lock to my elbows. I was trained in melee combat too, so I know a dangerous person when I see her. She's an assassin, Lord Pef, he explains and hovers a hand over his Inferno pistol. He saw it as well, no doubt about it. Hello, Mother. I say softly and offer her a hug. Justine approaches me hesitantly and stops a step away. You've grown up. And quite a successful man, from what I hear, she comments in a colder voice. So, that's her real self. Always on guard. Not that I blame her. Makes sense to be always cautious when you live in hell. Mostly harmless for nearly every power in the galaxy. But I suppose I live better than a laborer in a hive. I allow with humility. She flinches and scowls in a painful memory. Damn it. I nailed her weak spot with perfect accuracy. Your Astartes will take care of you, so I feel less worried now. And even the Mechanicus has a soft spot in their metal hearts. Your aura is weak, but made your life easier. Justine says with a glance at Ludvius. Want some wine or tea? I want to hear about your life and father. I offer and start pouring wine. The mission to Antax is sealed. But I met your father and traveled on the Litany. Then I got off for another sealed mission. If you feel abandoned. She explains and drinks the Inquisitor's tea, possibly by smell memory. I point at her cup. Need to watch for those habits. One day there will be something else in that tea. Justine blinks and stares at her cup, her face going from confusion to fear and then acceptance. I should be the one teaching you to survive. And I will, if she lets me. The art of war is a matter of life and death. I quote from memory. The Astartes tilts his head curious. Probably not in the Codex. But Justine only nods with regret. So Jiren did teach you, like he promised. And now you have a son of the Emperor to teach you even more. Lord Pef is smarter than me, Lady Justine. I feel that I am the one learning from him instead. Ludvius replies instead, pistol back in the holster. No immediate threat then. I shrug and sip more wine. Anyway, we'll be flying together for some time. Decades at least. We should go to the nursery and see my kids. I conclude with a smile. No point in forcing anything, not for a long time. She will come around in time. Grandchildren, time does fly, Mother murmurs softly as I lead the way to the nursery. Two of the kids are blanks as well, and don't recoil from Justine, merely watching her curious. A dozen normal kids start crying in fear. Henna and Decima recognize Justine from my old pics. Lady Lancefire. Decima says politely, while gesturing to the nearby Void Marines to quiet down the kids. The women nod at Justine, then begin hugging and kissing the scared kids to calm their fears. A whole harem, and even 2 weak auras. They ignore my curse. Justine comments, seeming impressed. Come, mother. It is your best gift after all. This big guy is the one with a curse. I explain, pointing at my Astartes friend with a smile. Blood angel. Very easy to drive into frenzy, she muses with a knowing look. She probably has a mental database on how to kill anything. The soldier works out his victory in relation with his foe. I quote again, and accept another head pat from the veteran Marine. We leave the nursery before my kids are crying again. It would be hard living with a pariah gene. A few minutes later, we meet with the Inquisitor again, this time on the bridge. The weasel guy is riffling through the ship logs, while my crew is almost paralyzed with fear. Make yourself comfortable, everyone. We're working together now, the Throne's agent, his sons, and his voice. Just ignore any words they speak from now on. I'm your captain. I demand in a loud voice and hug the Inquisitor with one hand. She slaps my hand away and sits in the captain chair like she owns the place. Very cute. You're lucky I know your mother, Captain, the Inquisitor says with a tiny laugh. The officers look at me confused, and I point at Justine. Justine. Mother. Happy family. I explain and turn away, heading back to my lab. I have tons of work to do, and playing status games with an Inquisitor isn't high on my list. Minories is waiting for me with news. Crack the Logis engine, Lord Pef. Want to peek inside and work your magic? He asks reverently. Damn idiot savant. It's not called magic. It's common sense, for Emperor's sake. But I suppose I can take a peek. As I expected, the cogitator coding is rather buggy and cluttered by thousands of years of cants, prayers, and patchwork repair. I leave the prayers alone, because demons. But everything else should be organized into logic trees and priority targeting decisions. I lose myself into work, with Minories adding helpful advice every minute. Even powering up my savant implant, cogitator code is absurdly complicated. No wonder big machines like Titans or Land Raiders can still fight even without crew. If a mere missile launcher is this complex, I shudder at what a Titan code would be. Still, I sneakily insert a control code that needs a working warrant to unlock. Since I plan to mass-produce these missiles in my empire, I need to make sure they won't be fired at me. Something that can pierce the side of a Baneblade would ruin my power armor and my life. Captain. The Inquisitor is using the astropaths. I receive on my Vox bead. Don't worry, Wendian. I let her sit in my chair, didn't I? Anyway, get some tech priests to build her another chair beside mine. And some plasteel blocks for the Astartes. A few rooms and beds too, I guess. I order with a tired mind. A bed sounds great. So tired, flesh is weak indeed. I awake at once, as the Inquisitor teleports in my bedroom. The damned Inquisitorial _Rosette blares like an alarm clock in my soul. No hugs in public, she demands as she undresses, then climbs in bed beside me. Ludvius blinks in confusion, then shrugs. I guess he has become a little jaded with my love life. I'm too tired right now. I hug her nice body beside me and fall asleep again. It is a modest thing, relatively plain, adorned with a single motif and a simple motto. Yet with this little object I can sign the death warrant of an entire world and consign 1 billion souls to oblivion. 111-1110. I wake up with my face stuffed into a nice pair of breasts, while the woman softly caresses my head. My hair has begun growing again, since no tech priest has drilled into my brain for some time. You could tell me the name that goes with these breasts. I murmur and gently suckle each of them. Death and duty, she quips, lifting each in turn. Duty. It should be much heavier. I mused softly and jibbled her boob in my palm. If only duty was so easy. Unlike your mother, your presence doesn't hurt much, if at all. I never heard of such a mild blank, she says, climbing on top of me and starting to ride. Well, my blank is not a convergence of Immaterium currents that annihilate each other inside a soul. It's just a word on a screen. It works because I paid 30 points for it. You'll like my kids then. I say out loud and turn her over. I wonder what kind of children would a psyker have with me. Don't worry, we have some time to find out. I guess I'll call her Receipt. No, too corny. Rose. The name of the rose. For a magic girl, it fits quite well. Battleship 16. Again, I am glad for the presence of my Astartes bodyguard, as the Mechanicus is very, very interested in the origin of those relics they have received. They might have grabbed me and drained my brain otherwise, warrant of trade or not. Salvaging ancient archaeotech is dangerous, Lord Pef. You need to let the Mechanicus spearhead the reclamation, the Fabricator General says, and offers me another plate of cake and tea. I was never treated this well, not even by Antax. Still, the cake is very good, and even Ludvius seems to like it, if his thumb means what it should mean, instead of run. Our ship is in orbit above. I smile politely. Muggos Explorer Gyron of Forge Antax is helping with that effort, Fabricator. You have seen what they did for me, upgrading my cruiser to highest Mechanicus standard. He nods in silence and turns toward the cogitator screen, and prints a long list of possible rewards. I could gain another armored regiment and a destroyer, or a light cruiser, and a dozen Fellblades heavy tanks. It is very nice, and the cakes tastes great. What I need is 1,000 Deimos pattern corvettes, Fabricator. Hopefully armed with laser batteries or plasma cannons, but you know better what's possible or not. And I'll make sure you receive a transport hauler full of Mechanicus relics. I demand in a meek voice. I do need a large fleet, and a dedicated forge world to keep making cheap ships for the Imperium afterwards. Numbers have a quality of their own, like the Tyranids and the Orcs prove constantly. The Fabricator almost scowls in disgust. For someone like him, cheap corvettes have the same value as Chimera tanks. Disposable trash. It is possible, Captain Pef. It will take 5 decades, though. And divert nearly half of the shipyard's production for this single task, he replies after a minute of deep computation. Forge Metallica can do it in 3 decades, and that's because the Navy has ordered 500 such ships already. So 2 decades is sufficient, if and only if you really want this kind of trade, Muggos. I muse out loud. I was there when the Corvette order was placed after all, so delays like this won't work on me. I might have time, and gain more time due to warp travel, but it doesn't mean I can afford to waste it. More than that, I am considering sending transport ships towards Forge World and other sectors, and just beg to be granted the first batch of new corvettes in return. It won't work that well without my personal presence, but I will gain goodwill anyway. A megaton of adamantium plates and various relics among them should make any fabricator quite generous, even if only by peer pressure, like I'm attempting now. The future is uncertain, Lord Pef. That transport ship you promised might never arrive, or get caught in a storm and arrive millennia later, the Fabricator argues back, and this time I have no recourse. It is true, obviously. Ships vanish in the warp all the time. Also, Gyron might give in to greed and obsession for knowledge and confiscate everything for Antax, or himself. Yes, you are right, Fabricator. But even then, the Navy always needs ships, so they'll be requisitioned by the next admiral to pass by for certain. I only need 1,000 ships. The Navy needs millions. I conclude and go to pick a few more gifts for my clan. A dozen Fellblades wouldn't go amiss, nor another fighter squadron and 1,000 new chimeras. Then I scroll down and poke a power armor template. The cheapest one. You already have armor, and it is of good quality, the Fabricator comments with a wave of tentacles. That's his limit? Boarding operations are very dangerous, Fabricator. My Void Marines, or at least the officers. I propose in a small voice. Fine. Light power armor for 100 officers. In 3 decades. Now go, before you empty all the stasis cells, he orders me and opens the armored door to his study. A Deathwatch Marine peeks inside. It's only the traitor, Inquisitor. And his bloody guard, of course, the black-armored veteran explains as my Rose enters the study room. Ludvius growls in annoyance. Watch your words, brother. Nice to meet you again, Inquisitor, he adds a second later. Rose giggles as if amused. Boys will be boys. I nod politely and leave, feeling her power brush against my mind in welcome. She must be at least a beta-level psyker to manage that feat, not someone I would normally keep company with. Our navigator, Lord Duros, is only a gamma level, and he seems quite bothered by blanks, recoiling from Justine with visible pain. Not that much by me, because I don't turn off his powers by mere presence. In the next month, we repair and provision the cruiser with new consumables, and my new armor regiment, then replenish the lower deck serfs and load new servitors and 1,000 more tech priests. Rose requisitions the regiment for herself, an auxiliary guard regiment with another 1,000 tech priests and more advanced weaponry. The difference from the regular regiments is quite obvious, as even the regular guardsmen have carapace armor and vox beads, not to mention melta-guns and missile launchers for every single vehicle. The litany is full to capacity now, and the life support systems struggle to keep up with the increased demands. Luckily, I have all the idle tech priests and servitors to maintain the ship in optimum condition. We depart for a Navy base, where we will regroup with escorts and other Navy ships conscripted by Rose for our beacon quest. Tigress provides only 1 corvette and a destroyer for extra protection. It will take time till the shipyards start pouring thousands of cheap ships, but on galactic scale it means little. Traveling to Terra, for example, would take a decade of real time. A week of ship time later, we arrive at a Segmentum Ultima naval base, where 5 battleships and 1,000 of lesser ships wait for another deployment. Rose goes to confer with the Admiral and requisitions some of these ships for herself. A dozen bolter rounds later, the fleet changes leadership and gets split up to her wishes. 1 battleship, 1 battlecruiser and a dozen light cruisers, then 20 frigates and 50 destroyers become part of my battle group. It's a huge display of political and military power that the Inquisitor just achieved with minimal loss of life. The new stormtroopers of the Inquisition are transferred on the Victory-class _ battleship to secure it more firmly. A single battleship has 1 million serfs and crew on board, and it needs a powerful army to keep loyal, even in better times. It also has 100 lance batteries, so it is well suited for the French, where there would be few ammunition depots for macro cannon shells. The Weasel guy goes with them, now dressed as a Navy admiral. He even cleaned the blood from the uniform, so nobody suspects anything. But even if they did, nobody comments out loud. Rose is still an Inquisitor, even if in private she is rather sweet with me. Decima hesitates to propose a marriage for now, as the woman holds too much power anyway. Only a Lord Inquisitor could check on Rose, or perhaps the High Lords on Terra. I'm happy with things as they are. A powerful Inquisitor on my side is rather beneficial. Well, beside an unexpected bolter to my head. Still, my new destroyer is loaded with my kids and sent to Illavar via Antax. No point is risking the kids in a fleet action, should I die in Tyrannid Jaws or something. Then we head for Sotha, and I return to my favorite pastime. Making babies and repairing STC templates. I have acquired a dozen AgriWorld templates, tractors and trains and various grain haulers. They are a mess, as expected. But I can fix them, it's what I do. Fear the Iron Fist, for its grip is death. 000100111100. See? Even the implant spirit agrees. Sorcery 17. We arrive at Sotha by accident or miracle. Traveling through hell is always risky. The mechanical Geller generator pulsed twice during the trip, which doesn't fill me with confidence for their reliability. Navigators are almost blinded by the powerful beacon emanated by the ancient Xeno artifact buried here. Also, 3 destroyers failed to arrive at our destination and are presumed lost. The corvette didn't make it either, despite having 2 Geller fields. They might end up in a different system, if they were lucky. We hold a short prayer for their souls, just as our lander begin loading up troops and servitors. I expect ton of problems to pop up soon enough, because this is hell and a nice way out would disturb many futures. My tech priests begin setting up orbital defenses around Sotha, using asteroids and servitors to create a ring of forts and defense stations, paired with minefields and hidden torpedo launchers. Meanwhile, my Rose goes to commandeer the local Astartes chapter, called the Sites _of_the Emperor, with not much success. Space Marine are fiercely independent, and they were given this system by Robot Gilliman himself. In the end, Rose is accepted by the Astartes, after a thorough examination of her Inquisitor credentials. I admit, I was a bit worried, but it seems she is the real thing. I mean, every noble house has protocols for recognizing Inquisitors ingrained in their implants and studied as well, just like protocols for every government officials. Coded data engrams are emitted by the sanctified Rosetta emblems, and there are other ways to verify, including DNA scans and purity seals. The problem is, the Imperium hasn't changed those protocols for 10,000 years, and a crafty chaos sorcerer or a traitor marine would know them as well. Surprisingly enough, my own presence seems the deciding factor, paired with Sergeant Ludvius. It seems some rumors have reached even this distant Astartes chapter. I deny everything, of course, even when invited to visit their citadel and examine some damaged machines or templates. I'm not a miracle worker, for Emperor's sake. Still, I can help them a little, by replacing some old machines with my own models, as a trade. Broken Land Raider tanks might be useless for the Marines, but I can trade them further to some Forge World. I intend to visit Triplex_Fall soon, and perhaps Estaban_3. I just need something valuable to trade, and the Scythes have just given me 40 valuable trade goods, even a broken glaive heavy tank. In return, I gifted them 4 brand new Fellblades and 200 Hydra tanks, which made them quite pleased. But 1,000 Marines on my side are worth a tiny sacrifice. Even so, my heavy armor company has grown in power significantly. Isolated as they were here on Sotha, this poor Marine chapter was somehow forgotten, and they were too proud to ask the Mechanicus for new machines, or allow tech priests to repair the broken ones. Well, their loss and possibly another big favor for me. Especially if I can reverse engineer the Volkite carronade from the glaive. That incendiary gun should work wonders on any organic target, including Tyrannid biotitans and the larger bioships. Deep structural scans take a whole week, and Minories almost has a brain orgasm when touching the ancient gun. Rose has a dozen real orgasms instead, and she promises to unlock her contraceptive implant once we are free of this mission. Constructing the defenses, both in space and on the ground, takes a whole year, and we only have to chase away a single Eldar scout ship. Still, the game is up. If one farcer has seen us changing things, worse enemies will soon follow. The Eldars are masters at diverting enemies toward the Imperium, the sneaky Slaanesh victims. They know eternal suffering is their only fate, so they try to doom everyone else first. Rose keeps trying to unlock the security seals that guard the Xenopharos. Inquisitorial privilege should be sufficient, yet it takes a long time, as every new seal reveals another locked door or force field barrier. The walls of the Xeno bunker are quite impenetrable, and using maximum firepower might damage the very mechanism we're trying to access. So it takes time. Then the warp opens and spills out a host of demonized ships, all painted red. At least 100 escort ships and 3 grand cruisers with unknown modifications. They are most likely red corsairs, not that I intend to ask for names. Auspex sensors, all fleet, go autistic. Vox channels switch to Litany Sigma 03. Nothing may be sent or received except via the litany. I demand in a command tone as the machine spirit starts warming up for combat. I bring up the system map and feel my bodyguard's hand on my shoulder. It's a show of support and kindness, which is really appreciated. The Inquisitor is still underground, with 100 Space Marines as her guard, while the entrance to the Pharos is guarded by 2 armor battalions and the Stormtrooper Regiment. She should be all right, as long as I can hold the orbitals. The Chaos Worshippers advance at full speed, a bit faster than possible for those types of old warships. Well, logic is out already. They have some kind of magic user speeding them up. And Psychers are very versatile. Chaos Sorcerer presence confirmed. All ship's crew prepare to receive boarders. By shuttle or teleport. I send out fleet-wide. Wendian nods and stares at the greenish hologram in deep thought. We need fighters out front. Then form a battle line while the victory advances, he proposes after a minute of comparing strategy and tactics in his mind. I shake my head. Classic naval tactics, and relying of the sturdy battleship as an icebreaker. The traders have studied the same manuals. If I wanted to win with 80% loses, I could use this tactic. But I've read enough history. Hannibal would have wasted these morons just as easily. Opening the command console, I start sending vectors to each ship individually. It only takes a minute, and will likely save most of our lives. Our formation opens up, as the Victory and the light cruisers and frigates start retreating behind the orbital defenses, while I lead 20 destroyers of the left flank, and the other battlecruiser leads 20 more destroyers in a wide arc to the right. Sure, the planet will be exposed for some time, but that's why the defenders of this agri-world are all rushing to dig in, under void shields and ground-to-orbit lasers. Lances and torpedoes start flying towards my ships, followed soon by chaos fighters and bombers. But the range keeps getting larger as the flanking groups move away, and the center battle group falls back. Soon enough, the enemy fighters and torpedoes smash into our defenses, hitting mines or getting targeted by missiles and lost cannons. Even macro cannons loaded with flak shells fire from the orbital forts and decimate the incoming wave. Defensive fire from the frigates and cruisers finishes off the rest, with a single cruiser eating a lucky torpedo. Its void shield fails and the cruiser is ordered to flee and return when the damage has been repaired. Group Center. Launch fighters now. Hunt those bombers. I order as I compute intercept vectors in on my Savant implant. 1,000 space fighters, including some piloted by scythes, make short work of chaos unescorted bombers, blowing up the demon engines with little effort. The litany tracks the chaos fleet with the lance batteries, but I decide to hold fire for now. Waiting for their commander to commit his forces. I know he can't peek into my mind or future, so he has no other option now. Retreat would be his best choice after losing his precious corrupted space fighters. Then a destroyer to my port veers of and heads for the planet. Damn it. A traitor captain, or perhaps a successful teleport. My lance batteries turn and collapse its void shield before it goes too far. Group left. Ranged weapons only, target the defector. Immobilize, board and subdue it. I demand while scrolling through ship logs. There. The machine spirit did detect an energy spike, visible on the low infrared aspects. But I ordered them to be set on autistic mode, to prevent such events. Someone didn't listen. I repeat myself. Set all aspects and augury sensors in autistic mode. Do not give the enemy away on board. I explain on the Vox channel, still keeping watch on the movements of the Chaos Fleet. It takes an hour for them to decide. Retreat would condemn the leaders to eternal suffering, as Chaos doesn't tolerate failure. The 3 grand cruisers with a bunch of tentacles moving about head to charge, straight into the trap. In groups of 3, group left destroyers engage their escorts. I announce on the Vox channel. We leave the corrupted destroyer and 2 boarding destroyers behind and swing around, hitting the enemy in the flank, the course angled to pass behind them as they reach our center. A single assault shuttle filled with tech priests and servitors stays to aid the recapture of the illustrious sacrifice, the boarded destroyer. We launch our own torpedoes and fire every weapon at full strength. I do not intend to salvage chaos-infested ships, and scraps will be easier to push into the sun. Torpedoes are wonderful, especially with servitor pilots. My cruiser doesn't misses even once, and the machine spirit is happy as we score a dozen kills with 24 torpedoes and an hour of constant battering demon-infested hulls. Then the right enveloping attack arrives as well, just as the battleship starts pounding the chaos ships with its formidable batteries. The damn traitors do not retreat and fight to the last, and I have to keep rotating damaged ships from the front line. The Chaos Fleet launches assault landers on the planet, straight into the Scythe Citadel, and Pharos air defense, which is aided by Hydra tanks' anti-air cover. Missiles and multilasers, along with fighters, blow up half of them before they land, and our forts and frigates firing from orbit catch half of the remainders on landing, resulting in huge craters filled with melted armor and charred flesh. Then the Chaos Sorcerer teleports just at the entrance of the Xenopharos and pushes through, losing most of his traitor Terminators to Fellblade fire. Every other Chaos Marine gets engaged by the Astartes company, and only the Foul Sorcerer escapes. By himself he struggles on, reaching the Inquisitor and her retinue. How cute! A psyker, my Rose quips and holds up a finger accusingly. Foolish woman, now, what is happening? He yells in despair, as his powers vanish under a blank aura. I always loved digital weapons. The Inquisitor comments in a cool voice, as her ring discharges and vaporizes the head of the traitor. Justine nods in turn, and kicks the headless corpse, sending it back into the warp, the red and burning soul still screaming in despair as it returns to hell. The outcome justifies the deed, my mother murmurs in a low tone. Pharos 18. I maintained the communication blackout for another week, directing destroyers and frigates to vaporize small hull fragments and bodies, while the cruisers took on the harder task of collecting and pushing the larger wrecks into the system's sun. Only when the all-clear from the surface came, on the Vox channel, did I lift the blackout, after all the enemies that have landed have been accounted for. No prisoners as it happens. What would I ask the Cretans? Where is their secret base? Who is their leader? Would you please repent and come back to the good side? Fuck that. I had a much better tool at my disposal than some lying traitor. And 2 months later, Rose did get access to the Pharos, the alien device possibly built by the Old Ones. The Old One doesn't play dice is a famous quote from a famous physicist from the past. Who knew Einstein was actually right? But I bet he didn't imagine the galaxy inhabited by demons and Xenos by the trillions, while many of those Xenos, like the Orc, Eldar, and Jokero, were created by the Old Ones to combat the Tand and the Necrons. Taking my Mona Lisa lander, I descend on the surface, observing the devastation wreaked by the small number of traitor Marine that have managed to reach the planet. Every one of the powered armored traitors had the capability of a powerful tank, but much more agile and mobile. Less than a company of Chaos Marines survived, and almost broke through an armor regiment and an Astartes chapter. Almost. The Inquisition Stormtrooper Regiment suffered the worst, without heavy tanks and power armor to balance the odds. A dozen chimeras and 1,000 guards died for every single traitor they managed to kill. A sad reminder that humans were too weak in the face of this galaxy's horrors. Aberdii, the Marines chapter master, meets me as I land, and shakes my hand. A great victory for the Emperor, Lord Lancefire, he announces as his brothers cheer in loud voices. I almost sigh inward. I did very little, except stopping others from making mistakes. Didn't even manage a perfect record of that. Glad to be of service, my lord. I intend to enter the Pharos myself, if that's all right. I wonder in a humble tone. This guy is almost twice my height with his power armor and 2 large scythes on his back. Makes me feel small and weak. For your service, I will allow it, Captain. Don't touch anything, though. Warsmith Barabbas d'Antioch has studied the ancient device for many years before he could attempt to delve into its mysteries, the Astartes leader says in a colder voice. Yeah, he doesn't like a stranger nosing into the Pharos, since he was named Warden by Primarch Guilliman. However, he does owe me a bit, and he knows it. The halls of the Pharos are made of some sort of living rock, and I feel sensations and emotions brush against my mind. Almost like a machine spirit, though without the familiar babble of prayers and recitations. Sometime later, after passing endless tunnels and stairs and barriers, we reach the central chamber, where an alien machine called the sounding board controls the artifact. It does look a bit like a DJ console, with a myriad of tuning dials and flips and tabs and gauges. As I get closer, I start sensing the operation manual downloading into my mind. It seems the machine has deemed me compatible. Must be my implants. Beside the beacon, its known function and the reason it was called a pharos, or lighthouse, I sense other directions and currents. I could step on Ultramar with ease, if I want. I could also lock onto Jiren and bring him here. Or just say hi in his mind. I do so anyways. It's Pef, my mentor. I met Justine and she says thanks. I tell him in a gleeful tone. I thought you couldn't use astropaths. If that's really you, the explorator Magos says in a suspicious voice. Mind voice. Well, I can't prove anything from this far away. Anyhow, Justine works with this pretty lady Inquisitor, and she has access to some mind device that works even for blanks. Cool, right? I ask rhetorically. You didn't. Jiren exclaims, sensing something in my thoughts. We're not getting married, me and Rose. Just some bed fun while I help her with some task. By the way, please send a full transport to every forge around. I will travel to Estaban soon. I explain while waving politely at my Rose. I'm convinced now. Only my idiot pupil would have a fling with an Inquisitor and call it fun. May the Omnisia guard your soul. Jiren says with relief and admonishment. I change targets to my son, Victor, and check on Illavar, my capital. Everything seems okay, except a new emperor cult has risen among the lower caste, which makes people more faithful and pliant. Victor seems rather happy. Interrogate and execute all the cult leaders. And find what alien is behind it. I order with an inner snort. Good things do not happen in hell. If they do, it's only a long-term plot to undermine the planet for easier conquest. Eldar, Genestealer, or Chaos, someone would be behind such a cult and ruin my day. Find anything, Lord Pef? The Inquisitor asks, as I've been staring at the glowing console for a long time. Yes. I'll need some armchairs and food brought down. I say without explaining. Ludvius pats my head in a familiar gesture. You never fail to amaze, Captain Pef. 1,000 tech priests and the Inquisitor fail to make any progress, and you do it in a minute. Lord Aberdii nods at me with some respect. He probably knows what I could do now, since his War Master had similar control over the sounding board. Nothing to do with sound, I suspect, perhaps only as cosmic vibrations and energies. I don't reveal anything, because demons. Secrets are only safe in my head, and perhaps with my mother or my son. Those that are not blanks can always turn into enemies, or much easier than a blank anyway. An hour later, I lounge in my armchair and sip some wine, while Rose and Justine drink tea and chat in a soft whisper. Repairs and reclamation on Sotha and in orbit continue without my guidance, as the Imperium of Man is quite used to clean up operations after being invaded. Happens everywhere, even on Terra itself. It takes a full week to get a grip on the main controls and locate the Necron capital among a billion other systems in this sector. Not easy, but I get lucky sometimes. Then, I simply move the light beam of the Pharos lighthouse on a new target, although it's not a beam nor a light. The focus is tighter too, to avoid splashing nearby human planets. Rose opens her eyes wide, while she stares at her tarot cards, the human method of reading the future. The psychic cards themselves float in midair, spin a few times as if confused, and fall down in a different pattern. Mission complete. We'll need a bigger fleet. I say out loud, without trying to look at the shifting figures on the tarot. If a mere tarot card reacts like this, the gods of this galaxy will react much worse. Rose steps away and smiles at me for a second, then she vanishes in a violet flash. Teleport is so useful. There's only me and Justine here, with my Astartes standing guard a few meters behind. Your gift was very useful, Mother. That sorcerer didn't stand a chance, I say in praise. She nods shyly, probably not used to compliments. He was very strong, though. Took all my focus to lock him down. I suspect it's like a muscle, Mother. You need training and practice, then low-level enemies to test yourself. Just like any soldier trains. I advise her in a gentle tone. Justine blinks and smiles. The Astartes steps beside me and stops me before I take another gulp of wine. You also need to know when to stop and rest. Space Marines have superior bodies, you don't, Lord Pef. No more wine. I grit my teeth and sigh in defeat. Perhaps he is right. I was among the few who stood against many. The brother who spilled his brother's blood. 00111100000001. Okay then. I can take a hint. Although the damned quotes should come with the source, or they lack proper context. Drawing a lever, the armchair lowers and I drift into sleep. Discovery 19. While our troops and ships at Sotha prepare for the next inevitable invasion, I return to my favorite pastime. And since the planet is an agri-world, there are dozens of STC templates that I can obtain and engineer, as well as test and donate my other designs to the farms and merchants. Of course, a normal rogue trader would try to sell such machines as luxuries and receive millions of thrones in return. But my goals are much, much greater than mere peddling goods from one system to another, like most rogue traders do. Goodwill is also much more precious. A squad of Side Space Marines join my retinue without paying a single throne. Led by a slightly rookie Captain Mancerius Thrasius of the 3rd Company, this squad is tasked with keeping the secret of the Pharos by guarding my person. It is called the Oath of Moment, also known as the Aegidan Oath. This Oath of Moment was kept within Mount Pharos, a parchment signed by Robert Galeum himself. Now that I know the secret, I am quite valuable for the Scythes. Either way, they will not allow me to fall into enemy hands. Probably they are ordered to shoot me if I seem to get captured. I wonder if Ludvius has the same orders. Who I am kidding. Of course, he does. The Imperium is known to have destroyed entire planets, even whole marine chapters to keep some secrets. Poor Pef doesn't rank that high anyway. Possibly only the Inquisitor's presence and company has turned fate in my favor. The politics of the Imperium are literally cutthroat, in this case, mine. 6 months later, just as I finish a brand new template for a tractor harvester and try to work once more on the Geller generator, another fleet arrives. Luckily, it's the reinforcements that Rose has called for, another Victory battleship, 2 Mars-class battlecruisers armed with Nova cannons and an Overlord-class battlecruiser armed with mini lance batteries. There is a method to the fleet requests, as long-range fire is more desirable for defense, plus the lack of munitions would make macrocannons a liability here in the eastern fringe. A squadron of 20 more frigates and 20 destroyers formed the extra escorts. Immediately, we begin updating the combat protocols for the newly arrived ships, as well as moving some torpedoes to the ships that have already expended theirs. The Imperial Navy needs fleet tenders, transport ships that can resupply a fleet when away from a naval base, but due to politics, the Mechanicus will not allow forges on naval ships, and the Navy will not allow Mechanicus ships in their battle groups. There are some exceptions, like Inquisitor Black ships, various ecclesiastic battleships, or the battle barges of the Astartes that can freely join any group they want, just like renowned rogue traders can. I have the nice Overlord battlecruiser with hungry eyes. I would like a few of those for myself, but even if I could convince a Forge World to build one for me, I'd still have to wait 800 to 1,000 years. If I'm lucky and that forge is not attacked in the meantime. Nearly every Navy captain grumbles when I explain how to use or not use the auspex and augury sensors, then how to move the ships on my exact vectors. That destroyer you see being repaired in orbit? Didn't listen and was taken over by teleporting boarders. Saved me a bolt round as their captain was found half melted into his chair. The brain was still alive though. He is now a happy servitor for the Mechanicus. I comment in a careless tone. We try a few fleet maneuvers, though without live firing expendable ammunition. There are never enough torpedoes. Just as the fleet speeds away on their agreed practice zones, the void opens up to unleash the next surprise. A Necron cruiser and a couple of escorts. They possibly don't like getting targeted by our beacon, and getting swarmed by Tyranids like a flock of cats would run after a laser pointer. Desist your foolish plans, humans, the Necron Lord speaks on my Vox bead before I manage to send the blackout order. The machine spirit does it for me, a sure sign a cruiser's spirit is at least sentient if not sapient. Then I focus on spreading the ships even more, to cover the planet from all sides, while the battlecruisers and battleships accelerate towards the xenoships, firing all weapons. Light cruisers act as escorts, while the actual escorts keep a wary distance from the powerful Necron beam weapons. It's difficult to target and hit the more advanced Necron ships, a dozen of their light units returning heavy levels of fire, just like our battlecruisers can. Their only cruiser has battleship-strength weapons, and one Victory-class battleship has to turn away after losing 2 Void shields. I urge the litany to move in the free slot and unload our special torpedoes once we get in range. From 24 torpedoes, only 3 hit the Necron cruiser, but it is enough. The Necron vessel is damaged and slows down, then takes a Nova cannon straight on, and our heavies pound the fried cruiser to scrap. Their light escort flee, after blowing up a destroyer, the one under repair. Unlucky ship, and the first ship under my command to be lost. We only manage to blow one more Necron escort before the ships vanish. However, compared to other encounters with the Necrons where the Navy lost a dozen ships for a single kill, I still managed to do better. Rose seems very pleased with my command and lets me keep the post. Don't worry about the lost Cobra, my dear. I fear we will lose many more ships soon, she whispers to me in private. I sadly have to agree. The chaos will return, and humanity has many other enemies. The ships enter a new repair and rearm cycle while I return to Sotha to check the sounding board for real-time news. On Illavar there's a small rebellion, and we had lost 1,000 grenadiers rooting out some ugly Genestealer infiltrator, guarded by brainwashed zealots. Retribution was attacked by an orc rock, but we had 1,000,000 armed servitors to massacre the 1,000,000 orcs. The tech priests are rather amused by the pathetic invasion. Antax has received the first transport ship filled with relics, and are extremely grateful. Gyron is loading up 2 more ships for Metallica and Tigress, but the navigators are worried about the changed position of the psychic beacon. They urge him to wait a year or 2 for the Immaterium currents to settle. The Citadel of the Scythes gets 1,000 tech priests to oversee the exterior defenses, building sentry turrets and minefields, and posting more combat servitors beside the auxiliary regiments of the Astartes. Sadly, the Marines are too paranoid and won't let the Mechanicus upgrade their void shields or repair some broken machines. Instead, they have an entire company sent to be trained as tech Marines, so they can do repairs themselves. It's something I guess, though I doubt we'll have enough time for that plan to work. I am teaching my own Astartes guards all I can, from officer courses and some basic science or logic. It's hard work, not because they are stupid but because they are too faithful. Then again, they are implanted with the Geneseed carrying the essence of the Emperor. Having Gyron as a long-range contact has calmed my fears a bit, because he was the one who raised me, in place of my warrior father or missing mother. I mean, it was a second life, but I was still a child, with all that implies. These days I would compare my education to a few doctorates in various sciences and a war academy. So yes, I am grateful to Gyron even though I suspect he had other projects involved with his mentorship, beside doing the Inquisition a favor. Doing it myself, with my own children, so can't throw a stone for this. I decide to test the Pharos displacement ability by sending the newly born kids directly to Illavar. It takes some misdirection to bring a few young kids inside toolboxes and have them return empty to my cruiser, but it eventually works. Serena receives the kids in a warm pool, because I wasn't certain how high or low the translation would send them. And with the transfer proved possible, a new era begins. Instantaneous travel across stellar distances is a huge deal for me and my close allies. It's probably heresy to use Xeno artifacts without the Inquisition's blessing. I better consult Rose on this and figure out a system to use it. Sending agents across the system or inserting assassins would be quite valuable for her work. I wait till we're alone in bed before I explain while she is filled with happy thoughts and endorphins. It is a nice discovery, my dear. Too bad it needs someone to operate it with his mind. Atranos could use a vacation on Cypermundi and try to obtain some more ships, my beloved Inquisitor muses out loud. I hug her naked body closer and draw her into a long kiss. The weasel guy? I asked to make sure. Careful there. He will be an Inquisitor soon enough. A few more missions to harden himself. However, your mother is hopeless. Decent assassin, I suppose, but she needs constant guidance and support. Rose murmurs in my neck. I sadly have to agree. Justine is scared of her own shadow. Literally. Her blank aura terrifies her, although it is such a potent weapon against all the warp monsters or warp users. The similar Tyranid ability is called a shadow in the warp, a warp presence that can blockade entire star systems from navigators and astropaths. Now, if only I can give humanity the same ability. My mother should not be wasted like this. I could use 1,000 brothers, just like me. I mutter softly, and notice Ludvius perk up at once. He thumbs up at me secretly, though Rose can obviously sense his movements. Rose hums inward, then turns to look at the Blood Angel Marine. Like him, you mean? But sane. I nod in silence. Sanity would be great. Kraken 20. In another year, using the bigger fleet at my disposal and thousands of tech priests and 1 million servitors, we have constructed a rather solid defense ring around the planet, iron and nickel. Even iridium and tungsten-filled asteroids dragged into orbit and fortified with spare or improvised weapons. My onboard forge is churning more missiles and lost cannons now, after it made 1,000 plasma reactors to be installed as power sources for the new forts. Sadly, we're on limited supplies of torpedoes, and those need a full forge world to get produced. I asked Antax's fabricator to send me everything they can spare, torpedoes and fighters and bombs, and perhaps another manufacturum ship. Their help doesn't arrive in time. A small hive fleet descends upon Sotha, possibly drawn by the psychic emitter of the Pharos. It's only 1,000 bioships, but they are scary enough. Rose and all the psychers in the fleet are useless now, and some of them faint or gibber in near madness. I order all of them sedated and kept close to the Geller fields. Damn Tyranids and their suppressive powers. Humanity lacks long-range FTL communications and depends of astropaths. And while I could fake an astropath, the empathic mind link of the Pharos needs some form of soul connection to the target. I can barely trust a few people with that, so calling for help from strangers is out. They would probably suspect me of being a demon anyway. The bioships warp gravity and move quite fast, although they slow down significantly as they approach the sun's gravity. I can already foresee how to use this weakness against them, but I don't have gravity-based weapons. Not yet. The Savant implant is engaged at full strength as I compile a battle plan in my mind. All ships, group in tight formation with escorts as close as possible, just behind our forts. Mars and light cruisers detach to the left and defend the fort line. I command, while glancing at Wendian. My uncle is pale white and trembles a little, although the fight hasn't even started. I have 2 Navy admirals on my bridge, and they seem just as scared, although they control themselves better. The Auspex crew all look at me with hope in their eyes. Not a miracle worker, guys. This horror fights neither for power nor territory, but rather to feed a hunger so insatiable that it will eventually devour the entire galaxy. 0001-111-0000. Yes, I think I even recognize that quote. But thanks. Flanking tactics do not work on the bugs, rogue trader, one of the admirals explains in a polite voice. I nod in acceptance. Perhaps that's true, Admiral. Still, these nids don't have a queen. I would be ashamed if we lose a single ship again. I add with a thin smile. The crew perks up and the Navy guys blink in disbelief. My Astartes guard pats my shoulder and points at holoscreen. Another old Terran history lesson, Lord Pef? Sadly, yes. I can learn from the bad guys too. Fortifications tend to make troops to squash themselves against the closest defensive barrier, like a wall or road ditch. But if you have a weapon positioned to fire along that wall or ditch from the side, it's called enfilade. The cruelest type of massacre. The light cruisers extend the line to the left, still behind the asteroid barrier, with the Mars cruisers ending the line, almost out of their firing range. The Hive fleet dives straight for the planet, hungry for biomass. Our fighters hold station to defend the ships from boarding pods and spores. But torpedoes and lance batteries begin wreaking havoc on the closely packed bioships. The frigates and destroyers support the line with close-range fire. A barrage of fire and death holds the incoming wave at the fort line, and the forts themselves fire continuously from point-blank range. The Tyranids bunch up yet again, trying to force their way through by sheer numbers. As our torpedoes get expended, they seem to almost succeed. Mars cruisers advance beyond the fort line and execute high-energy turn towards the enemy. Fire your Nova cannon at optimal range. I command as the Tyranid ships manage to shatter a few forts and break through. I unleash the Litany's last torpedoes at the writhing swarm of tendrils and hungry mouths. A dozen wounded void organisms explode in a shower of gore and guts and plasma. The lance batteries finish off the dying bioships before they can extend harpoons and tendrils to grapple my ship. Void shields to maximum. I shout of the Vox channel. A blue flare passes over my fleet, and then two blinding lights as the Nova cannons detonate in the midst of the huge Tyranid swarm. Our Auspex sensors are blinded for a minute, but as the windows lose the protective tint, I can simply look out the window. More than half of the Hive fleet is gone, and the survivors are all bleeding and floating listless. Destroyers target the smallest bioships individually. Capital ships focus fire on the largest enemies that remain. Frigates maintain protective cover. Light cruisers free to engage as well, at high speed. I send on a fleet-wide channel. Without autistic sensors, I do have a much clearer view of the battlefield. It's almost like playing an RTS. With a bolter to your head if you mess up. The Litany begs in line to be sent forward as well and rip the enemy to shreds. Not yet, buddy. Long-range augury, maximum power to X-ray scanners. I asked my cousin manning the console. We have the extra 7% range and an enemy might not be cautious enough. Contact, far range, above elliptic. Eldar ship possibly, the Auspex station reports just as the Eldar engage their holographic field and vanish. I sigh inward. Damn elves with future-seeing powers. They may be sneaky and crafty, but the Tyranids are invisible for them just like I am. And soon, their craft world will cross the path of the largest tendril from Hive Fleet Kraken. No need to beg them to help. They will fight or be eaten alive. I just worry what other foe they might send next. Probably the Orcs. Even with 2 battleships and the whole supporting fleet it will be bad, since a large WIAC ignores physical laws. I just wonder why they are trying to save the Necrons. Damn it. Xeno-minds and Xeno-reasons. Probably trying to revive some dead Eldar god. Or just weaken the Imperium. Probably both of these reasons and a dozen more. Thousands of Tyranid spores survive our blockade and make landing on Sotha, and I order the nearest ships to fire beam weapons at the landing sites. It's orbital bombardment and not friendly fire. A quarter of the planet bursts into huge forest fires and volcanic eruptions, and 1 million civilians die. They won't be eaten alive, so it's perhaps Emperor's mercy. Our fighters and frigates strain to contain the invasion, and on the ground the regiments and the Marines fight the Tyranids' organisms in close combat, too close for orbital fire support. The litany unloads all the Croc missiles and lets them descend through the atmosphere in near free fall before engaging the long-range cogitators and target the biggest bugs they can find. Like the fists of the Emperor, Croc missiles impact the hated enemies at tremendous speed, shattering their carapace armor and explode deep inside. With this final aid, the regiments and the Scythe Marines, aided by the Tech Priests and Servitors, have a larger chance of victory, as the Tyrannid forces are denied their greatest champions. You can go, if you want. I'll be in my study room. I tell my guard Marines, including Ludvius. With a polite nod, the Scythe Squad and the Deathwatch Marine check the Auspex sensors one last time before rushing for an assault shuttle. Combat is bred into them, and a dozen Space Marines would turn the tide even more. Ludvius pats my head and stays. Not getting rid of me so easily, sneaky traitor, he comments as Minories glances at me in confusion. That was quick, Revelator. Did we lose a ship again? He asks me with childish innocence. Nah. I haven't drank wine for a week. My cogitators worked at full efficiency today, so zero loses. I explain, half joking. Then I open a bottle and take a long gulp. The taste is, damn it. Who drugged my wine? As I fall into my armchair, I see Justine hold her thumb up at Ludvius. Revelation 21. There is a lesson in my mother's actions. This time it was a soporific drug, but an assassin could use something much more lethal. I can't help but be a little wary of her, as the notion that I have a mother near me was so overwhelming I forgot her true identity. How much of her helpless act was a farce or real? Decima holds out a cup of real CAF in the morning. Ship morning anyway, since on Sotha there would be all the time zones at once. Thanks, love. I say with a grateful smile. All the officers on the ground are dead, she announces in a grave voice. I frown and power up the implant. All of them? And their replacements? I ask with trepidation. Them too. Some type of Tyrannid monkeys with sharp claws. They can tear through tank armor. I hum to myself, scrolling through my mental database. Genestealers. Luckily, the Grenadiers and the Armored Regiment's officers were simple nobles or promoted veterans. The Battle Brothers lost many of our own, Captain. The Tyrannids almost broke into the fortress monastery. Without the unexpected arrival of your personal guard, well, it would have been much worse, my own Astartes guard explains in a calm voice. I know that voice though. Ludvius uses it when death is near. With Tyrannid access to the Scythe chapter's Genocide banks, I am afraid to contemplate what could happen. Genestealers could manufacture or grow at least Titan-sized organisms, but in the millions. As bad as they are in space, the damn Nids are 1,000 times worse on the ground or even deep underground. At least this wasn't a hive world, so civilian losses are comparatively small, despite the wide-scale destruction. I need to speak with the chapter master. I tell Ludvius in between gulps of warm CAF. Not quite coffee, but close enough. He just stares at me. Dead? I ask in surprise. The old Marine commander was a legend from the old times, a contemporary of Primarchs and the living Emperor. He couldn't die so easy. The Tech Priests have recovered his brain and allowed him to speak once more. But Aberdii refuses to be sustained by a metal body. He named Captain Thorsura as the new chapter master. Xenophon, a Hunter-class destroyer, has also arrived with the rest of the Scythes, and they have begun purging the Xenos at full strength, the Space Marine concludes in a sad voice. I frown and set the CAF away, just as Rose arrives and gestures Decima to leave. To her credit, my wife asks me wordlessly for consent. You leave as well, Ludvius. The Inquisition has big secrets too. I explain politely and nod towards the door. He listens this time, and leaves taking Decima with him. Yes, my Rose? I ask politely and start warming my shoulders and back. Perhaps it's time to begin the anti-aging treatment already. I'm only human, and I have grandkids already. Get my clan gene treatments as well. Loyal people were worth their cost. The Xenophon encountered a large hive fleet heading this way. It was only the beacon shift that saved them, as their course changed by a tiny degree, my lover announces in a stern tone, her face filled with worry. More Tyranids, and we're fresh out of munitions. I muse out loud, and hug the Inquisitor to my side. She nods and leans into me. At least we gave the Necrons a bloody nose. Astropaths report 16 Tyranids fleets heading for Mandragora. I lean over and power up the cogitator on my desk. The system opens on the holoscreen, Sotha surrounded by forts and debris, and 150 ships that will barely blunt a big bug swarm. There are positions that must not be defended, battles that must not be fought. I quote from old memories. We evaluate Sotha. Armor and rock to seal the Pharos. And incineration. I mutter to myself. Sometimes the best way to win is not to fight. The Marines will not listen, she complains in a low voice. I think on that for a minute. It is a bit too soon, but I don't have to promise a timeline. They will. Give me a meeting with Aberdii and Thorsera, sealed by the Inquisition. Rose blinks and takes out her rosette. Yet another amazing secret, miracle worker, she asks rhetorically. I almost nod, before I stop. Secrets are of the past. For the future, we call them visions. She smiles and holds out her tarot cards. In flux, the future is. And yet you're certain of this vision? Primarch Guilliman will return. I know it will happen. The Eldar know it too. And now you do. I whisper the great secret while loading the Geller STC design and spinning it around, hoping to find anything of use. The phase iron components should have worked perfectly, but they didn't. Somehow, the warp still managed to get through. Perhaps it was not the machine itself, but its spirit. Cloned blank tissue, or perhaps pariah nerves and neurons. Justine was the key of this conundrum. I heard of rumors, the Primarch's cursed wound healing under stasis field. Would a Geller field help? Rose asks while glancing at my modified design with suspicion. This broken machine? It can barely protect a small corvette, and even that not very well. I shake my head. If only it was that simple. Guilliman needs a god to help him. One such as Ennead, the god of death. Not sure why, as Eldar are beyond me just like Necrons. Perhaps a test, or stirring more revolt and bloodshed. Rose is still an Inquisitor, and an Ordo Xenos at that. There is only one true God, the Emperor of Humanity, she yells at me in a Pisker scream. There are other species in the universe, my dear. Yes, we have our Emperor. But orcs have Mork or Gork, the Eldar have others, even the Blood Angels have an incipient divine spirit, the Sanguinator. Not to mention the great enemy. I say in a peaceful tone, and sipping more CAF. Sadly, the drink has gone cold, just like my rose. You want an alliance with the Eldar? The treacherous, slimy, craven. The Inquisitor growls and seems rather pissed. I am not that important, my rose. I know of it, but nobody asked me. It will happen anyway, at levels high above ours. The point is, the Scythes will follow me into hell for this. And we get to exterminate 1,000,000 Tyranid ships. I tell her in a soft voice, and draw her into a hug. Slowly she calms down, and resumes her normal demeanor. Into hell. You're bolder than I thought, my dear traitor. And I suppose you want me to join you? I kiss her neck and ear gently. You need to think bigger, my love. A revived Primarch as a test. Who else is wounded to death? Rose tenses in my arms, and grabs me tight. Truly, she asks in a breathless voice. Eventually, yes. And even then, that's only one goal of mine. You felt the shadow in the warp, right? I proclaim in a level tone. Damn Tyranid ability. It's horrible, she says with revulsion. Now imagine humanity, with the same power. Immunity to warp and demonic influence. No more mutations. No more sorcerers or Xenos starting cults with fake miracles. I whisper as my hands grope and squeeze her full buttocks. Like mother, like son, huh, she growls in my ear and bites it too. I fall on the bed and begin kissing my Rose all over, exploiting the moment for fun and profit. The Inquisitor is more skilled and better trained, so I quickly lose and get ridden like a bull. I don't mind losing though. Much later, she rests on my chest and thinks it over. We depend on psychers for galactic-wide navigation and communications. If we all become blanks. I caress her soft back, where scars can still be felt from some intense surgery or torture training. Yes, we do. You realize all of that is going through the enemy domain? They can see everything we send via astropaths. They can see our ships and what's inside. They can see into our minds and souls. And they can change it with some effort. We resist with prayer or logic, with Geller fields or phase iron, but it's not a good strategy, is it? I wonder out loud. What else can we do? She asks in a moment of weakness. Well then, my beloved Rose. Glad you asked. Fist 22. Escorted by Ludvius and followed by Rose and her retinue, I take the Mona Lisa and land on the planet, right next to the wreckage of the Citadel. A neophyte marine with a flamethrower is casually incinerating bodies, while further away tech priests and servitors perform Benheric rites and convert the wounded into undying servants of the Omnicia. Nobody bats an eye at the scene, even though I can barely keep myself from hurling at the smells and sights. War never changes, not the smell of death, not the burning buildings and the cries of the orphans. Hopefully everyone still alive will get evaluated after I talk with the Astartes. A dead body jumps up and sprints towards me, glass-like claws emerging from its hands. Ludvius swings his power maul like a feather and crushes the infected body into a pulp. All around, dozens of more bodies begin rising, undead but infected with tyrannid synapses. A death guard draws his bolter and unloads his clip in a single second, scoring a dozen headshots without breaking stride. I contribute too, my hell pistol firing blazing hot beams and blasting a single enemy into hell with only 3 shots. Then I search around, but there aren't any more targets. Rose giggles and blows softly on her fingertips, violet flames disappearing by magic. At least you didn't panic, she comments while Ludvius holds a thumb up in praise. The time to panic is after the fight is over. I declare, trying to sound cool. A Deathwatch snorts amused, so it probably didn't work. Then I check the more distant neophytes, catching a few giggles aimed at us. A damn prank, using live enemies. Possibly Astartes humor, macabre as it may be. Justine steps beside me and checks me over seeming worried. You're too slow, she announces in a sad voice. I just shrug and walk faster. Damn killers, all of them. I'm a thinker, not a damn grunt. A bit later, our guards stop as the Side's honor guard takes over the escort. Not even Ludvius is allowed into their sacred sanctuary. Just me and Rose, and 1,000 space marines, and perhaps 10 times as many aspirants. These are recruits undergoing testing, selected from the local population. They don't look so tough, not yet. I could probably take one, if I'm wearing my power armor, and he doesn't. I expect many of them will be inducted early and assigned as neophytes to replenish lost brothers. The Marines spend lives with same ease as they spend bolter rounds. Then again, I do the same thing, on an even larger scale. One ship would have thousands of crew if it was small and millions for a battleship. The regiments under my command are much the same, line infantry regiments reaching 40,000 guardsmen while armor regiments have much fewer soldiers but greater firepower. Chapter Master Thorsera, congratulations on the promotion. I tell the man with a small nod. He stares at me in silence, then turns towards the Inquisitor. We will listen to your maverick commander, Inquisitor. My chaplain is bringing the coffin with Captain Aberdii, right now. Yeah, I don't amount to much right now, because Astartes respect only strength. But knowledge is power too. And that's my chosen field of battle. Soon enough, the former chapter master is floated inside the lavish meeting room, filled with purity seals and campaign trophies. Skulls, severed arms holding weapons, flags, and armor bits. The chaplain can stay. He has seen the Tyranid fleet, right? I asked to make sure. I have. I was on board the Xenophon when it dropped out of warp right next to the Xenobugs. Hornindal says proudly. What do you need of me, Lord Pef? I am waiting to die and join the Emperor. Aberdii asks from his coffin. I glance at Rose and nod. These words are forever sealed under Inquisition's mandate as the agent of the throne. Is this understood? She demands in a warped voice that tingles in the back of mind. Some kind of engram spell was infused in the words. The three Marines agree with some reluctance. I am rogue trader Pef Lancefire. You may dismiss me as a merchant or profiteer, like many such captains are. But my warrant right here says, the bearer of this warrant speaks with our imperial voice. And I tell you, the Primarchs will return. Robot Gilliman first, and then more. I proclaim in my sternest voice. I admit I practiced it a little, though using different words. It works, and how it works. The chaplain explodes in a golden glow, his eyes burning with bluish warp light. A scroll in his hand amplifies the light a dozen times. A feeling of wrongness washes over me, and I feel my knees give way. Damn psychers. At least this one is friendly, for a minimal definition of the word. I don't feel any taint, Captain, the spiritual leader of the sides declares after a long minute. To the side, Rose is polishing her nails without a care. I mean, there are no organs or brains flying around yet, so it must be okay. With some effort, I rise to my feet and push forward, then punch the crazy Marine in the jaw. I think my wrist breaks inside the power armor anyway. Enough, Brother Hornindal, the chapter master commands in a sharp tone, and the glow lowers 10 times, but not entirely. I rub my wrist and wait for the Astartes to talk, but the man turns toward the coffin. You know this man better than me, brother. Is he mad? A short metallic laugh sounds from the coffin. He deciphered the use of Pharos in a few minutes. And you've seen the ring of forts in our orbit. Plus, he has the warrant. I asked Lord Pef to divert the psychic beacon on the Necron world of Mandragora. The attempt was successful beyond belief. Hive Fleet Kraken is changing course, ignoring human worlds and eliminating the ancient menace like attack dogs. Soon, the Necron dynasty will be crushed under trillions of Tyranid organisms. Rose speaks in my support, making the chaplain perk up in wonder. Wonderful news, if it could save humanity from both threats at once, he remarks in a hopeful voice. You forget one thing, Lord Hornindal. Sotha is emitting a powerful psychic beam of stellar intensity to illuminate the Necron capital in the warp. And that hive fleet you had encountered is coming here to investigate and eat any life forms it finds. Trees, crops, animals, or people, it's all the same for the hive. I explain in polite voice, then step away before he remembers I punched him. If he even felt it. You have a plan for another flawless victory, the chapter master wonders with a piercing gaze. Well, I wish I could, but I lack the tools to build the weapons I would need for something like this. Somewhat. I have a plan to exterminate this hive fleet and save everyone on Sotha. You won't like it, but you can complain to your Primarch about my crazy ideas. I answer with a shrug. Rose turns around and leaves without a word. What plan? Speak already, damn traitor. Aberdii asks from its coffin. Well, we have this big fleet here, enough to load everyone on board. Then you change location and let me kill all the Nids by myself. I always wanted to see the Exterminatus in action. I say with a joking voice and turn around to jog after Rose. I don't get very far, of course. Damn Marines are too fast. An armored hand catches my throat and turns me around. You're too slow, the damn chaplain explains politely and punches me with his other hand. His wrist doesn't break. Exterminatus 23. I wake up in a Metallica bed and groggily open my eyes to see my big friend smile at me in praise. You punched an Astartes, Lord Pef. Even more, you're still alive. The Emperor must be watching over you. Ludvius declares proudly and turns to the side, to let Decima and Hannah come to my side. My mouth is bound by metal wires, so I can't say anything clever. Not that my actions were that clever anyway. Brave but foolish, yes. Hannah extends a thin straw and pours soup down my throat, while Decima checks my plumbing for some reason. You haven't grown balls of steel, my Lord Captain. I was worried for a moment, she quips in a teasing voice and pats them gently. I'll never hear the end of it, will I? Rest and heal, PEF. The evacuation has already begun. Hannah whispers in a loving voice and kisses my cheek. It doesn't hurt, so I must be rather well anesthetized. Oh well. If I'm to stay in bed for a while, might as well rest a bit. I drift into sleep again. A week later I can move my hands again, and ask for my cogitator. The flesh is weak, but my mind still works. Might as well use it. Muggos Minories take station to my side, and we start working on STC templates in eerie silence. I mean, I have a wire linking my implant to the cogitator, and I can even type, with some effort. You should see the other guy. I write on the holoscreen. I did, Captain. He seems very healthy. Minories replies without getting the hint. Ludvius does get it, but merely rolls his good eye. I suppose the Scythes' chaplain was a merciful guy and didn't use full strength. My head would have been pulverized in that case. Anyway, I start downloading everything I have on dataslates, filling them with old and new STC designs for the Forge worlds, while another one holds my personal inventions and projects. Rose is dealing with the Pharos problem, scanning the sounding board with 100 Mechanicus devices and a few non-human ones. Even if we don't get everything from it, it will be a start for my greatest project, the non-warp technology-based ships and comms. Something of this magnitude would change the Imperium just as much as waking the Emperor or spreading blank genes to every human. It's very advanced tech, but if others could do it, humanity can do it too. There are plenty genial magi and tech priests in the galaxy, and I don't intend to stop at them. The Tau have some incipient designs of their own, slow and low-ranged, but they work. The Necrons have an entire civilization built outside the warp completely. And there are more species out there, even the Tyranids use gravity-based travel that don't involve the warp. Their synaptic hive mind is still warp-based though, since pariahs can disconnect their organisms from the collective in close proximity. Because of my leave of absence, Rose and her crew took over the fleet and efforts, but she seems to do okay. Well, Inquisitors are expected to lead entire crusades sometimes, so I expect she has the training. She has her skilled retinue as well, with the Weasel guy almost ready to become an Inquisitor himself. Rose has kept him away from me, probably to spare my life if he learns too much about my activities. A month later I am mobile again, and my jaw is almost healed. Still no talking, but I get some anti-aging injections and gene boosts from an unspecified donor. The potential donor list is very small and I don't need a whole hand to count the likely suspects. It is just in time, as a Mechanicus ship from Antax arrives with extra supplies and munitions. In a few days the fleet gets resupplied and gets ready for a decent fight. Our destroyers are however sent away, loaded with refugees and their meager possessions. They would serve little purpose for the next part, but they can still carry thousands of people to safety. Meanwhile, the bigger ships get loaded with fresh food and crop seeds, as well as expensive machinery and relics. The Scythes drag their feet a little, possibly not too happy at abandoning their post. Then a patrolling frigate at the edge of the system detects the hive fleet and everything moves much faster. Civilians are rushed into shuttles and landers for evacuation, and I divert nearly 100,000 young women on the Mechanicus ship. Females are a precious resource, because they can give birth to an entire new population with barely any male input. They get sent to Retribution, to help rebuild a healthy stock of citizens on the blasted world. And since these people from Sotha are the fertile recruiting ground for a Space Marine chapter, I expect their children will have good genes and limitless potential. Instead, the Astartes keep a watch on their precious boys and teenagers, escorting them on board the battleships so they don't lose potential recruits. Mars cruisers, begin Nova Cannon harassment. I command while keeping an eye on the timer. The Hive Fleet tendril is slowing down, but they still move fast. Huge explosions erupt among the cluster of bioships, but they keep coming. The frigates are filled with more refugees and little of their wealth, and they start leaving in the opposite direction. Light cruisers next, and then the battlecruisers. The Victory-class battleships also fire their Nova cannons till they deplete all the special shells and leave as well. Sotha is now empty and deserted, though still teeming with animal and plant life. A bait for my trap. Only by firm action and resolute faith will mankind survive. No sacrifice is too great. No treachery too small. 1111-100-0011. I nod wisely, both towards Rose and my implant's advice. We have a couple of her amazing atmospheric _incinerator torpedo prepared for this moment. I don't want to use the other form of exterminatus, because the Pharos would get destroyed if the planet blows up. Just need to erase all life and make Sotha irrelevant for the bugs. But not yet. The litany inches away, while the automated forts and servitors keep firing at the immense cloud of bioships. The Nova cannons took a toll on them, but we didn't have thousands of precious shells to make a real dent. We have torpedoes and missiles and plasma generators on the fortified asteroids, and they help, killing thousand after thousand of void organisms and wounding many more. In the end, the hunger is too great and the Tyranids start ignoring the defenses and swarm the planet from all sides, although orbital forts unleash all their ordnance at point-blank range or detonate their reactors for extra damage. At the edge of the system, we wait for the Hive Fleet to englobe the planet, and then we spring the trap. 5 Exterminatus-grade torpedoes fire at once, from 5 different angles. The atmosphere of Sotha ignites, searing everything and exterminating many of the Hive ships and their landed troops. A psychic scream of rage emerges from the planet, the Tyranids furious for being denied biomass and energy replenishment. We speed away at sublight and slowly escape the silence blocking our escape. The planet's crust melts and flows under the immense heat, and so do the Tyranids. The planet still burns a month later when we finally take a last Auspex reading and enter the warp towards Esteban 3. This Forge world will soon be invaded by the Chaos, but I aim to defend them as best as I can. They could have a whole new fleet built for me, and get lucky enough to have superior numbers available when the traders arrive. Plus, Esteban_3 would have many warp-based weapons and templates that I might disperse in other places. During the journey, I assemble a few Land Raider variants equipped with atomantic reactors and plasma guns, as well as 3 multi-lasers and a Krog missile launcher. Also, another one with a Vanquisher gun, autocannons and flamer guns, and an Imperial Guard variant similar to the Lehman Russ, but a dozen times more durable. Much cheaper too, because energy weapons are quite expensive at larger sizes. These tanks are big enough and the reactor supplies more than enough energy. They can also carry 50 troops with ease, maybe even 100 guardsmen in thin flak jackets, instead of carapace armor. I simplify the tank tracks a little, and add extra Auspex sensors for night vision, because searchlights are not that useful. This takes me 5 weeks, so I'm all healed up and prepared when the litany arrives at Esteban. I get a royal treatment as I debark on the Forge world, possibly because of the spread of my exploits, possibly because of the Astartes Honor Guard or the Inquisitor. Greetings, peddler of knowledge. The Omnicia has listened to my prayers and brought you to us, alive and well. Is your mandible healed enough to speak? The Archmagos asks politely. This, only a flesh wound, fabricator. An Astartes with psyker powers punched me, for no reason. I explain politely and see him tilt his head in doubt. He punched our chaplain first, Tech Priest. It's not our fault his flesh is weak. Captain Thrasius explains with a small chuckle. The fabricator waves his mechadendrites for some unknown reason. Probably saying stupid humans or such. I turn towards my rather large guard and gesture them away. Let's talk in private, fabricator. I demand in a soft voice, and hold out a data slate as a gift. Indeed, Lord Pef. Let's see what the Omnicia has blessed us with, he allows in a slightly amused tone while riffling through the STC designs and leading me to his meeting room. Ludvius holds his thumb up in encouragement. I smile inward and rub two neurons together for luck. Raid 24. The Fabricator really likes the new Land Raider tanks, and mostly everything I have for sale, including the glaive relic I got from the sides, and all my variants of STCs including multi-lasers, personal missiles launchers, and upgraded lost guns. I almost feel he wants to lock me in his basement to produce more upgraded templates for the glory of Omnicia. In fact, he tells me this to my face, but I pretend it's a good joke. I wouldn't be able to explore the vast galaxy from a secure research facility, Archmagos. Still, I wonder if you would be interested in another type of collaboration. I ask in a jovial tone, and sip some hugely expensive wine imported from Terra itself. The tech priest blinks from his still human eye, and nods cautiously. My mother is a blank, and so am I. Also my son is a blank too. Very useful trait, for a special machine that could withstand the warp, or psychers. If you could gather some magi biologists and set them on this task, I am certain everyone in the Imperium would be interested in blank machine spirits. Your renown as a great forge world would grow as well, if it works. I whisper and hold my hand out for a blood sample. The Fabricator hesitates for a whole minute, no doubt cogitating deeply on higher implications of such machines, and the risks involved. And in exchange, he asks in a wary voice. I just shrug. My purpose is not equal trade after all. Merely providing humanity with the means to defend itself. My mother is also here, the blonde woman in the Inquisitor's retinue. She could use some Mechanicus upgrades for her difficult job. I ask after a second of deliberation. Not asking for anything would be too suspicious. Another long minute passes, then the Fabricator opens his cogitator for a trade window, filled with nice goodies. Filial duty is rare, but you show humanity and modesty. Nothing for yourself, but only the best for your mother. If only more people were like you, Lord Pef, the Archmago says, and plays some cants and hymnals from his Vox speakers. I nod and start scrolling through the list. A Sentinel Walker template would be useful, and a dozen Vortex torpedoes would ruin anyone's day. Then I find a Deimos_Vindicator pattern, based on the popular Rhino tank chassis. A similar model is called Deimos_Vindicator_Laser_Destroyer, which has 4 lost cannons in a rhomboid pattern, for even greater firepower. This configuration could be adapted for multi-lasers and ship weapons, perhaps for the Sentinel and Hydras, so I am quite pleased to obtain them. I admit, I was looking for a different machine called a Macarius tank, but nobody has it around here. I say politely and start selecting replacements for everything I lost in the Sotha campaign, 2 fighter squadrons, 800 Chimera tanks and variants, and a full load out of missiles and torpedoes. I stop when the Fabricator signals discreetly the limit has been reached. Tell me about those corvettes, being made everywhere these days, he asks in a patient voice. I sip more wine and think it over. It's a cache of ancient designs, each with different foci. Antax makes these long-range explorers, Metallica makes classic models for the Navy, and Tigress builds a special type for rogue traders. I do have a partial template left, but I haven't figured out what kind of weapons they are supposed to use. Maybe gravity or infrared weapons, or both. Check it over if you want, Fabricator. I advise him in a modest tone and offer the next data slate. The priest doesn't call bullshit on my obvious lie and simply looks it over. Armed with Volkite guns in the broadside and 3 turrets devoid any weapons, this corvette has instead the upgraded Geller generators and 100 internal choke points to repel boarders. He thinks it over while I finish my wine. I think I see something that could damage anything organic, like orcs and tyrannids. The Ultima sector is indeed crawling with biological threats, beside the usual foes. I fake disinterest and start to turn away. I'll try to send something better next time, Fabricator. I manage to say before a tentacle extends and sits me back down. No. It is very useful, an Esteban pattern corvette, able to match Tyranids bioships and cleanse orc infestations. It's not your fault the pattern isn't complete, since many of the ancient relics are found like this. What would be useful to your endeavors in the eastern fringe, Lord Pef? He wonders in a hasty voice. What I want is not available though. Capturing pirate vessels has been the most fruitful activity so far. I'd need light power armor or exoskeletons, better assault boats, and even teleporters. Multi-melta guns for my Astartes Guardians, and any type of low-power shielding that can be made portable. A single Grand Cruiser has cost me 100,000 lives to capture, and my crew doesn't grow in hive cities like the Navy. I admit in fake sadness. There were such losers indeed, but servitors not sentient crew. The fabricator glances at the door, and then back at me. And once more, you ask nothing for yourself, but worry about Astartes and crew, whose lives are already spent. I nod in agreement. Well, I am getting old and slow. The Inquisitor gave me an injection that should keep me going for a bit more, but then you'll have to continue without me. They shall know me by my deeds and the strength of my life. I start saying before the fabricator stands tall and seems agitated. Perhaps not so soon, Lord Pef. You really should ask for things in return, before it is too late. As I first offered, Esteban has a state-of-the-art research facility. Stay for a year to complete an anti-aging procedure, beside your mother. And we'll try the other thing too. Blank machine spirits would be greatly appreciated by everyone, from Mars and Terra to all the forges or Navy ships. He pleads in a rather desperate voice. I reluctantly agree to receive an extra life worth at least a planet if not two. My guards will have to stay as well. They seem to think I'm valuable for some reason. I explain in an innocent voice and look around the room for some special clues. Sadly, everything is too obscure or high-level to even start to figure out what each machine does. I recognize auspex sensors and fire detectors, but those are common knowledge, well at least aboard a ship. Space Marines do have special treatment. They can stay and guard you, of course. I'll even see they receive better weapons, he allows politely. Overall, it is a good deal for both of us. The medical leave is not quite wasted, since my regiment and the stormtroopers get replenished with Esteban auxiliaries, and their weapons and other machines are upgraded to the now familiar Retribution pattern, everything from better auspex sensors, more durable tracks, triple-barreled multi-lasers, and hunter-killer missiles. Esteban even opens a few new forges for the Esteban-patterned plasma land raiders, more as a test bed for the new technology, using the damaged machines recovered from Sotha as a guideline. But they also run parallel tests, and the repaired relics are about 40% worse in live fire tests, because they lack the topside turret. Sponson, or laterally mounted weapons, are just not that effective, especially if the tank is moving. The original Land Raiders remind me of the early British tanks, slow and long and using side-mounted turrets. The new Esteban profile with the plasma gun turret is more similar to a Baneblade, although a bit taller. With adamantic reactors, they are also slightly faster and can fire more rapidly. Still, the fabricator decides to mass-produce the cheap variant with Vanquisher cannons, and only equip elite regiments of Scutarii or Astartes companies with the plasma tanks. Again, logistics is the determining factor, since access to ammunition and maintenance wins more wars than superior technology, especially here, with poorly educated guardsmen expected to pilot and fire high-level tanks without proper training. I use my favored relations to order 100 such plasma raiders for the Blood Angels, and the same for the Scythes. It will help them greatly in the next conflicts, I am quite certain. While the treatment goes on for 1 year, I lose many liters of blood and any disposable genetic samples, like hair, nails, and body fluids. I get prodded, sampled, and scanned 1,000 times, and Justine gets the same treatment, but possibly worse. They harvest eggs and other viable cells like stem cells from the spine and outer skin layers, stomach acid, and cerebral fluid. By the time the year has passed, both me and Mother look like newly born teenagers, rosy fresh skin and bald heads. I am not certain what the exact results are, but I'm told it will take decades for anything substantial to be produced. I get hints of some unusual accidents and quarantined labs, so it possibly the experiments didn't go too well, like every time someone has tried to create artificial blanks. There was a mystery here that someone or something tried to keep secret. A transport ship from Jiren arrives just as I was loading the regiment back to my cruiser, having finished their training and field exercises to some degree of competence. Sadly, my mentor is not on board, but it doesn't matter that much right now. The megaton of adamantium and a host of other Mechanicus relics are delivered to Forge World Estaban, and their fabricator is rather confused about the extraordinary gift. I don't doubt other people would receive a whole system or a nobility rank for such a prize. But I have no need of secular authority, not inside the Imperium anyway. Reforge the metal for a durable spine for those corvettes, I'd say. And perhaps there would be a rare or valuable weapon among these broken relics. I tell him in an easy voice. He doesn't like being in my debt. Please, Lord Pef. Surely there is something you want for this huge discovery, the fabricator tells me with a strange gesture with a few cyborg arms. His red robes flutter majestically, so I take pity on him. Fine. If you insist, then I should ask for something. Some escort ships, along with a manufacturum void ship. I have to return to the fringe, and those people need everything, from trains and tractors to electrical generators and void shields. Orbital defenses would help greatly if more pirates or orcs attack us again. The fabricator sighs in disgust. Why can't you ask for a battlecruiser, like any normal rogue trader? He complains at my reasonable request. Still too little? Vaccines for billions of people then. A storm_shield pattern for my Void Marines. Some extra incinerator torpedoes for the Lady Inquisitor. A small Titan for Lord Whitelance. The pattern for a Volcano_Lance. A light power armor STC template. And I keep asking in a deluge of increasingly difficult demands. A flurry of metal tentacles ends the discussion. I understand, Lord Pef. Let me think what I can actually do to help. He does come through and provides me a power shield template, the minimal and least powerful design he could find in his archive. Vaccines are easy, with a whole continent dedicated to servitor and clone research, home to 1 million magi biologists of various ranks. Perhaps a few less magi now, going by the big fires I can see from orbit. Sterilization by plasma works well, but it is not subtle. Rose gets her new torpedoes, and I get my Volcano Lance. He adds 5 more destroyers as an afterthought, and promises to build 1,000 corvettes in a few decades, using the free adamantium I just gave him. I shake his tentacle with satisfaction, then board my ship after a prolonged absence. The crew seem happy to see me, which is always surprising. Sure, 5 of them just became captains for new destroyers, but it is still curious. Ludvius now has a combi bolter with a melta-gun slung underneath, and so do all the other Astartes on board, including the Death Watch and the Scythes. They all have melee power weapons too, so I feel a bit safer. Chaos would need 1,000 demons instead of 100 to get me. It's quite an upgrade, I admit. With a promise to return, the Litany and our escort destroyers enter the warp and head for Triplex_Fall, yet another Forge world here in the Ultima sector. I immediately return to my normal routines, spending my evenings impregnating my concubines and wives, even my Rose. The rest of the schedule is split between officer training, remedial training for my body, and STC heresy. I decide to create a better Sentinel Walker, with a quad multilaser in a diamond pattern, and the nice and helpful missile launcher. I also widen the feet for better traction and grip, and install a pair of mechanical arms to the sides. It's not a knight, but at least it's something. The hands are inspired by the Magi cyborg arms, and can be used for lifting or digging, or holding heavy weapons. But the largest advantage is simply better balance and melee combat. Plus they can now stand up if they fall, which is always a problem with bipeds of any origin. Perhaps my aid can somehow change the fate of the Triplex Fall, if they are better prepared. But if not, I'll make sure to rescue as much as possible before the Tyranids engulf the system with millions of bioships. Deep in the Litany's vault, the rescued sounding board lies in secret and stasis for better days. I can't even try to comprehend the deep secrets of the Xeno artifact, but I have time. With the helpful life extension treatment on Esteban, I should reach 1,000 real-time years without problem. Pair that with constant warp travel and I might live even 5,000 years later. And when that time comes, I should have more options available. It's true that every man has to die, but here in the dark and crazy future, one doesn't have to stay a man. I don't consider those options just yet. To be noticed by the ruinous powers so soon wouldn't be very healthy, blank or not. Mother listens to my advice and seduces Lord Whitelance, and a dozen of my new biologist magi from Esteban eagerly begin gestating a new night house for me, even a few blank brothers among them. Knights might not be titans, but I'll take what I can get. Justine even admits liking Whitelance a little, as he reminds her of my brave father. My clan grows slowly in numbers and ships and overall influence, and soon I might achieve my first objective. The Blood Angels are in dire need of a cure, and back on Illavar my future blank concubines are growing up into their teens. I'm not certain what will result from this trial, but I expect good things. With a lurch, the Litany drops out of warp a bit too far from the Forge world. The silence is here, Rose announces with a pained voice. Damn it. I hope I'm not too late. The void is filled with tyrannid organisms, even a large hive ship possibly containing the Queen. Larger than a battleship, and with claws longer than the Litany, a hive ship is a formidable opponent even for a segmentum fleet. There is no such fleet here, merely a ramshackle gathering of Mechanicus, Astartes, and other ships, possibly rogue traders or a local naval squadron. I lean back in my command chair and exchange a glance with Rose. She has the same idea, obviously. Size matters 25. My tiny fleet doesn't even tingle the attention of the Hive fleet, which is possibly great. This Forge world, Triplex Fall, is considered the largest shipbuilder in the Ultima Segmentum, with many enormous shipyards in orbit, building the largest ships still possible for these days, medium-sized battleships. They build smaller ships and space fighters too, but the focus is on the large ships, and they take enormous quantities of minerals and work hours to construct. The flow of mineral barges has obviously stopped, as did the large ship construction. If I manage to save the shipyards, it would be nice. There are a dozen battleships under construction and perhaps 3 times as many cruisers, while a host of smaller ships are being rushed into battle without full armor and point defense weapons. Rose immediately takes charge by her inquisitorial powers and starts assembling the defenders into a semblance of order and a line of battle. It even works, to some degree. Concentration of armor and firepower does give an advantage to the smaller force, but only as long as that force stays mobile and avoids getting surrounded. She keeps glancing at me after every order, as if I was the one in charge. Wait, I should be the one in charge. Lady Inquisitor, I'm certain you can manage for some time, right? I ask just as a frigate in the defensive fleet gets grabbed and snacked upon by the Hive ship. Only if you find a way to save the day, Lord Pef. This isn't quite what I've been trained for, she mutters in a colder voice. I nod and glance around the bridge, as everyone stares at me, even the Death Watch Marines. Come on, guys. You're supposed to be loyal to your Inquisitor, aren't you? In difficult ground, press on. In encircled ground, devise stratagems. In death ground, fight. I declare in my best voice, quoting from memory. Ludvia smiles sadly and nods towards me. The quote might not be in the Codex Astartes, but the wisdom inside is timeless. Come to think of it, the Astartes do practice this war axiom anyway. I delve deep into the Litany's machine spirit, trying to articulate what I want, and when. Without yet another headache, the cruiser listens and changes course, accelerating at our highest sublight speed. Meanwhile, I direct 4 destroyers to speed directly towards the combined fleet and provide support. The space fighters launch and head for the planet, where their firepower would be most effective. I could also send assault landers with reinforcements, but they are too slow and likely not survive the blockade. I am my last escort holding pace with my ship, just underneath. Not. A sacrifice is needed, but not my own. Those 2 frigates already infested by spores. Have them ordered on ram course with the hive ship. I tell my rows while the litany recites vectors and Benharic cants on different voice channels. I do have implants though, so I can keep track of what's the relevant part of the machine rambling. The unfinished frigates accelerate on a new course, just as the Inquisitor asks them. A final, glorious sacrifice in the service of the Emperor. They were already dead, so might as well use their deaths well. Of course, the Tyrannid Queen reacts, shifting 1,000 ships to form a flesh and tentacle barrier, defending the precious hive ship. This also leaves a small gap in the swarm, just enough for my purpose. The litany fires a full barrage of torpedoes, most of them normal plasma warhead torpedoes, but one of them is not what it seems. Still, all of my torpedoes have been modified to allow a miniature organic servitor brain, just smart enough to avoid obstacles and return to course, without needing long-range transponders and telemetry. At my urging, the first torpedo shifts and impacts a cruiser-sized bioship, leaving a burning crater and wounding it mortally. The Queen ignores the other 7 torpedoes, thinking them harmless, or at least barely worth of notice. The hive ship's stone-like armor is itself cruiser-wide and thick, and it would take 100 torpedoes to create a penetration, and even that would heal soon enough. At the last minute, the regular torpedoes shift targets and cripple other bioships. No point wasting valuable munitions when there is something worse on the way. The Vortex_warhead on the last torpedo opens a warp rift that splits the hive ship into a dozen burning fragments, and demons pour out into the flesh hallways to fight the Tyrannid's warriors still alive. In a minute, the silence created by the large Tyrannid presence proves stronger and the rift closes, just like a pariah was next to it. With the Queen dead or at least gravely wounded, the Hive fleet loses most cohesion and starts turning towards the nearest enemy without any more semblance of strategy. The litany fires another salvo of torpedoes and turns away, just as our lance batteries enter effective range and start discharging city destroyer fascicles at the nearest enemies. My escort destroyer fires as well, trying its best to cover the litany from the furious insects that have been tricked into defeat. We lead a flock of bioships on a merry chase around the system, slowly focusing one after another until they stop following or just blow up. Meanwhile, the combined fleet is doing quite the same, only in a tighter orbit around the Forge world and the shipyards, forcing the lesser hive ships to follow them into minefields and orbital defenses, while still protecting the ground forces of Titans and Scutarii and Astartes with orbital fire or extra troops. Battle automata from the special Mechanicus regiments emerge to shred Tyrannid bioforms with exotic weapons like electric claws and neutron lasers. Scutarii raiders fire Volkite calivers and melta guns with perfect accuracy, each of them killing 100 bugs before dying without a scream. Tanks and Titans, armsmen and Astartes fight side by side, lasers and croc grenades filling the polluted Forge world air with more and deadlier effects. My space fighters strafe Zoanthropes bio-titans and unleash a barrage of missiles, doing some damage, though it's not sure how much. They turn around, fire their laser cannons, and aid the ground forces resist for longer. By next day, the ground fight has aligned on improvised defense walls and long lines of tanks and other Mechanicus machines. Combat servitors emerge to stem the tide and replace lost allies. Sometimes, the wounded are simply cyborgized on the spot and sent back into fight. More and more ships begin to arrive to support the Forge world, some by accident, others by rushing with intention. Triplex Fall offers free emergency resupply with reactor rods and torpedoes at the smaller shipyards, and so I arrive to do just that. I even send a dozen landers to deploy Hydras and Chimeras at some difficult spot in front of a large Titan manufactorum. Then I turn towards the Astartes guards. Anyone wants to deploy and fight a little? You must be getting bored to death around me. I ask in a curious voice, and notice my Auspex crew smiled like it's an inside joke. They nod as one. One of US should stay anyway. Rookie, you're it, the Scythe captain declares, pointing at the most decorated veteran in the squad. The man pouts and sits back on the plasteel pedestal. It's not fair. He complains in a childish tone and starts cleaning his new combi bolter another time. Like fifth time only today. Perhaps I was right about being bored to death. Ludvia sighs and glances at me with a puppy eye. Can I trust you to stay put on the bridge? He asks with small hope in his gruff voice. I just wave him away. Take super extra ammo clips. Make it double. Rose giggles and gestures at her own pouting Deathwatch Astartes. Go have fun, boys. The Marines salute and run towards the hangar bay, already bragging who's going to kill the biggest NID. Damn idiots, all of them. I already killed the biggest one, the Hive ship. Didn't even have to lift a finger, using the machine spirit link to do it instead. Funny enough, the silence makes Vortex warheads much safer to use, as the rifts would close pretty soon. Then I see an eager Auspex engineer bouncing in excitement in his Excel couch. Perhaps the stupidity isn't reserved for Astartes. Humanity has been bred and indoctrinated to glorify bravery in combat. A good thing, too, when living in hell. Then again, I wasn't much better. Just did things on a greater scale. Goodness. Over the next month, the Tyranid swarm gets slowly reduced, as we cautiously fire a few more vortex torpedoes at the largest remaining bioships and unload fresh supplies of normal torpedoes, then run back to rearm at any free shipyard. The last vortex creates a rift that almost didn't close, and gives me a scare. Millions of demons kept emerging from that rift over a few hours, until the tyrant silence managed to suppress it and close it down. However, the howling demons did massacre thousands of bioships before then got ripped to bits and sent back to Immaterium. It seems the current size of the swarm is the cutoff for safe-ish use of the vortex warheads. I muse out loud, and Cygnus agrees with me while sweating bullets. Indeed, Captain. Perhaps my plan to use a warp engine detonation was quite foolish. In hindsight, he mutters in a shy voice. I wave his fears away. This time we were fortunate to receive the amazing torpedoes from Esteban. But even without them, a sacrifice ship will work. We just need to take care how we use it, while the silence is still strong enough. I explain in a calm tone, and I see Rookie take note of that, nodding and muttering to himself. I visit the Xeno artifact hidden under the Geller generator, where Rose spends her days under the reality-imposing blanket of the Geller field. Even in stasis, the empathic link to my contact list still works, although not the rest of the abilities, which possibly need the console to be returned to Pharos or a similar installation elsewhere. I remember the beacons being part of a large, galactic-wide network, so there should be others. Just like the webways of the Eldar. Maintaining contact with Jiren and my distant family makes everything better, for a few minutes. Rose is barely able to function, so close to the silence, and her weasel-like acolyte has taken over most of the Inquisitor duties, even going around with a receipt hanging from his neck. Fortunately, his duties take him away from my ship, as he quickly terminates any dissent among our allies, forcing the newcomers to comply and obey to his orders. As more and more traders and nobles and various navy vessels arrive at battlefield, the tides turn in humanity's favor, but these ships need to work in concert and focus fire and keep a tight formation for mutual protection. More time passes, and the fight goes on for a whole year, with Triplex Fall revealing more advanced machines and weapons, and even providing free repair and minor upgrades to sensors and point defense systems for their impromptu allies. If only humanity could work together like this, all the time. Just like they did in the days of the Emperor, right? Every week I rotate out the ground battalions to give equal experience to all my troops, and heal up or repair the damaged grenadiers and marines, or replenish missiles and fuel. The litany is sadly too small and poorly designed for ground support operations. It might be the pimpest light cruiser there is, but that's only in void combat. Lord Whitelance is a real hero on the front lines, slashing into Tyranid bugs with his power sword and drilling burning holes with the multi-melta gun, his single knight doing the same damage as an Astartes squad. He can't move as fast, and jump pack from crisis to crisis like they do, but the troops always cheer when he stands beside them. They would be safe, now that he is there to protect them. And Minories did assemble a few power shields to install on his chassis, which increased his defense 10 times. By the second year, we are starting to push back, retaking lost land and even win a few skirmishes in the void, baiting and massacring a few clusters of bioships. By the third year, most of the planet's surface has been liberated, and the shipyards resume minimal operations, refitting and finishing up the smallest Navy ships, adding armor plates and extra guns. In the fourth year, a corridor is opened up through the swarm, allowing barges and transport ships to pass through and bring in fresh supplies. One by one, all the remaining destroyers and frigates are completed, and the Mechanicus resumes completing the first light cruiser. Our fleet strikes become bigger, and we can eliminate 100 bioships at every sortie. Then 200, then 3. By the fifth year, the Tyranid swarm is in tatters, getting hounded and hunted by packs of torpedo boats and blasted by cruisers and battlecruisers once they were injured and the carapace cracked. So, I make my way to the Fabricator General and gift him my new templates, the Sentinels and the quad lasers and multi-lasers and nearly everything else I can, without infringing the other patents already owned by another Forge world. One of them is a Chimera personnel carrier upgraded with a simple plasma rector and a volcano lance, though no room remains for passengers. It's basically a cheap main battle tank, and even has 2 power shields on the glacis and the turret. With another multi-laser to serve as close defense, this machine should prove itself right here. There are still pockets of Tyranids on the planet and the moons, but Chimeras are rated for NBC terrain and the ultraviolet auspex allows fighting in fog or pollution just like in chemical gas or acid rain. The Fabricator General pats my shoulder with a tentacle and sighs. I will try it, Trader PEF. But I doubt the Red Planet will allow mass production for the Liberation Pattern Chimera. It would provide the Astra Militarum with too much firepower and independence of supplies. If only there was a Rhino tank with a similar pattern, he advises me without breaking protocol. The Astartes and their Surf auxiliaries can use it then. I do seem to recall to have seen something like that, somewhere. Anyway, the Skitarii would be glad to have superior firepower on their side, right? I ask rhetorically. The Skitarii would be glad to chop off their own arms and legs if a tech priest tells them to, and has the right authorization codes. He chuckles and sputters a few electric crackles, like I said a good Mechanicus joke. Yes, they will. Now let me see one of those famous corvette patterns the ancients were so proud of. I provide another data slate and the fabricator examines it for a long minute. As a latter design, the Liberation Pattern Corvette incorporates all the newest discoveries, including quad volcano lances as main batteries, 4 of them, and a plasma cannon with its own dedicated plasma reactor. On the broadsides, there are triple-link macro cannons with gravity-fed magazines and banks of quad multi-lasers for point defense. Also, armored skirts to the sides that would protect against acid or plasma, or deflect piercing shells from hitting the weaker armor straight on. He shakes his head slightly. The plasma cannon is nice, but too fickle for mass production. It has to go. The escape shuttle will make the Liberation popular with Navy officers, and those protective panels to the side will provide extra protection for a few times. Easy to replace after battle as well. But the ancients were wise. That whole plasma cannon turret and its reactor can be installed on the light cruisers already in dock. We'll test the feasibility for a few decades before we decide. I shrug like it doesn't concern me. There are a couple admirals here. You could ask if they would want 3,000 corvettes to fill patrol routes and chase pirates. The fabricator glances at his cogitator, then waves a metallic tentacle in defeat. Of course the Navy would want them. My Forge world is still recovering from the invasion, but you, or your house have 2 favors with us. For the STCs and the aid against the Tyranid Xenos. Come back in a few decades if you want ships, he says in a sad voice. Well, I won't push it if things are that bad. Ships can wait. But some nice heavy tanks and replacements for the lost armor during the siege? I wonder in a polite tone. The Muggos powers up the holoscreen and lets me see his wares. A dozen more Baneblades, 100 Sentinels, 1,000 Chimeras. This seemed to be an order for a guard regiment that I will simply get for free. The army will still receive their tanks, but a bit later. A Tyranid invasion was reason enough for a delay. These machines would be enough right now. But they need a bit of work and upgrades. And as a bonus, I will live test the Liberation Pattern Chimeras for free. I offer in a slightly smug voice. Denied. 100 of them will suffice for live testing. I'll even add 500 Hydra anti-air platforms, from the goodness of my heart, the fabricator declares, holding a metal hand over his belly. I think it's a joke, but not so certain. But the balance is not right yet. Anyway. A few tiny things more. My bridge crew might need savant implants, and the big marine outside too. Anti-aging injections for my clan. The flesh is weak, as you surely know, fabricator. I demand with an innocent voice. A string of binary curses and a litany of complaints follows. I just wait, since arguing with the Mechanicus simply doesn't work. They will do what they want anyway. Can I expect one of those famous relic transports to arrive at my Forge World too? He asks when he calms down. The news spread fast, huh? Then again, Antex, Metallica, Tigress and Esteban already received theirs. He wants some, and feels entitled. Yes. But that is a gift only. I'll try to send more here, because you have the big shipyards. A dozen adamantium transports and one of those battleships might finish early, maybe even this century. I answer in a softer tone and turn around. He doesn't try to stop me, probably too busy cogitating the surprise news. But before we finish loading the troops and supplies, I get 200 Volcano Lance Chimeras for my armor regiment, so he did hear me anyway. Good guys, my Mechanicus friends. There is still Forge Riser to visit one day, but I wasted enough time in the Imperium. I order my fleet to gather around, and we depart for Illavar. The Weasel guy doesn't join, so he is possibly heading to Terra for his Inquisitor rank. I still don't like him. Peace. I arrive at Illavar almost on time, merely 3 months later than the navigator has estimated, which for warp travel wasn't so bad. Other people, like Admiral Spire for example, had arrived 800 years later. He is still alive and kicking ass in the Gothic sector, on the other side of the galaxy. Sadly, Spire is too fanatical for me to contact via the Pharos sound board, and he would surely expose me as a heretic and whatever else. The Hive planet holds huge celebrations to mark my glorious return, and the noble houses pester me with invites and proposals of every kind. From pretty concubines to requests for an officer commission or mining rights or land grants, everyone wants something from me. I am fortunate to delegate nearly everything to my family, escaping for some relaxation time and natural gravity in the blank enclave. Here I meet the future of humanity, a small village made only of blanks. Many of my children, and their children too, as well as the local blanks and their descendants, are trying to live in a modicum of peace and civilization. There are 100 tech priests acting as teachers and doctors and guards, and with their presence the valley looks positively modern and advanced, clean roads and buildings, electric lights and other comforts like swimming pools and shooting ranges. It is a good start, and I like it a lot. One after another, I also meet the next concubines, and introduce them to the joys of making babies. Rose has instead taken residence in the capital, mingling among merchants and nobles, and sniffing out plots and treason. The lower levels of the hives are almost clean and repaired, with constant patrols of tech priests and servitors collecting gangers and other criminals as well as heretics or cultists. The Genestealer cult has been smashed, but vigilance is always needed. Even the pollution and other contaminants from the orc invasion have been nearly cleansed, but again mushrooms are hard to eradicate completely. Patrols and sweeps continue every day, lest the spores germinate into an orc wyak. Because orcs disperse 1 billion of spores when they die, and we have killed millions of orcs on Illavar. What I can do is promote Muggos Minories to a government position, overseeing research and education. We have a Manufacturum forged ship from Esteban on the way, but until it arrives we can prepare the ground and train a tech clan clade to sufficient levels to repair or even construct simple machines like trains and tractors. I intend to make every world in my French Empire self-sufficient in 100 years or less, and Serena has been overseeing this plan for me, conducting immigration efforts to the more unpopulated planets, sending millions of colonists and PDF regiments to protect them. Sadly, the PDF are poorly armed, using simple gunpowder weapons and explosives like stubbers and mortars, and few vehicles. Enough to deter a small orc band or minor revolts, but not for anything stronger. Time passes again, but this time I'm not hurting from age or injury. I can spend a decade doing whatever I want, and so I do. Making new STCs and more babies. Every single day. It feels great to be a teenager again. With vaccines and the new biologist-clad tech priests taking care of disease and cleanliness, the hive slowly become a bit healthier too, which increases productivity and wealth. Also, 7 huge cathedrals for the cult of the Emperor are being constructed in every hive, just as Rose requests. I am happy she has found something to do, beside terrorizing my citizens and assassinating dissenters or demagogues. Sorry guys, there will be no equal rights and freedom of religion in this galaxy. Those who have power are strong, and the rest are not. And those other gods will definitely turn you into warp portals and try to eat everyone with demons or tyrannids or necrodermis. Our Big Adam isn't the best, but he is much nicer anyway. Every month, I return to the capital for another governor ball and fake being in charge really well. Nobody seems to notice I don't rule anything. Rose has 5 children in this decade, all girls and all psychers. But one of them is both a psyker and a blank, and even seems able to predict things, which could make her a navigator with enough training. The Inquisitor is determined to mold her into her successor, because immunity to warp is quite a big gift. My special rogue trader, what a miracle you have given me. Rose whispers after a few hours of frantic lovemaking. I just hug her tight. If you take Janice to Terra, I fear she won't be allowed to survive. Rose freezes for a second, then hugs me back. What else can we do? I pet her long black hair while I think on it. Navigators are allowed nearly anything. And Metallica is working hard on my Grand Cruiser. Just like that, in a sweaty bed behind closed doors, we decide to turn Janice into a navigator. Ludvius thumbs up at me, grinning like he has heard a great joke. Yes, he still follows me everywhere, all the time. The veteran Blood Angel has become such a familiar fixture that I sometimes forget about him and talk about secrets. I raise my head and stare at Ludvius for a moment. You never heard this, my friend. Or else. I tell him in my best attempt at a threatening voice. Ludvius thinks it over and nods. Don't worry, Captain. If one such miracle can happen, then it's likely it will happen again, for my battle brothers, he replies gently, and pats his bolter with loving care. I sigh and turn back towards Rose, kissing her worried forehead. I haven't forgotten my promise to Captain Aphael, but sadly blanks are not so easy to obtain. Even the blank concubines don't give birth to other blanks every time, although the ratio is better than normal people. Still, in a decade I should have 1,000 blank people in my village, and from there it will snowball into many more. Already my sons are working hard with their own wives and concubines to produce the next generation, and with anti-aging injections they'll keep doing it for hundreds of years. Then every new generation will begin the task again and again. Meanwhile, my fleet trains and patrols the Traitor Empire, and chases off pirates or slavers. There are always slavers at the edge of the Imperium, trying to obtain valuable merchandise for mines, or even Drukhari gladiator pits and torture rooms. The Dark_Eldar Corsairs always plague trade lanes for raids and terror attacks, but fortunately not anywhere near, for now. They are just as advanced as their cousins, but even more twisted and insane. Justine is raising a clade of night pilots, almost 100 of them, but with more on the way in Mechanicus gestation chambers. Those fetuses which do not survive get lost in tech priests' labs, possibly converted into organic components for blank or normal machine spirits. I don't ask and they don't tell, which keeps our mutual relations amiable. Like I said, the peace and quiet lasts a decade, then reality hits back in force. Esteban gets invaded by chaos and sends desperate pleas to everyone they know. I convene the clan to decide what to do. We should sit this one out, Captain. Windian says in a worried voice. Half of the clan instantly agree with him. In truth, we did survive and prospered by avoiding demons and their worshippers as much as we could. Victor feels brave, and his uncle Virion takes the other side. We have our ships, made even by Esteban. If we don't help, everything will be solar dust, and the enemy will have a strong base in the sector. I almost agree, but still feel a great unease and danger. All true, but we have responsibilities here as well. Without us, these worlds will become feral again, and get lost to orcs or pirates once more. Volunteers may go, with as many ships we can spare. All the destroyers, I'd say. We have 12 destroyers, 3 frigates, and our light cruiser. Nothing we have would tilt the balance anyway, but 12 destroyers would be a show of force. Victor volunteers right away. We'll stop at Antax first, and see what else they can provide as help. And I should take few transport ships in case there's an evacuation. I think it over and agree. It's better if I join you till Antax. The fabricator likes me a little. Then I'll travel to Metallica and Tigress to find more help. Everyone seems happy with my decision, and there are plenty of volunteers, both for crew and ground support regiments. Each destroyer loads a tightly packed PDF regiment, though without tanks and heavy weapons they don't take that much space. I hope to obtain for them Imperial-class weaponry and tech priest support from a friendly forge. And we go, traveling through hell to fight hell itself on the other side. Doctor. We catch a good warp current and arrive at Antax just in time to meet Captain Donato's affail of the Blood Angels. Hastily, we renew our pact and I inform him of my progress, including the miracle birth of my blank psyker daughter. The captain is heading towards Esteban as well, and promises to look after my son and his fleet, if possible. 100 new corvettes from Antax and the Astartes battle barge rush towards the fight, along with Victor and the destroyers. At least we managed to rearm missiles and torpedoes in these few hours. Once the brave warriors leave, I stay behind to conclude business with the fabricator, downloading 100 STC patterns of various value, some mere cosmetic alterations, others nearly heretic upgrades. I know they must be valuable, if sold on the cold market or something, but our enemies would also have them, and I try to prevent that. He likes my new Volcano Chimeras, but still takes the Rhino pattern for production instead. Chimeras are still light tanks and very fragile, and he prefers sturdier machines. Then I unveil the latest air superiority designs, gunships and fighters with quad loss cannon turrets, powered by adamantic reactors. They have power shields as well, which will allow few losses in the next campaigns. Land Raider tanks with Volkite carronades and even a Baneblade variant with the same gun. Lastly, I propose the Volcano-armed Sentinel, a cheap walker armed with a Knight-class beam weapon able to damage Titans. It's a pity that whoever designed these STC templates didn't consider how the Lords of Terra do things. No force in the Imperium is allowed too much power or weapons that can change the balance. Plus, a traitor regiment would be able to defeat Titans. The Fabricator General explains with a pained voice. So he likes them, but nobody will build them. I'm certain every single rogue trader in the galaxy would want at least 100 of these armed sentinels. And there are also Astartes auxiliaries, the Sisters of Battle and Inquisitor regiments, and... I begin to explain before he stops me with a careless wave. He points at me and then at the cogitator screen. No need to sell me things like a traitor, Lord Pef. I know my clients very well. Just pick and choose what you think will be useful. I sigh inward and wish Jiren was here. So I pick and choose, filling the hangars with space fighters and tanks and another grenadier regiment. The litany arrived at Antax empty after all, since there was no point transporting troops and fighters to my supply base. I came here to collect. I then tap a few more vortex torpedoes and a dozen vortex missiles that were fighter-launched. The warp rifts would damage Chaos battleships just as they did the Tyrannid Hive ship, and fighters could enter atmosphere and fire the missiles at Chaos Titans. Sure, there will be no silence to repair the rift, but I considered the traitors the greater danger. Demons could not pass through Geller fields, but traitor Astartes could. They did teleport on Navy ships all the time. You're heading directly to Esteban now, the fabricator asks, showing displeasure with a metal hand. Visiting a few more forges first. The siege will take a decade at least. I explain in a calm voice, since I do have some experience how things work in this grim future. He rubs a few tentacles, like trying to decide something important. Then, I guess it's time to unveil my secret weapon. Come, let's take the teleporter right here, he says in a suspicious tone. We blink through warp to a defense station in orbit, then again and again till we reach the destination. The lament for the vanquished, being repaired and upgraded with everything the Mechanicus has best, transformed into battlecruiser in armor, weapons, and capability. But not a paper tiger like the Navy has. I sit in the command chair and sense the lament remembers me and shows me proudly what it can do. From electric arc weapons to neutron radial cannons and a gravity lance that can split moons with their own mass turned inward. 1,000,000 Scutarii form the ship's void marine garrison, while weapons and vehicles fill every hangar and barack on board. It's not yet finished, as the tech priests are still installing triple reactor and void shields, but it would take perhaps 5 years to complete. There are a dozen huge landers that possibly could carry Titans. This grav lance would work wonders on the Tyranids. I muse out loud as I sit up from the chair and walk around the bridge. It is different from normal Navy ships, as most controls and sensors are designed to interface with tech priest mechadendrites and implants. Although it's not a normal Mechanicus name, the ship remains the Lament, in your honor, Lord Lancefire, the fabricator replies instead, avoiding the sensitive subject. Just make sure to check and triple-check all sensors to operate in autistic mode at the right time. Scrap code or Necron engrams would make a coffin of it. I conclude and turn back, towards the teleporter. The fabricator doesn't reply, so I know the orders for strict security are being sent to all the shipyard tech priests. In a few seconds of violet light, we return to the litany, without passing through his quarters. Teleports are so useful. I hear you have some blank wives and kids on board, he tells me without any ulterior motive. Ludvius arrives at a sprint, possibly upset I escaped his watch. Yes, we can visit the nursery, and we can play doctor and medic for an hour. Just remember, Esteban used orbital bombardments to pacify their failed experiments. And now that they possibly worked, the enemy has arrived to stop them. I warn him in a mild voice. We do so, and the Archmagos fakes being a biologist magos well enough. Samples are taken and stored away, concubine fertile eggs get harvested and kept in a cryogenic capsule. The kids get tested with some strange device bearing a blood angel symbol, like a black drop of blood with wings. No doubt Captain Afail has delivered the device for this exact purpose. Then I get tested as well, just in case. Ludvius holds a thumb up as the symbol turns red. I think I would enjoy having you as a neophyte, Pef Lancefire. At least you'd have to listen and stay put, he comments wryly. It would be a mess, I'm certain. I don't take orders well, too used to being in command. Also, I like having balls. I mutter in a ballsy voice. An Astartes is more than a man, and being implanted with the Emperor's immortal genocide would transfer some of those powers into me. It would even work, as the gene test shows. Sergeant Ludvius nods in approval. I'm sure you'll find a way, Captain. You always do, he says in a completely devout voice, which only shows how naive he is. Sure, I try to find the best solution, if I can. But nobody can do it forever. I say goodbye to the nice fabricator and then depart for Metallica. Rose meets me in my bedroom and sits in my lap as I keep working on simpler and acceptable machines for the Imperial Guard. A multiple rocket launcher would be useful and cheap, since chemical rockets are considered primitive tech. I still give them a multilaser, because the Guard is always overrun by some enemy. Might as well kill more of those enemies. A cheap attack gunship, with a nose gimbal for an autocannon and 2 large banks of croc missiles to serve as anti-tank support. I consider giving it a power shield, but that would need a small reactor, so no. The same for the Sentinel. I arm one hand with a chainsaw and the other with a rotary autocannon. Pretty much a minigun, but nicer. Still has a Prometheum-based engine, still no shield. What I can do is give it horizontally folding shutters that can be closed to defend the pilot from arrows or bullets or claws. Pretty much window blinds, made from plasteel. I bet the army will love them as cheap and replaceable knights. I call it the Strongman Sentinel because it has arms. Then I devolve deeper and create a very simple tracked vehicle with an autocannon and a flamer using the same Prometheum reservoir as the engine. Small and nimble and light, but has a centimeter of ceramite on the plasteel glacis, so it counts as armor. Only 3 guards crew, because it is meant to provide close support to patrols and convoys and burn down entrenched enemies. I call it the Weasel, for absolutely no reason. Then we arrive at Metallica and get welcomed warmly, but without laser cannons this time. How times change. Overlord. I immediately focus my attention on the half-finished Grand Cruiser, being swarmed in tech priests and servitors, cranes and gravelifters and more unknown machines. Already looks grand and imposing, and one of its lance batteries even tracks my litany as we approach. Still needs more work, but at least some parts are operational. Half of the armor plating is peeled off, and I can see the extra internal bulkheads and plasteel anti-spalling reinforcement being welded on the inside. Just as promised. The other cruiser has been moved farther into the asteroid field, barely detectable under another swarm of Mechanicus machines. It appears completely dismantled right now, probably for deep scans and reverse engineering like I first suspected. I'm still debating between naming the ship as Liturgy for the Vanquished or simply the Vanquisher. The latter name is kinda grand, and deserves at least a battleship, so I guess it will be the Liturgy. A proper Imperium name, pious and modest, yet still menacing. This is Pef Lancefire. Are we allowed to dock with Forge Metallica? I send via the Vox channel. You are welcome, rogue trader. Set course for Dockyard Eta 09. A polite but mechanical transmission arrives in a minute. Meanwhile, I check the other ships in the system. At least 1,000 corvettes, the regular Navy kind, and the same Mechanicus defensive fleet, which has grown a bit, with another battlecruiser and 20 new destroyers. They are all holding station in a star shell pattern, almost like preparing to be attacked. Makes sense to be cautious, given what happens at Esteban and many other Forge worlds in the Imperium. In fact, Forge worlds are amazingly valuable and critical to the Imperium of Man, because they are rare and also the only producers of ships and advanced technology. A clever enemy could cripple humanity simply by targeting a dozen important Forge worlds. Of course, many of these enemies try and try again, and sometimes they succeed. I would keep at least 1,000 ships over every Forge world, just for this purpose, but there aren't enough of them. Soon enough, I meet the Fabricator, and he comes with 2 other high-ranked tech priests as escorts. Well met, Archmagos. I say politely and nod in respect. You've grown younger, Lord Pef. Someone did you a favor, the Fabricator asks while changing focus on Ludvius. My guard has also received an injection boost and savant brain implants, as well as upgrades to his bionic eye and the power armor. It seems they also help control his rage, which would be a valuable gift if the raging maniacs would accept it. I have a feeling they'd prefer unleashing the beast to an implant that forces logical thoughts and organizes memories on data stacks. I just sigh. People on Esteban were very kind. So, I aim to help them if possible. Always heading into battle, even with that flimsy light cruiser of yours, the other Fabricator asks in a curious voice. An electrical discharge swirls around him for no reason. Possibly one of the Psyker Magi. He still has human eyes, so I'm not certain. I do hope for a nicer ship, Magos. Like the one getting upgraded right now. I admit with a sad voice. I would like a big powerful ship to cruise in safety and blast Xenos with impunity. But I have to earn it. How about, we give you an Overlord-class battlecruiser instead, the third tech priest asks in a mild voice. I don't know him, or what faction he might be from. But I can calculate conjectures quite fast. It's a savant thing. Forge Ryza? I asked to make sure. The Muggos waves a tentacle politely and some chip changes tentacles among the priests. Damn it, they had a bet about me, isn't it? Yes, Captain Pef Lancefire. If you wouldn't come to us, we came to you. Hope you don't mind, the tech priest chides me politely. So I'm not the lowest rank anymore. Soon, the big wigs will expect I come to grovel in front of them too. And you waited here, because I had a relationship with Metallica for a long time, so I would return for certain. I conclude sadly, and they just stare at me like it was obvious. Well, it's not, you big brains. I'm only human, if a slightly smarter one. What do you say, Lord Pef? Will you agree to trade us that grand cruiser? The Ryza Muggos demands a bit louder. Okay. On one hand, that cruiser isn't ready and won't be for a few decades. On the same hand, I want a powerful Overlord-class battlecruiser. But on the last hand, why? Something is hidden on this kind of relic ships. Something a Forge world would pay billions of thrones to discover. With a condition, Tech Priest. Firstly, you announce the Navy about this gift. Then, when the liturgy exploration is complete, you share with me what you find. Only the knowledge, not whatever object or creature interests you. And the name stays, Liturgy for the Vanquished. I pronounce in a final tone. Take it or leave it. The two tech priests consult each other via coded tentacle handshakes. Agreed, Pef Lancefire. But only you, not guards or family. We might also require your expertise for decrypting ancient templates, he proclaims with another shower of sparks and currents. Fabricator, if I'm to take charge of the new Overlord, it will need slight modifications, for my comfort. I ask the leader of Forge Metallica. He waves it off as unimportant. You're a valued friend and ally of the cult Mechanicus, Lord Pef. Come, let me serve you that sweet wine you enjoy. From Terra, the big robot priest commands in a metallic voice, and escorts me away from the Ryza priests. Ludvius has to wait outside this time, because heresy isn't healthy in the Imperium. You have found more STC patterns, Captain, the Muggos wonders after I sip some wine and think over my needs. Esteban has figured out how to build blank machine spirits. Possibly with the aid of all those biologist magi that fled from Scapula. Risky, but very valuable, even if only for the Inquisition and Astartes. Mechanicus as well, since, well, machines. I announce after a minute of polite silence. He nods cautiously while he thinks it over. Big risks indeed, going by that large chaos invasion. I just shrug. The Immaterium poisons everything, Fabricator. Even Primarchs and their legions have fallen. Yet, every species in the galaxy fights the demons, even Tyranids and Necrons. But unlike them, humanity and our machines are not immune. With a blur of tentacles, I lose my hair, and some blood and skin layers. It would be a great gift indeed, Lord Pef. But we'd need fertile females and infants for comparison and sequencing, he comments while storing the valuable cells and biocontainers and stasis boxes. Still no common sense, just like all the tech priests. They just take, without even asking. I have them and I can prove they're fertile. On board the litany. And there's something else. Even bigger. I whisper in a soft voice. He nods and points discreetly at the corner of the meeting room. Ancient relics, machines, and computer boards on various designs stand on display, glowing with data engrams and shimmering in bluish stasis fields. Something is there, but invisible for me. I take out my data slates and start unveiling the trade goods, taking care not to reveal anything incriminating. The new Sentinel will get produced, as will the Croc Valkyries and the Metal Storm, my multiple missile launcher made from a cheap Chimera chassis and various Manticore designs mixed and matched to fit. I mean, nearly any enemy would not like having 100 missiles crashing on its units, though Necrons would likely just regenerate and keep going. It takes heavier weapons to defeat a Tomb World, and a whole hive fleet to exhaust a Necron dynasty, like I did at Mandragora. Even so, the Necrons have survived, for now, though the next tendril of Hive Fleet Kraken won't have only 1 billion bioships, but 10 times more. I give them even odds to defeat that, even with their ancient weapons. Craftworld Iandin keeps fighting the bulk of the Hive Fleet, with very advanced technology and weapons. But their numbers are small and getting even smaller. An armada of Eldar Corsairs struggles to cut airway, though, and aid the Craftworld to save the famous world ship, which gives humanity some respite from constant raids and harassment. Hundreds of human worlds are still in the way, as are orc empires and many other species. We need more guns, and fast. And we need ships to stop as many in space, before they reach fertile ground and start multiplying like bugs. Well, they are bugs. The more advanced weaponry and templates will be reserved in small numbers for Astartes and other special privileged soldiers. I will depart for Tigress next, Fabricator. Want to visit the Litany and see my children? I offer innocently. He does. And after another medical checkup, me and the Fabricator go to visit Rose and Justine, deep into the ship's vault. Justine keeps trying to learn how to use the sounding board but keeps failing. Rose has a small success, being able to locate her acolytes and agents even across the sector. No mental communication yet, but it will come. She refuses savant implants, because some secrets might be revealed that way. I'm pretty sure that if some Dark Eldar or Chaos Sorcerer gets me, I wouldn't last a day, so they wouldn't need to download memories or other such complicated procedures. Hot irons are scary enough. Then again, I do have a squad of Astartes guarding me, a bodyguard that lives in my room, a whole regiment on my ship, and then a whole ship filled with guns and torpedoes. I like being safe, what can I say? This galaxy is quite dangerous, you know? Shard Chapter 30. This is a Xeno artifact, the Fabricator concludes with a single glance. And I am an Inquisitor of Ordo Xenos. Rose declares proudly and shows her rosette for a whole second. Then a tense silence lasts a minute, the two minions of the Imperial Aquila holding a power contest with invisible meanings and methods. The sign of the Imperium is a double-headed eagle, one head for the Emperor and one head for Mars, the original Forge world. These two are lower on the scale, but still act as if there were two eagles, instead of just one body. How many bodies does the Aquila have? I wonder out loud. Both of them glance at me with annoyance and aggravation. One body, with two heads. The Fabricator allows in sad voice, then spills some sanctified oil on the stasis chamber. Still a priest, right at his heart. This is the device Primarch Gallium has used to form his Imperium Secundus and illuminate Ultramar in the warp some 10 millennia ago. Right now it is focused on Mandragora, the capital of the Necron Sotek dynasty. Thus, the Tyranids flock to it, drawn by the psychic beacon in hope for rich biomass worlds. I explain politely, then I focus my mind and use the mental Wi-Fi to continue. It has more abilities built into it, like exchanging messages at distance, and even teleporting people. What distances are possible? What about the shadow in the warp? He asks in a hopeful voice and turns again to examine the device. As it is now, about 100 light years. At least 100 times more, when installed into the original location, but that place is toast right now. I answer with a tiny shrug. I can speak with my acolytes through the silence, Archmagos. And I normally can't even lift a page if caught inside the Tyranid shadow. So it's not my psyker power. Rose admits with softer voice, and start pouring tea for everyone. She had this null box cylinder that she uses to keep the tea at just the right temperature. The Archmagos also tests the tea, dipping a sipping straw into his cup. Very well. Do you at least know what species made it? I hesitate for a second. Either the old ones, or their enemies, the tan. Either way, it has a tan shard as a power source. I explain in a soft voice. Both of them recoil visibly, because even a fragment of a god is still divine, and thus dangerous. This is much bigger, like you said, Lord Pef. But a stasis field will not contain such a thing, the fabricator mutters among sparks and chants. This is merely the dialing console. The tan is still on the planet where I found this device. I say a bit more confident. Knowledge is power, and I had bits that nobody else knew. The Mechanicus priest hums in Benharic and holds out a few devices to test the ambient atmosphere. No radiation, no warp emanations, not that I expected any, so close to the Geller generator. Yeah, the board uses some kind of empathic mind link. Perhaps similar to a blank machine spirit. But alien or not, humanity needs to create something with the same ability. Sector-wide communications, and not going through the warp. I proclaim, pointing at the shimmering blue field, with a sounding board inside. Copying the device would be heresy. Rose says in a colder voice. I know, damn woman. Shoot yourself in the head as well, because thinking is heresy too. Copying the device is impossible anyway. Humanity lacks advanced science and bright minds, and most would just take a warhammer and smash this console just for fun. The cogheads could help, but they lack common sense and would likely awaken a tan out of curiosity. I mutter in a fit of despair. The fabricator almost argues back, before standing down and trying to look innocent. So, what will you do? The Inquisitor asks me in a worried voice. That's between me and the Emperor. Out in the fringe, I speak with his voice. And with this device, he can speak to me as well. I conclude the meeting on a harsher tone. Rose raises a finger to object, then turns towards the stasis field in reverence. I suppose it can work. But the enemy would notice and come after you. Not to mention the priesthood and all the high lords. Yeah, I don't gather troops and ships for a deck. I suppose those corvettes are mine, fabricator? I ask rhetorically. Only half, Lord Pef. I'm now less inclined to part with such a potent defense, especially if my Forge world embarks on that blank spirit quest. But we will build more. You will have thousands more in a century, he says in a pleading tone. Half is still good. Lady Inquisitor, you can take command of the fleet and the Overlord, and we'll meet at Esteban. I tell my Rose with a heavy heart. I'd prefer to be in command from the start, but Esteban might fall till then. Soon enough, the litany departs for Forge Tigress, where another fleet should be ready. My cruiser seems a bit empty now, without the Inquisitor and her retinue, including my mother. I have Ledvius, that's true. But Gyron is gone, and so is Minories. Most of the bridge crew and all the regiment officers are new, the old ones being promoted or dead. Wendian is quite happy though. An overlord might be a bit smaller, Captain. But it's new and modern and has speed. We need speed, because we are always outnumbered. I kinda agree. Even with upgrades, a grand cruiser would be slow as hell. And I lack psychers to increase that speed via warp magic. Plasma engines are much safer and reliable than a psyker, unless that psyker is also a blank, like my daughter Janice. It is possible I'm also a psyker? It's not, Lord Pef. You're as weak and fragile like any human, my Astartes friend replies for me. Wait, I said that out loud, huh? Is your implant working right, my friend? I ask the Space Marine while he stands behind me to watch me work on the holoscreen. Oh yes. I'm recording everything right now. This is a great tool for mission reports, he explains in a half-joking tone. I sigh inward and think what to prepare for Forge Tigress. Another Sentinel, with a loss cannon instead of the cheaper autocannon, a better Auspex sensor and increase the capacitor size a bit. Now the Mech Walker could act in anti-armor role as well as sentry and recon. Still has the armored blinds, because claws and bullets hurt. Another variant is better armored, including a sealed cockpit for driver and gunner. Iridium tungsten plates, a power shield and a small plasma reactor all increased cost a few times, but now the Retribution pattern Sentinel can match a weeknight in durability. Plus it could be operated in any atmosphere, even toxic or in vacuum. Perhaps Tigress could make 1,000 of them for my armor regiments, even if nobody else orders them. Another gunship, a sort of attack helicopter but held by anti-grav engines, with a twin cockpit, also armored in iridium and shielded, with a quad multi-laser turret and 2 lost cannons under the stubby wings, as well as 20 hunter-killer missiles and retractable pockets. The Astra Militarum lacks air support the most, something incredible for me. They have spaceships and space fighters, but little in the vein of atmospheric ground support. I decide to designate it as a Retribution pattern Grav Tank STC template. Perhaps then the Imperium will allow generals to order these machines as tanks instead of aircraft. We arrive at Forge Tigress to find it under attack by Eldar Corsairs, although the world has thousands of fast corvettes for defense, so the Eldar can't really find a weak spot. I launch my space fighters and even arm 2 of them with vortex missiles. The Eldar may think themselves elusive and protected by holographic fields, but the 2 pilots are my blank daughters, training to become ship officers. The Augury long-range scanner marks the Corsairs as the Balestorm Avengers, a pirate band usually plundering the eastern fringe. Approaching an Eldar cruiser, warhead released. Pef Lancefire announces on by Vox Bead as she banks the fighter away and speeds to maximum. The vortex missile isn't nearly as strong as a torpedo, but then Eldar warships are not very durable. They rely on their void dreamers for navigation, which wouldn't detect a blank pilot or sense their intentions. The warhead sensor locks on the cruiser's engine. A flash of violet light, and the front half of the cruiser drifts on, while the engines have vanished into the warp, along with the engine room and the solar sails on the back. The Corsairs immediately start fleeing from my fighters, and soon vanish into the void. You better run, alien scum. Well done, daughter. All fighters, maintain protective cover. Lance batteries, target the warp rift and fire till it's closed. I command as I lean back in my captain chair. We're fortunate enough that no demon champion was around on the other side, so we escape without too many invading demons crossing over. The lances keep firing for an hour, until the spinning gateway pops like a balloon. A few assault boats with servitors and tech priests depart to secure the derelict. As it happens, Eldar ships mount all their advanced weaponry on the front, and thus we capture all of their weapons. I bet Forge Tigress will love a few of them. Captain Lancefire, you have returned. In the nick of time a familiar, female voice speaks from the Vox channel. Oh, it's that fabricator locum, or the XO of a Forge world. Glad to be of service, fabricator. We should meet and talk. My place or yours? I ask with a faint hint of flirting. A long silence follows, which means something. Anyway, I still have to wait for the priests to. Heavy resistance on the cruiser, request support. A crackled transmission emerges from the void box. I turn toward to my Scythestartes, who were nearly bouncing up and down in excitement. Go have fun, boys. I tell them, copying my rose. Their captain smiles politely. I will stay this time. Rookie, you lead the squad. For the Emperor. For duty, they answer in a manly chorus, then all run towards another shuttle. Deimos Chapter 31. A company of my Void Marines and more shuttles with combat servitors escort the Astartes to the Corsair derelict, and via PIC transmissions we get an image of what's going on. Demons have infested the ship through that warp rift, and since these Eldar have cut themselves off from their infinity circuits, they now suffer eternal torment in the loving tentacles of their own warp god, Slainish. That will teach them a lesson, all right. Tech priests, extract to the superstructure and try to salvage anything of value. I advise my Mechanicus friends. It seems the wreck will not be salvageable, but perhaps some guns and sensors can be chopped away. The priests inside don't respond, so they're possibly a bit busy. The inbound shuttles do instead land of the hull, and the other priests and servitors begin slicing away at the Wraithbone armor to scoop out the precious loot. Did I mention how awesome Astartes are, especially in close quarters? With their sanctified power weapons, these lesser demons stand no chance, although the surviving Eldar are shooting at everyone on principle. It takes a few hours till the infestation is pacified, and the sides even capture 100 Eldar as prisoners. I'm pretty sure these Eldar will regret surrendering once the Magi of Forged Tigress get their tentacles on them. Not because the cult will deliberately torture them, but Xenos will not qualify for anesthetics during deep tissue examinations, so it amounts to the same thing. Soon enough, the raid is over, most of our early boarders are dead, and the sides return with Eben Lama, the leader of these corsairs, now slightly missing any limbs, and the rest of the prisoners. The external reclamation continues while I land on Tigress with my escort and loot. A whole battalion of Scutarii takes charge of the corsairs, bounding them in metal cuffs and loading them into medical transports. Pretty sure they'll never be seen again. The Astartes squad returns with a dead brother, which is a bit sad. Sure, I expected to lose 10,000 servitors and maybe even some Void Marines, but well, Eldar are difficult opponents, amazingly fast and all psychers. Fabricators, perhaps you now agree that corvettes are useful? I wonder as the two priests welcome me together. A dismissive arm waves my words away. You have used a vortex warhead, Lord Pef. Luckily your pilot wasn't detected. Blank jeans are nice like that. I might even promote my daughter as captain of the litany soon. Some guys from Forge Ryza gave me a battlecruiser, so I'll travel in style soon enough. I answer with a wide grin. The two Magi exchange a worried glance. Forge Ryza is indeed rich. Did they ask for a wondrous STC template in return? I just shrug and shake my head. Nope. It was simply a gift. I suppose I will have to visit them one day and bring them my own gifts, but right now I intend to return to Esteban with a fleet. I say with a white lie. Still, it's technically truth, because I didn't give Ryza any STC. No point trading with a lower-ranked priest when they don't have the right to promise me what I need. We have heard of their plight at Forge Esteban. Still, it worries us greatly, so many attacks on Forge worlds. Do you have to take everything? The Lady Magos asks me in a wary voice. I sigh, and taste more tea and cake. How many can you spare? I ask after a minute. They give me 400 corvettes, which is decent. So I take out the data slates and start the bitter barter we're all so familiar with. Of course, because we don't use thrones and other hard currencies, I can request fuel and munitions for free, as well as Geller field inhibitor consumables and replacement tech priests and servitors. A Forge world has billions of them, so they can spare a few thousands for a big deal, as incentive. Mentioning Ryza and the battlecruiser has made them even more generous for some reason, and thus I received 10 Fellblade heavy tanks and 100 Lehman Rust tanks without any discord. Even extra lost guns and Krog missiles for the PDF regiments are allowed without them blinking an eye, though I suppose bionic eyes don't blink. The weapons are loaded aboard the corvettes, for the simple reason I lack space right now. With 3,000 more chimeras on board the litany, the hangars become rather full and packed, but it's for the greater good. And I do get promised the new Retribution pattern machines, Sentinels, and Grav tanks included. Not the volcano-armed Sentinels, though. The Tigress pattern corvettes get crewed and filled by the Mechanicus for now, tech priests and a regiment of servitors, and even a squad of armored Scutarii as bridge guards. Forge Tigress has installed laser cannons in the turrets, which is not ideal, but I guess they were cheap. They still hit like a titan, so they'll work anyway. A dozen more STCs change hands, and I receive the pattern for a light power armor, like the Sisters of Battle have. Pretty sure I will have to change the chest piece anyway, because the boob plates may look cool, but are too distinctive. Or maybe I will keep them, should I meet some sisters and strike a good relation. Even the Sisters of Silence would be nice, since I have my Pharos device to talk with our minds. And they are blanks as well, which hints at some distinct advantages. Still smiling at that thought, I board my lander and return to the litany, while Ian has pushed the Eldar derelict into the sun while I was away. Leaving a corrupted wreck for the Mechanicus was like telling a kid not to open the jelly jar or play with fire. Good job, Wendian. What do you think of Phenona? I asked when reaching the ship bridge. Air. She learns well and is smart. Good pilot too, he answers after a minute. Good enough. You will train her as a captain for the litany. Well, if we survive whatever chaos throws at us. I explain in a level voice. Behind me, the Astartes check their bolters by reflex. In a minute, Phenona arrives on the bridge and sits beside me, where Rose used to. You like it? I ask my daughter with a smile. Yes, Captain. The machine spirit is eager to fight again, she answers after she links the implant to her command chair. Great. You have command then, with Wendian as XO call me before we arrive at Esteban. I proclaim out loud, and see the bridge crew is rather stunned. The girl, well, she is 22 years old, so a young woman now, looks around then back at me a bit frightened. Really? I just shrug and walk away, Ludvia smiling at her as encouragement. Before I leave, I hear her calling Henna, her mother, for help. Children, always a pleasure. I return to my rooms and discharge my stress in bed for a few hours, because I do have plenty concubines traveling with me. New ones, but I don't mind. The nobles keep offering me pretty daughters for no reason, and I have a teenager body. Sometime later, Decima arrives with a cart of food and drinks, which we share with Ludvius. He does have some special organ that detects poisons and other threats, so he tastes everything first. Then I sit in my armchair with my wife in my lap, and keep working on new STCs, yet again reloading the cheap Imperial Guard templates and trying to make them better. Now I have more experience and knowledge, so I figure out how to attach a crock grenade launcher under a lost gun, which seems simple, but it's really not. Not if you want the thing to be cheap but durable, easy to maintain and to fire. The range gets extended a bit more, and the battery is slightly better. Now, if only I could make a few trillion of them. The problem is not the weapons themselves. Humanity has plenty of better weapons. But they are not allowed to use them. Tradition and complacence, disregard for lives, and even tactics are norm in the military. Good officers might never get promoted because they lack family relations, the Navy will not provide air cover because they hate the Army, and so on. I save the new lost gun pattern and go to sleep. Reality is too depressing. And at the end of this trip, there will be a full-fledged chaos invasion that has been going on for years. I have prepared as best as I could, but I still fear it won't be enough. Canticles Chapter 32. There is a kind of magic in logistics. There really is. Armies without water will simply die of thirst. Food and ammunition matter as well, and then there is fuel and spare parts and medical treatment. You may use trenches or tanks as shelter, but bunkers and shielded forts are better. And while the chaos did bring some supplies, they wouldn't last years and years. Plus the armies that invaded Esteban were very diverse, from traitor Astartes to corrupted humans and Xenos, mutants and psychers, demons and demonic engines of all sizes. That meant they wouldn't support each other, as every Chaos Lord, Sorcerer, or Warmaster had conflicting agendas and would rather see a competitor fail and die. The fleet they had brought was still large and dangerous, but consumables were mostly depleted. And thus, my arrival hastened their defeat because I had supplies, and the traitors didn't. Esteban could still manufacture some equipment, especially for the Iron_Hands and their successor chapters, which had arrived first in defense of the Forge world. They also replaced as many limbs and organs with machines, as a tribute to Ferrus Manus, the Primarch with metal arms, which no doubt made them very dear to the Mechanicus and vice versa. With my ships, the Imperium side had 1,000 more corvettes, and a battlecruiser. That meant plenty shells and torpedoes had to be sent our way, and thus save the other ships. Rose and Victor have done whatever they could to prolong the siege, waiting for my eventual arrival. Almost instantly, my Voxbox was flooded with 1,000 requests from everyone, friends, allies, and enemies. I turned towards Phenona to see her biting her nails in fear and frustration. People are calling for you, Captain. I told her in an amused voice. This is too big. And they are calling for you, not me. She exclaimed in anguish. I smiled and pointed at the new battlecruiser. I'm just a passenger, for now. Do try and get me close enough to board my own ship, if you can. A flight of demonized fighters turned towards our fleet, perhaps testing us. Corvettes, disperse into pattern gamma, full power to shields and point defense. Launch fighters for close support. And by the love of the Emperor, turn the sensors to autistic mode. I command rapidly, then leave the bridge. My Astartes formed around me as I walked briskly towards the lander's hangar, the one with stormbirds. Because those boats had Gila generators, and that counted when the void was full of demons. By the time my assault boat was ready and prepared for launch, the Chaos space fighters were blown up, since we had more corvettes than they had fighters in that wing. For once, I was the one with superior numbers on my side, and it felt great. An hour later, the litany got close enough to the Overlord battlecruiser that personal transfer would be almost safe. Our escorts formed a sphere around to protect my tender body from any missile or fighter, and the Stormbird departed my old ship. Another ship was being prepared for my kids and concubines, but first I needed to see where to put them. In a minute, the lander entered the huge hangar of the battlecruiser where my son awaited. Victor, you look well, I announced with surprise. He did indeed grow up, body matured, and even his demeanor had become sterner and more composed. War changes everyone, but Victor seemed to have done well. He came to hug me and transfer the Overlord control to me, with a string of passwords and machine spirit protocols. I have named the ship in your absence, Father. Now it's called Canticle for the Vanquished, he explained as I connected to the special data slate. Good enough. What's a Canticle? I wonder in a soft whisper. Victor punched my shoulder and laughed, as if this was the best joke ever. Even a few Astartes chuckled in amusement. But I really wasn't certain. Some kind of prayer, most likely. I'll have to ask someone else. While I was a bit familiar with the cult of the Emperor and most known practices, I wasn't that involved. While other people prayed and hoped, I knew with certainty the realities of this hellish galaxy. Possibly more than any inquisitor. Furthermore, organized religion wasn't my favorite, here or elsewhere. Go back to the bridge, Victor. I need to visit the ship and learn what it can do, before I figure out how to use it. I urge my blank son. Canticle, Victor Lancefire retains XO prerogative. I continue, speaking in the Vox channel reserved for the captain. A faint response from the ship tells me it has heard me. We'll have to work on the communication issues, but I had time. A few tech priests from Ryza arrive next to describe every deck and weapon capability, as well as engine limits and reactor output. They aren't the friendly and humane priests I'm used with, instead mingling machine code and Benheric descriptors in their speech, as if used at talking with people. They possibly aren't, I realize. Unlike high ranks which enter in contact with humanity regularly, these guys would just work with machines and code and electrical impulses, or what the Mechanicus calls the datasphere. I hope all our Auspex sensors are set to autistic mode, right? I asked to make sure. The tech priests freeze the second, then confirm. All except the Vox communique and IFF telemetry with Esteban. The Inquisitor has insisted, although there is no real need. We have engrams for defensive mazes and subversive infiltration. I see. Scrap code defenses too? Forge Ryza must be quite secure then. I muse out loud and watch the priests wave their mechadendrites in near panic. There, I scared them into being cautious from now on. Perhaps Tyranids wouldn't use complex data viruses, but pretty much everyone else would. And these coded protections would never be failsafe, not in a universe with magic and sorcerers and demon engines. The visit continues on the upper decks, where my apartments are 10 times larger and I even have a jacuzzi. I bet Victor had that installed, since I did have one back on Illavar. There are chapels and cathedrals, both for Omnicia and the Emperor, barracks and tank armories. Not many troops, since most of them must be fighting on Esteban. Plenty wounded and servitors, the Metallica hospital filled with burned and mangled grenadiers and stormtroopers. And here I meet some Adepta_Sororitas for the first time. The first woman to meet me was a hospitaller advanced from the rank of the Sisters of the Ordos Hospitaller, who serve as physicians and offer care in the Imperium's war zones. Such as Esteban, for example. "Who are you? Who let you in here?" the sister demands loudly, an angry hand patting her hip, where she carried a laser pistol. I step aside to let Ludvius deal with the loud woman, and I go to examine one of the wounded. The Canticle provides his name and origin, then the medical prognosis. Crippled for life, if he survives the next week. Third-degree burns didn't heal so easy. The rows of beds go for hundreds of meters, and they are stacked high too. Damn hellish galaxy. I check a few more, but everyone I see has a chance to survive. Then again, triage is quite brutal in the regiments. A corpsman or nurse checks the injury and sends the wounded to hospital or grave on the spot. Then I turn and leave, running scenarios in my mind. Perhaps a biokinetic psyker? Some kind of regeneration serum? A saint with healing aura? Not very likely. Then my eyes fall on the Scythe-Astartes. That place is the most fertile recruiting ground I have ever seen. Trained soldiers with mortal wounds for bravery. How come there aren't 100 chapters implanting them? I ask in an innocent voice. The Astartes captain blinks confused and turns towards his brothers. They stare at me like I had grown a few more heads. Some injuries will not heal, even after the genocide. But the Iron Hands don't mind missing limbs, he muses to himself and glances at Ludvius for support. Lord Pef is always right, brother. But when he isn't, it's always fun to watch, the veteran Astartes proclaims in a confident tone. I just sigh and head for the bridge. That isn't what the word always means. Anyway, I need to call a few Iron Hands to visit me. It's time to end the carnage now. I find Rose and her Death Watch installed comfortably on the bridge, her retinue a bit larger and even includes a tech priest and another guy with red hair and huge muscles. Not a Marine, but obviously very strong. We meet again, Lady Inquisitor. And retinue. I announce while waving my fingers at Justine. She replies shyly. Captain. I stop myself from sighing, as it's not the place. New officers and crew and all that. Then I pat Victor's shoulder and yank him from the captain chair. Go rest, Victor. I am here. He nods with glowing eyes and hurries away, hopefully to sleep. Then I lean into the seat and delve in my new machine spirit to figure out how to end this siege without too many loses. Won't be easy, I know. Serpent Chapter 33. I open the system map and examine all the potential weak points among the Chaos warbands and fleets. Then I begin simply marking them for the Canticle, by priority and difficulty. Isolated units with no capital ships, minor fleets with a cruiser or two, isolated battleships, and then a few bigger problems. On the ground, there was a whole other mess, because psychers and demons made augury scans very unreliable. But again, I try to do the same, marking down isolated bands and separated traitor regiments, then armor groups and bigger demon engines converted from heavy tanks, knights, or titans. Esteban, this is Pef Lancefire. I'm in position to help. Permission to do so? I sent via the Vox channel provided for the Canticle. Praise the Omnicia. Please, Lord Lancefire, do anything to stop these traitors and heretics, a familiar voice replied after a minute. The fabricator himself. Things must be really bad down there. Well, this was going to hurt. Lancefire ships, form up in pattern Delta, I will relay vectors for group deployment. I command out loud on the clan's Vox channel, while the implant burns at full power to keep up with a myriad of orders and direction shifts. Like a school of fish, the corvettes assemble into a triangular formation with the Canticle in the front, while the litany is sent in close orbit with Esteban with different orders, like orbital support and landing our armor and gunships. The destroyers escort the corvette shuttles filled with weapons for the PDF regiments, and they keep doing this for a week. Quite a few weapons to deliver, for 250,000 soldiers. My fleet is very fast now, because corvettes have a small mass and are easy to accelerate, and the Overlord is fast by design. I aim the fleet to intersect a lone Chaos battleship and just wait for the fools to react. A few different destroyers and frigates speed up to intercept, and even a cruiser with its own escort feels brave. An hour later, the Chaos finds out why the Overlord class is so wanted by nearly every captain. Our torpedo salvo minces the fragile cruiser and a frigate, while the corvette's main batteries focus fire and obliterate a dozen destroyers with impunity. About 30 corvettes get damaged or their void shields fail, and thus I replace them with the second wave behind. Then I turn the fleet away and send a wing of fighters toward that huge Chaos battleship, which had turned to receive my fleet with a full broadside. But I never intended to massacre my own ships. Teresa, my other blank pilot, is speeding towards the battleship, among 30 other space fighters. The enemy launches its own demon fighters for cover, but it won't help. As the fighters begin to duel and unleash hunter-killer missiles, Teresa fires her own payload and runs away like she was trained. A minute later, the warp rift hits the battleship straight above the reactor, and shields, armor, or psyker sigils are powerless to stop a micron-wide tear through the fabric of reality. The containment is ruptured and the reactor explodes in a huge ball of plasma, blood, and corrupted flesh. Of course, this battleship is a dozen kilometers long and very sturdy, so it doesn't break up into pieces or something, not from a tiny warp vortex. A section about 1 kilometer long is gone and flames engulf the ship, but without a reactor, the battleship cannot change course or even slow down. Farewell, on your long and slow voyage towards the edge of the galaxy and beyond. The battleship is overrun with demons anyway, so it would be impossible to board and capture it. A counter ticks down on the Mechanical's machine spirit. 98 vortex missiles remaining, 7 vortex torpedoes, 6 incinerator torpedoes, 1 cyclonic torpedo. I turn and raise an eyebrow at my Rose, who smiles at me sweetly. So you found my surprise. I didn't know if you'd return in time, so I had to make sure the enemy will not win. Teleport attempt detected. Failsafe engaged, teleport diverted into our plasma wake, the tech priest on the bridge reports in a smug voice. I glance up at the holoscreen to see a dozen things with spiked power armors melt into the fiery exhaust of our plasma engines. That was a nice trick, Ryza priest. Perhaps they were useful after all. Good job, Mugos. Do update all my clan ships with this protocol. I tell him with a wide grin. My Astartes escorts seem a bit deflated because they didn't get to fight anything. The Mugos wrings a few tentacles in concern. Such procedure needs 1,000 hours of machine canticles, holy ointments, and recitations, Captain. It cannot be done over Vox transmissions. I frown a little, but such is the way of the Mechanicus. Slow, tedious work and too many prayers. The litany as fast as possible and then the destroyers. I answer after a few seconds. He nods and accepts my orders, which is a good start. Chaos borders would ruin my ships even faster than lasers or torpedoes. Then I turn back my full focus on the next target and the next. The trick keeps working, and by the third day we have cleared 1/10 of the Chaos ships by ourselves. Running out of isolated morons, though. The remaining Chaos fleets are mostly engaged with Esteban's immense orbital forts and the defense fleet, but they seem focused on winning the ground war, for some reason. It seems against logic to me, because controlling the orbitals is the most important part of any space war, but whatever. I did my job and didn't lose any ships yet. Even on the ground, the newly deployed Fellblades and Lehman Russ tanks are making a dent into the Chaos forces, and Finona has focused down 3 Chaos Titans already and massacred a dozen traitor regiments with the Litany's lance batteries. Our gunships and chimeras are deployed to support the PDF regiments while they rearm and get trained how to fire the lost guns, but it's not yet time for an offensive. I go to sleep for a few hours, because my flesh may be young again, but I still get tired. Then a Rose and her Rosette wake me up, and the Inquisitor seems rather worried. Pef, wake up. I blink myself awake and hold my hand out. Ludvius fills it with a cup of CAF, and everything is better in a minute. What happened now? I blurt between gulps of miraculous healing. I sensed someone, a Primarch, she reveals with a hidden glance at my Astartes friend, who had gone deathly still. I hum deep in thought, going over possible candidates. Iron Hands Astartes are here. And they have a vendetta with Fulgrim. The Serpent. Ludvius mutters as his good eye starts turning red. Watch those emotions, big guy. I know you hate the traitor, but don't splatter me by accident. I sigh audibly and close my eyes to think, the savant implant running at full strength. A demon prince wasn't something that mortal weapons could harm. Even if I could target him from orbit, he would just respawn. That thing is not Fulgrim. Only a demon with his partial memories. But we don't have a pariah to break his powers. And Justine would evaporate before she could restrain the thing. I answer with a dismissive wave. Ludvius and Rose focus on me like laser pointers. Is that true? They both ask in a hopeful voice. Some Necron lord has Fulgrim in stasis. Trazyn or something like that. We'll go get him back, one day. Just need to find something worthy to trade. I explain and stare into my empty cup. I really didn't have anything that could kill a demon prince. Except. Why are you staring at me like that? Ludvius asks and draws back. What can the Blood Angel do, Pef? My Rose wonders with a curious voice. Glad you asked, my dear Inquisitor. We will bombard and isolate the Serpent from his followers, while Ludvius calls his boss for help. And when Sanguinius arrives, Justine can get close and weaken the beast a little. It's a long shot, but it should work. I proclaim in a confident voice. The Inquisitor blinks in surprise, then holds out her rosette. Sealed by my order, Astartes. What we're about to try is not quite canonical. The powerful engram in the rosette burns in the warp, and Ludvius starts bleeding from both eyes, human and bionic. I understand, Inquisitor. And I do trust Lord Pef. Let's hope we will see another miracle today. Well, that revelation didn't end in blood and tears, even if it technically did. Thus, we soon arrive in the Canticle's vault, where the stasis box with the sounding board rests now. This is an empathic amplifier, my friend. Kneel and pray, and ask Sanguinius to help. Tell him about Esteban and Fulgrim. I explain while Rose turns off the blue temporal barrier. The Emperor protects, the crying Astartes shouts in devotion. And have him heal the burned soldiers as well, if he feels like it. I add in a half-joking voice. Pretty sure such a feat is really easy for the Sanguiner, but mortals aren't usually of notice to such entities. Ludvius just nods and keeps muttering his prayers. Meanwhile, the Canticle and our escorts speed towards Esteban's orbit, firing all batteries as we pass through the Chaos Blockade. Here, I lose 11 corvettes because we couldn't avoid all the incoming fire in our rush to get in position. Luckily, I can coordinate with Phenomena via the ancient console, and we start a barrage to separate the Serpent from his closest allies. 6 more corvettes are lost to ground fire, because Titans can fire into orbit, but we manage to create a perimeter devoid of Chaos followers. Then we keep pounding the Demon Prince with our medium batteries to keep him still, as the ground melts and burns around him. Magma and laser cannon fire don't seem to bother Fulgrim much, but it does slow him down. And then, a golden glow forms around the Canticle, because Ludvius has indeed been heard. A beam of light descends and an angel appears, with golden wings and even a sword. In a blink, the Sanguiner teleports on the surface and begins to battle the Serpent with mountain-shattering blows. I wish they had popcorn in the future. It made a glorious sight anyway. Insertion Chapter 34. The Serpent kept bleeding a silvery metal instead of blood, and the psychic apparition didn't bleed at all, instead losing pieces of itself, then regenerating them in a golden glow. Still, that two-handed sword had to be at least a force weapon, as every single strike hit and did damage. The Demon Prince struck back furiously, teeth and claw matching the angel blow-by-blow. Meanwhile, the litany kept firing in a wide circle around the fiery arena, while our corvettes bombarded nearly every single Chaos base to keep them pinned. But suppression couldn't last long, as the Chaos fleet decided to attack and rescue the traitor Primarch. Scythes of the Emperor, can I depend on you to escort my mother and support the angel against the serpent? I asked while turning towards Captain Thrasius and his squad. They didn't hesitate for a second, and nodded politely towards Justine. Of course, Captain Pef. It would be our honor and our duty. For the Emperor, the captain proclaimed in a certain voice. I was afraid this might mean their deaths, but such is the fate of all Astartes. Not one of them has died of old age. My mother had equipped a light power armor and a Rosarius, which should keep her safe for a few seconds. Follow me, Astartes. This ship has a teleportarium, and there is no silence here to stop me, the Inquisitor commanded and marched out with her retinue. I held my thumb up for success and concentrated back on my own mission, keeping the orbitals secure. Torpedoes and lances pounded the advancing Chaos fleet, and my corvettes were sent to dart in and around the big ships to try and deliver a surprise torpedo into their engines. Our space fighters flew wildly, dueling other demon fighters and intercepting bombers and torpedoes, while the missile launchers emptied their magazines, firing croc missiles as fast as possible. Then the Chaos heavy ships closed in, and our void shields began straining under enemy fire. A purple flash, and then another, and 2 Chaos battleships burst into flames and demons as they encountered my own vortex torpedoes. Of course, even more demons rushed in, somehow managing to swim through the void towards us. The point defense flak cannons and the multi-lasers fired nonstop, bursting the demons into shreds of ectoplasm and fire. I urged the Kentacle to steer away and hide behind a huge Arc Mechanicus warship, using this time to recharge the shields and reload missiles and torpedoes. The corvettes did great, especially against demon fighters and Chaos destroyers, since their own guns fired faster and more accurately due to being new and well-maintained. I tallied about 200 Chaos escorts destroyed by my meager fleet, and a dozen critical hits on enemy capital ships that had their void shields down. The Kentacle itself did much better, with about 50 kills to our name, and even 3 battleships damaged with vortex warheads. Considering the time and effort it took to build such large monsters, it was quite a score for us. We lost 200 corvettes ourselves, which wasn't that good, but such is war. Especially in tight close combat, losses begin to grow fast. All ships, disengage and regroup at the moon, fleet pattern Alpha. I commanded as another corvette blew up from a single heavy cruiser salvo. The Kentacle's spirit marked the guilty Chaos cruiser for retaliation, and I approved. Our salvo of torpedoes blew that cruiser apart, and even a destroyer escorting it took some damage from the huge explosion. The lance batteries tracked the wounded prey and finished it off in a single pulse. Damn, I loved my ship now. Again, we fled and began rearming the torpedo tubes, when down on Esteban an immense psyker scream erupted. Talk to me, Brother Latvius. I demanded without turning, my attention focused on the fleet battle. Lady Justine made contact. It seems that Demon got scared and tried to run, he explained while I blew up a Chaos frigate and the hunter-killer launchers brought down a sneaky bomber that got too close. The Kentacle shook tremendously, and the void shield failed. And backup ion shield sprang back into place almost instantly. Teleport detected, lower decks. Combat servitors deploying to intercept, the tech priest announced in a metallic voice. Damnation. Most of my Astartes were down on the ground, as were most of my troops. Estimate numbers and composition. I asked with trepidation, while the Kentacle fled the battle before something important was sabotaged, and we were left defenseless. The Muggos screeched something in Benharic, then resumed in Gothic. Estimation complete. We detect 6 traitor Astartes and 1 unidentified male. Presumed armed and dangerous. Captain, you should evaluate to the litany. Latvius demanded in a stern voice. The Astartes was right, of course. We'd need at least 6,000 troops to match 6 power armored traitor marines, and they had a sorcerer as well. Not that these boarders would stand and take fire from 600 guardsmen, instead hunting us all with lightning strikes and perhaps surprise teleports. Still, that would leave my ship and all those wounded at the traitor's mercy. Not on my watch. Victor, take the bridge. Muggos, gather some servitors. We're going hunting. I commanded with fake bravery. Damn it all to hell. I tried to avoid getting into fights with the ugly things. In a minute, I had 100 servitors, 2 squads of Void Marines, and my bodyguard Astartes prepared, checking our weapons, lost guns, and crock grenades, then melta guns and the power weapons. I kinda doubted my chances in melee with an Astartes, especially some damned millennia-old veteran with a kill count over 1,000,000. Then we rushed towards the latest sighting of the traitors, and caught one of them butchering some serfs while laughing madly. Corn worshipper possibly. My first shot hit his face straight on, but it barely singed his hardened skin, then a blurb pushed me away as it sped and struck the traitor with his power maul. The Chaos Space Marine simply broke in two, head exploding into gore and blood, then his chest. Containment and eject the remains into the sun, I demanded while poking the Rhizomugos on his shoulder. Or maybe his hip, hard to tell with the transhuman cyborgs. A few servitors stayed behind to complete my order, and we ran towards the next enemy sighting. I vectored their path on my implant. The Metallica award, of course. Send servitors to protect the wounded. If any are able to shoot, give them weapons. I spoke on the Vox bead, among deep breaths. Commanding from the front was exhausting, and my Canticle battlecruiser was really big. Lots of running to do. Then we reached a deck elevator and I managed to calm my breath and observe Ludvius. The Marine seemed barely excited, as if this was only routine or training for him. I mean, he probably saw more combat missions than I saw STC templates, so it made sense a little. Wear your helmet, Astartes. I demanded as I remembered mine and drew it on. I'd rather not get punched in the face again. He listened to me, for some reason, and it was just in time. The elevator doors opened suddenly, and we entered a hail of bolter fire and shrapnel from grenades and exploding machinery. I fell on my belly on reflex and started firing my hell pistol at any big face I could find. Since Space Marines are so big, their wide faces make a decent target, with their eyes as the bullseye. About a dozen shots later, I did score a full hit, and I saw the traitors I'd burst and explode into purulent green goo. Nergulite traitor, most likely. No wonder they headed for the medical ward. I kept firing, while around myself the servitors and Void Marines began exploding into chunks of metal and blood. Ludvius stood in front of me and fired his bolter in loud staccato bursts, then a bluish melta blob from the barrel underneath. Another traitor Astartes died, his armor failing him and the melta round burning his organs like creme flambée. Then from the side, a woman's voice started singing and chanting, and a dozen sisters arrived leading a few hundred walking wounded. I'm not sure how they kept breathing and shooting while also running and chanting, but perhaps they had special training. My own breath was painful and getting difficult, and I was lying down and shooting a recoilless weapon, not a bolter. Then again, logic wasn't the strongest suit of this universe. A traitor Marine growled something and punched a sister straight through her belly, but the woman keeps singing and shooting the ugly face from point-blank range, till both of them fell to the deck, dead. Another sister grabbed an Astartes and flung him over the shoulder, then aided by 2 other women cracked the traitor's head open, and then incinerated the brains. The guardsmen fired their own weapons in support, without doing too much damage, but it helped. The nearest traitor Astartes turned to return fire, and Ludvius pounced, striking his back with the power maul and then crushing the head under his armored boot. Did I mention this galaxy is a bit brutal? Oh, yes. Almost immediately, my friend was lifted up in the air by some unseen force, his arms forced back, leaving him exposed. So I sprang from my safe-ish position and rushed out, firing my pistol at the pink-wearing sorcerer. It did nothing, of course. The psyker had a force field around him and simply lifted his other hand towards me. Sucker! His face scowled in bewilderment, then fear as I got closer and closer and his warp powers had no effect. Then I slipped on some blood and slid on my back towards him, luckily avoiding a burst of bolter rounds from the last traitor Astartes. My left hand grabbed my power dagger and I sliced the Chaos Psyker's leg as I passed under him and jumped towards the bigger threat. But here, my luck ran out. The Space Marine simply caught my wrist and broke it like a twig and ignored my reflex kick to the balls. Damn it! These guys didn't have balls anymore. Funny guy, aren't you? The Chaos Astartes chuckled in a baritone voice. A thin scream behind me announced Ludvius had arrived and terminated the wounded sorcerer. Purge the unclean, he bellowed in a loud shout. His barrage of bolter rounds struck the traitor, only to be deflected by some type of shield. But then another Melta blast crashed that shield and I fell to the deck as the traitor drew his own weapon to parry Ludvius's maul. I rolled away and kept shooting with my good hand, which possibly only annoyed the humorous traitor. Then, as the two Astartes were locked in a contest of strength, a metallic tentacle flashed by and scooped out the traitor's brain in a single second. Interesting. I've never seen such bionic implants before, the Muggos commented while examining the still-living brain with fascination. I nicknamed this tech priest the Juggler, for his skill with scalpels, as he had the habit of spinning a dozen scalpels in mid-air before a surgery. Juggler lowered the pulsating brain towards me, so I can see it for myself. The brain looked rather normal to me, though why would anyone make black metal wires as a brain implant? Perhaps emulating his Primarch, Onran? Ouch. Perhaps those are slave controls, I muttered as my wrist started acting up, no doubt due to the exposed bone sticking out. A battle sister came to check me out and give me a medical prognosis. I fear you will never use that hand again. Pray to the Emperor, for healing and for salvation. I sighed inward and fell on my back, trying to rest. Why was everything so bright? Vortex, Chapter 35. I admit, I was never interested in prayer, mostly because in my first life it wouldn't do anything, and here it would also do jack. Blanks were immune to the warp, so even if some godling wanted to listen I would be exempt. But glancing at my mangled wrist, I took a leap of faith and decided to listen to the nice sister. Hey Emperor, Pef here. Send a minion and fix my hand, will you? I promise I'll return the favor. I mumbled in my head, while wishing someone would turn off the damn blinding light. A golden hand lifted me up in the air, and the pain vanished. So I opened my mouth to say thanks, only to stare at the same angel from before, now looking rather frayed and full of holes. Must have been a tough fight down there. His other hand held my wrist in confusion, possibly wondering why the healing wouldn't work. Of course, as a warp construct, the Sanguiner was just as powerless as the sorcerer from before. Immune meant immune. His head turned towards Ludvius, eye blank and empty, but he could use some kind of mind link to speak to the Blood Angel anyway. My Astartes friend rushed to obey, slicing open his palm and offering a blood tribute. Then that blood swirled and glowed with energy in midair, before falling on my left hand like a golden mist. And then it hurt, for a second. I must have fainted, because I woke up in a hospital bed, with the sister from before holding my hand in her own hands, and murmuring a lullaby of some kind. Involving murdering heretics and burning mutants alive. Very comforting, for someone who was both of those. Hello, sister. Did the angel listen, after all? I asked, curious, and retract my hand to examine it. Although it looks intact now, it also feels foreign and strange. Stronger too, I know that for certain. Must be the glowing veins under the skin. What do you mean, Captain? She answers with a frown. The wounded ward. I explain politely. She forms the sign of Aquila with her fingers and nods. Yes, Lord Pef. All the burned guardsmen have been healed. The ones with mangled limbs were only stabilized and the bleeding stopped by miracle. Your tech priests told us that bionic limbs will be provided freely to every one of them as a sign of respect for the angel's deed. I nod and sigh inward. So even the Sanguiner had limits. Or perhaps he was too tired. Then I lean on the pillow and focus inward, checking the remembrancer implant for a more accurate recall of those events. However, the angel itself doesn't appear in the recordings. Was a mere mind alteration? I'll have to check Kennicle's logs and find out. Do I still need bed rest? I wonder out loud. I feel rather great right now. Well, our Curia Advance wants to examine you before you are released. I believe she wants to record your testimony and take samples from the miracle hand, the woman pleaded in a weary voice. Ludvius snorts from the side of my bed, seeming amused. Let's not do that, Captain Pef. You have enough women after you. It seems funny, but the Sisters of Battle number in the millions. I'd rather not have them following me around like a saint or something. Thus, I stand up and look around for my clothes, only to find them missing. Classic hospital tactics, but this is my ship. I wrap the bed sheets around me like a toga and walk away, ignoring the outraged look on the sister's face. Soon enough, I enter my apartments and embrace my family, who seemed quite relieved to see me. They all check my balls again, for signs of metallic transmutation. What were you thinking, my dear husband? Decima chides me and clenched her fist rather painfully. I kiss her cheek and nod inward. That stunt was rather foolish. I mean, if there was only the sorcerer it would have worked superbly. That brainless Astartes was way too fast and strong for me. Lord Pef kicked that traitor in the balls, Lady Decima. Fortunately, that saved his life, because that world_eater was too shocked at our Lord balls. Ludvius explains with an encouraging thumb up. But Astartes don't have balls, right? My wife asks in confusion. The veteran Astartes just chuckles and sits on his plasteel chair, his bolter casually pointed at the apartment's door. My Rose and a single Deathwatch enter, and the Inquisitor runs to check my body for damage, tearing away the modesty sheet. Lucky bastard, she murmurs as she hugs me tight. Her own armor is cold and smells of death, but I ignore that. Decima, please wait outside. I ask in a mild voice. Rose doesn't wait long to undress and start riding me as fast as she can, releasing tension and making both of us a bit happier. Sometime later, she draws my chin towards her. We both lost much and it won't get better, my love. Only the captain survived from those scythe guards, and only him from my retinue, she explained, pointing her finger towards the door where her own black-armored Astartes stood guard. I feel my heart skip a beat. Everyone? I ask in a whisper. However, their sacrifice was not in vain. The serpent is dead and the tech priests have melted the corpse into a vat of boiling adamantium. I aided them with purity seals, and so did a few sisters from the Adeptus Sororitas. The demon prince should be contained now, she adds in a grave voice. I curse out loud and stand up. Justine, my mother? I shout in anger. She just shakes her head. Damn it! I knew her job was dangerous, but she had escorts and that force field. Fleet situation? I ask as I swallow my pain for later. Total naval loses, about 25%. On the ground, it's 45% loses. Used to be more, but about 5% have recovered and are returning to the regiments. Nearly 10% injured guardsmen await bionic limb and organ replacements. Rose says in a dispassionate tone. Good enough, some might say. I mean, it's the worst campaign on my record, but even so it makes me look like a genius compared to the Army's glory hounds or suicidal admirals. My guts yearn for revenge, though. In a minute, I find a backup uniform and head towards the bridge. While I was resting, the fleet has resupplied and rearmed the consumables, the shields have been restored, and the fighter pilots got to rest as well. Victor pats my shoulder for comfort as I sit in the captain chair. Avenge her, Dad, he whispers in a grieving voice. Don't worry, son. I check with the Kennicle's machine spirit for an update on the system's map and begin setting new targets. There are 3 Chaos battleships left and 11 battlecruisers. I still have 3 Vortex torpedoes and 23 Vortex missiles. More than enough. Once the heavy ships are gone, Esteban and its allies will have a field day with the remaining traitors. Form up, Lancefire ships. Pattern Delta, and don't be frugal with munitions. Let's send these bastards back to hell. I proclaim on our fleet-wide Vox channel. In an hour, the special munitions are prepared, and 30 corvettes in bad shape are diverted towards Esteban. It's true that warp-capable ships cannot land or even maintain bombardment altitude for more than a minute. But corvettes are also cheap and expendable. We depart from our hidden position behind the moon and accelerate, our vector taking us towards the right flank of the Chaos Fleet and slightly below their orbital plane, just enough to avoid the firing arcs of their main batteries. Instead, all our batteries can fire without obstruction, in a similar method once used by German fighters attacking bomber formations. It is total surprise for the enemy, as they maintained a battle line to confront the defenders and their orbital forts. One by one, Chaos escorts and cruisers blow up under concentrated barrages of torpedoes, lance batteries, or macro cannons. Then a Chaos battlecruiser starts turning its broadside towards us, a bit too late. A vortex missile detonates its warhead just under the ship's engine, shearing them off and exposing its unarmored backside to the Mechanicus fleet and the Astartes barges. 1,000 lances strike the warp rift and the battlecruiser, and boom it goes. My fleet passes under and keeps firing, forcing more and more Chaos ships to turn and engage us. But one of 5 traitor ships cannot keep up with hundreds of corvettes and my other ships. Like a forest fire, we scour and purge the heretics with our thrice-blessed weapons, till we encounter another battlecruiser which we also slice in two with a vortex missile. These warp rift weapons are truly fantastic, though much too rare to be used often. I heard the Mechanicus somehow siphons the warp energy from dying stars to make these expensive weapons. We lose some space fighters, but we keep going. Another battlecruiser blows up, and we reach the Big Uglies, the 3 battleships that hold the center, and 9 battlecruisers escorting them. Well, 8 such ships now. The Chaos battleships are not exactly maneuverable, and cannot stop the vortex torpedoes that I fire before I turn our fleet away and start accelerating. Back on the ground, 30 hardened positions with void shield deflectors and Chaos Titans get a surprise orbital drop, each receiving a warm salute from our plunging corvettes. They could have lasted years of bombardment from a corvette's meager weapons, but mass is mass. The void shields are powerless to stop our sacrificial ships and pop like balloons. In a meteor-like impacts, those 30 traitor armor regiments, including the Titans, are vaporized in cataclysmic explosions, just as in orbit 3 battleships suffer a catastrophic reality check with my vortex torpedoes. Esteban, my fleet will be rearming and coming about for another run. I explain politely as the defense fleet struggles to contain the warp rifts and close them before all the Immaterium arrives at the party. Air. I think you did enough, Lord Pef. Leave us something to do, and not involving vortex warheads, the Fabricator General answers in a slightly horrified voice. Okay then. No more nice warheads. At least not today.